Right. And I am here. Happy days. Yeah, morning. Hey, Angie. Right. Let's hop straight back into our game. All the zombies have to be murdered today. I want to get closer into Louisville. And I want to build up this checkpoint more. Very enthusiastic about murdering today. Because I think we could probably get to 170. I think we're on 160,000. So I think we could probably get 170 today. Because I gotta use, if I remember rightly, long blunts or short blunts. Oh yeah, we're on 100 and, oh, fucking much further ahead than I thought. I thought I was on 160. Oh, that's cool then, yeah, 170 easy, maybe 175 then. And we gotta do short blunts today. So that'll take a couple of hours. That might level up. That could definitely level up. That won't level up. Yeah. Not too bad. Why did I stop at 11:30 though? That's a bit of a weird time. Yeah, no, that looks good. Right, let me get some food then. And get that weight going back up. I'm wearing way too many clothes. Might as well clean them all while I'm here as well. Let's get rid of you, and that, and 3 degrees. I'll get rid of the waistcoat as well. As soon as I start fighting, it'll probably overheat. That should do. Right. But yeah, I need to gather up some short blunts, but before I start using them, I'll use up the last of these spears I have here first. Next, we made that pile yesterday. I'll see if he heats up. His temperature should... yeah, it should stay above chilly. And... oh, before I do... well, before I get distracted murdering zombies, let me check these generators as well, 'cause I don't think we fueled them or repaired them last stream. And because there's so many of them, I'll end up forgetting, and I'll blow up half the checkpoint. So, let me... yeah, you'll need to be refueled. What about you? Yeah, you'll need to be refueled. And I got 2 more, haven't I? Yeah, you're pretty good on fuel. But if I'm gonna fuel those 2, I'll fuel that one as well. I'll do them all. Just want to see roughly what I need. I didn't even see you. Sneaky little devil. And yeah, you're looking pretty good as well. Right. Trying to think what order I want to do things in. Alright, well, I have lots of gas cans. Let me get rid of all of you. So yeah, I'll empty out the van as much as I can. Then I'll dismantle a bunch of watches, so I have electrical scrap. I'll turn all the generators off, repair them all, get in the van, well, get the gas cans, refuel as much as I can. Then get in the van, drive down the road, go to the gas station, refuel. And yeah, all my gas, all my generators, well, and the repairs, they'll all be done then. So I won't have to look at that for the entire stream. Hey, Zeron. Hello, hello. How are you today? Yeah, I don't care where these go at the moment. Although, you do weigh a lot. I should probably put those in a different container. Because I don't really, I don't have any proper storage at the moment. That's something we could probably do today. I could probably build my storage area. Because I'll probably use the building next to us. I'll probably use this one here. I'll just grab all the military crates from around the checkpoint and just throw them all in that one room. That'll do. That'll do. That's another thing as well. I'll cut down those trees as well today, just so I don't have to run around the long way each and every time. Yeah, Lamp single-handedly deforesting Kentucky for his spear addiction. See, I always find it funny. It's like, oh, you haven't made spears for a while. It's like, oh yeah, we still have them. Oh, no, we're running low. Quickly, let's make 200 spears. Every single time. Yeah, let me move all of this as well. Lots of 5.56. I didn't realize how much I have. But yeah, I'm thinking about it. And I don't know if we'll do it today. But I did test it in a different game. And it is possible to convert this entire place into one giant superstructure. So, I wanted to test it because there was a bug a couple of months ago where if you build player-made structures as an extension onto something like this that's already pre-existing, it doesn't matter how well you build your new extension out and how well sealed it is, it will never be classed as an indoor structure. So I wanted to test it before I actually do it. But if I go up one floor and I cover this entire thing with floorboards, and I put a few walls here and a door frame, this entire area will be classed as inside. So, I can actually make this into one giant building. Which is hilarious. So I don't know if we're gonna start doing that today, but it is something I am gonna do at some point. That is on the docket. I didn't pick up any of those military bags. Hello, Zero as well. Guten Tag. Hello, hello. Should get TV. Oh, with the giant satellite dishes. I know, I'm disappointed. We have all of these satellites and I don't even have Freeview. I have nothing. I should at the very least be able to get Sky. Yeah, this is all just staying here temporarily, so I don't care how organized any of this is. Making your own base is awesome, but it's very time consuming. It's one of those things, it's like, I want to build a base here, but I don't want to spend, like, 6 hours gathering planks for the floors. But I want to do it. But, I don't know. I might do a little bit today just to chip away at it, because it's the same with all the other skills in the game, and well, generally just playing Times 16 and the game in general. If I just do a little bit each stream and just chip away a little bit, eventually it'll get done. You know, I don't have to do it all in one go. But if I build myself, I don't think I have to build a sheet rip. I have one there to get to the roof. But if I just do like a couple of rows up here, then I can make a start then. I'm sure Greenland and Madagascar are still, yeah, they're probably still doing fine. To be fair, I said I was going to do my generators today. I don't think I'll have time. I'll have to do them tomorrow game time. Ah, to be fair, I don't even need to get the watches. I just noticed my pile of electrical scrap over there. Oh, very nice. Someone coughed in Belgium, Madagascar. Shut it down. Shut it all down. If I see one boat leave the dock, I'll have your fucking head. See, I always, when I play Plague Inc., I normally go with fungus. Because periodically fungus get random bursts of spores. And they just spread around the world freely. So you can get those little island nations like really easily. Because inevitably you'll have everything else and there'll only be like 1 or 2 other countries that you don't actually have infected yet. So the game will just default and just give you those ones. That's what I always do, because, yeah, fuck playing as bacteria. Alright. And to be fair, I should have done this ages ago. I should have, just dropped all of those so I have more backspace for this. Just go with Worm and be stupid with private jets. See, I wish the, like, Plague Inc. was still as, like, more popular. Like, as popular as it used to be. The multiplayer on Plague is hilarious. But trying to find a match on it is an absolute nightmare. No one plays it anymore. I still have a few bags over here, don't I? Let's grab all of you. So I'm almost caught up with myself now. Hey, premium. Hello, hello. Yes, more blood. It is definitely on the list. You are from playing as the Cure team against an AI plague. I don't think I've actually done that. I know that was in an update a couple of years ago, but I don't think I've actually played to make the cure and such. I don't know, maybe I have, just repressing it. Let's drop these spears here. Bigby's Z-Com against Necrophage. I don't even think it's mod compatible, is it? They don't have a workshop. I mean, there's probably mods for it, but I mean, I don't think there's... Let me have a look. Let me have a quick gander on Steam. Is there a workshop for Plague? Oh, there is actually. Just a Coal, Perfect Coasts, Mass Hysteria. There's a mod called Who Gives a Fuck. That's great. What do you do? Nobody... there's literally a mod called Nobody Gives a Fuck. They just won't try and cure the plague. That's hilarious. Actually, let me put you over here, because I'll probably do some metalworking later. So... What are you... Oh, it's because his bag's full. But yeah, I'll need some more propane later. Right, and I think that is all of my loot around this area done. So, what I'll do now is I'll just check the last of it, make sure I have actually grabbed all the loot from my truck and from the ground. And then if that's done, I should have time to refuel all my generators and repair them. And then tomorrow I can grab all the fuel, like in the morning. I can drive off to the gas station. Yeah, that's plenty of scrap as well. I'll have enough. I can leave them for a minute. If I end up using all this fuel up without finishing my generators, I can always siphon a little bit from this van. So I can refuel that one tomorrow. Hey, Savage. Appreciate the sub with Prime. Happy days. 4 months now. Also, I don't think that... Did it work? Did it go towards my counter? I don't think it did. I was on 488 already, wasn't I? I should be right now. I have to keep an eye on that, make sure it's working. So that one's all done. Yeah, I don't know if you'll all bring any zombies over here, because I wouldn't... You went from southeast to northwest, so I don't think any zombies will come up to this area. Not from that direction. Beautiful. 2 more generators. But yeah, just want to get this done now, otherwise I know what I'm like. I'll say I'll do it, but I'll completely forget about it. I'll get distracted. Be like, ooh, zombies. Alright, so that's everything refueled and repaired. I have a couple of hours as well, so I'm gonna grab some of those chairs in there and start laying them out on the road. Because that was another thing I was supposed to do last week. I didn't get around to. And yeah, we'll refuel those in the morning. Right. Yeah, that's all the loot in there done as well now. And I gotta drop that off in a second. Hey, Death. You unsettled the fuck out of yourself reading about fear and hunger's disturbing enemies. Gonna hide here now to watch fictional monsters I can actually deal with. Wonderful. Abandon reality. The Zomboid will always be there for you. But yeah, I can't say I'm familiar. Right, so that's all done. That's all done. I can take this back now as well. Oh yeah, I'm holding all the scrap, aren't I? But yeah, let me grab some of these chairs, 'cause I have about an hour until I need to sleep. And I wanted to get these chairs set up last time, but because we'll be fighting around the military checkpoint for so long, I do want to have lots of resting spots set up. You know, seeing as this is home territory, I want it to be as easy to chill out and vibe down here as possible, so I want it to be nice and chill, everything powered, everything lit up, lots of places to rest without having to put down my piano stool. Lots of little backup plans everywhere. They do some grape and touchy-feely shit. Hard, no. Save yourself the trauma. Fair. Noted. Alright, but let's start all the way at the end, and I'll start working my way back up. And I'll try and keep them all evenly spaced. And because I have so many of them, I'm just gonna put them down fucking everywhere. Alright, so how many do I have? Let's start with 3. You're exactly where I want to put my chair. Get rid of you. I want to use all the same chairs, just so at the very least it looks tidy. So yeah, just gonna keep them all like 10 tiles apart, but if I just have all my chairs from here all the way to the end, no matter where we are along this road when we're fighting zombies, I'll have resting spots next to me always. It'll just save me a little bit of effort. Yeah, nice cool sightseeing, exactly. Looks safe too. Yeah, it'll be like nice and chill, cause we like the idea behind all of this is because we're gonna be pushing into Louisville. There's only really one place the zombies from Louisville can get to me, and that's via this highway here. So, you know, the fence runs... It runs east, well, it runs east a little bit, then north up here, and then it runs east again, all the way down here, all the way over here, all the way to the end, all the way down over here. So nothing over, like, over northeast is gonna go down south and outmaneuver me. They're all just gonna pile up over here. So as they start filtering down, you know, after jets and helicopters, or if they just happen to chase me, we're gonna have all our generators on this street, powering all the streetlights and such. So none of those zombies are going to make it all the way down to the outpost. They're all going to get stuck on the generators. So we'll go up there, we'll kill them, and then after I'm done killing them, then I'm going to have all my chairs along the road as well. So I don't have to put down my piano stool then. I can just literally run a handful of tiles to the side of the road, go to one of the chairs, sit down, rest, go back to fighting again. This is my, like, this is going to be my very safe fighting area. This is well, the entire area's inevitably going to be turned into a giant Uber base. But yeah, that's the plan for that one. Do you have to empty out all the corpses? No, we're not going to do anything with those. No, the dead bodies will take care of themselves. They despawn after 9 days in game time, so I can loot them if I really want to. But they don't really have anything that I want, so we normally just let them despawn on their own, you know. But inevitably, because it does take 9 days in game time, before these guys despawn, we'll probably end up killing more zombies. So this road is very unlikely to be completely clean for a very long time. Yeah, it's almost as if you're using the choke point as a choke point. Brilliant! His tactical mind knows no limits. Yeah, it's basically the exact same thing we were doing at the bridge to the mall. Same concept. Ender, is that you? Don't mind me, I'm just about to genocide a species by accident. I thought we were playing war games. What version of Zombot are you on? I don't actually know. Oh, fuck, I could have seen just there. Let's go to the main menu and have a look. It'll be on... I'm on the stable build, I'm pretty sure, so it's like 41.8 something? 8.3 or something like that, I think. Oh no, 41.7816, that's the current build that I'm on. Yeah, I thought I was playing video games. Yeah, I like to imagine that Ender's game was just like a precursor to the 40k universe. Fucking Xeno's filth. I don't know, maybe Ender was like secretly the god emperor of mankind before he got like super fucking jacked. Yeah, I can leave all those there for a while. Still got plenty of food to eat. And I'll have that one in a moment as well, because I want to make sure my weight... Like, today I want to get my weight above 80 again, if I can. Right. What else do I need to do right now? I think I just need to refuel my truck like I said. So I'll go refuel my truck now. And then when we come back, I'm gonna go around and pick up some of these military crates and just make this little cabin here into a storage area, because I have a lot of junk, but I don't really have anywhere to put it. Your current Stellaris playthrough is a combination of determined exterminators and remnants. A dormant AI became active on Earth after humanity was wiped out by Xenos, and now it's time to avenge the creators. Nice. For the glory of mankind. But yeah, just gonna check my map a second as well. Just need to see what I'm going to be looting. Because today I want to try and finish looting all of this as well, so I can take it all off. Because the idea is to kill everything, but that involves going close to all the buildings, so all the zombies spawn in there, so we can kill them as well. So yeah, I'll probably do these ones soon as well. Yikes. I do want to catch up with myself. I'll get rid of you as well, 'cause I do want to hunt down all the zombies on the back roads, all the guys that we've missed. Because there's not really anywhere that they can hide down south from here. Or at the very least, there's nowhere that they can come from to, like, replenish. So if I kill all the guys on this road, they shouldn't come back. And this area should stay permanently clear then. Let me refuel you. I'll do all these first. I think they're all done. A little bit more on that one. Yeah. Oh boy, here I go killing again. Let me make sure you're, yeah. Never like, standing next to these blind spots too long. Appreciate the follow as well, Pollard Nick. Welcome on in. But yeah, that's all caught up now. It's all refueled. It's all good to go. Alright, so what am I going to do next? Crates. That's what I'll do next. So yeah, we'll go back to the military base, park this one up, and then we'll go collect those military crates so I can build a little storage area. I have to tow those two cars out of the way at some point as well, but I'll leave that for later. I'm wondering where you guys were hiding. I didn't see you on the way out. And you wouldn't have come from the checkpoint. I don't know. Must be the rail yard. Still. Yeah, must be down that way. Yeah, they're in the trees, fighting the Viet Congs. But yeah, we had quite a few of them on the fence when we were pushing around on the east side. So they're probably all still coming from that area. But that is fine with me, 'cause we gotta clear that out sooner or later anyway. Yeah, I'll grab some more of those chairs as well. So I'll go grab some crates, and then on the way back through, we'll grab some more chairs as well. Don't know where you're going of all places. But yeah, let's grab some of these crates now. Just get rid of these guys first. Yeah, shouldn't be that many of them. I can see quite a few of you stuck on that window down at the end. So yeah, I'll leave them all for the time being. We'll just kill the ones who are coming towards us. But we'll head up there soon, and we'll take our short blunts with us. Slowly filtering in. Yeah, this is why I want to get my chair set up along this road so I don't have to run all the way back to rest. So yeah, I'll just let them filter in and then we'll kill them again. Remember sledgehammering those security boosts in multiplex? Zombies kept getting stuck in there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave them. Because, as annoying as they can be, eventually all the zombies in this area will be dead. And to be honest, I think they're actually helping me a little bit. Because anytime they get like a chunky wave of zombies coming through, a good number of them get stuck on that booth. It almost acts like a bit of a filter, stopping too many of them coming through at once. And that's all good. But yeah, let's get this little storage room set up now. Because if we're going to be living here full time, I need a place where I can drop all my stuff and separate it so it's all organized. Also went unfettered access to the road. Oh, that's fair. Because unsafe drivers, yeah. Unbreakable gas are really great for keeping zombies occupied. Yeah, they just become a bit of a hassle sometimes, because you accidentally make, like, little jack-in-the-box, little zombie bombs. So it's not too bad. But if you leave it long enough, it's the same as the prison. If you have a window or a door or just generally anything that the zombies can't destroy, like let's say that this window here had like a metal gate on it, you know, a security gate, or it had bars or something. If I have like a bunch of zombies like here, they're all gonna have hitboxes and they're all gonna stop each other from occupying the same tile. But if I go too far away so they're not rendered anymore, for some reason they don't have any hitboxes. So when I enter the area back again, all those zombies kind of all get squished into one tile, and they're all banging on the window. But if I go too close to them, they'll aggro onto me, and then they all turn around at once, and they spring out and just fucking swallow you. So, that's like the only downside to having that there. Because, too many of them, and you physically have to use firearms to get rid of them. Because you can't get close enough to use melee. Yeah. We're gonna turn this building here into my storage room today. So we're gonna dismantle these tables, cabinets, dismantle that. Yeah, and then I'll throw some metal plates on the windows later as well. But yeah, let me leave the crates outside for now. Because I would leave them outside like this, but if any zombies walk around here, now that I've picked up these crates and I put them back down, the zombies can destroy these ones. And they are finite, so I'd rather not lose them. Have you cleared them all yet? Yeah, we've wiped out the mall. The mall's done. So, everything around here is dead. There'll be a few of them still lingering around, you know, zombies that were hiding in the woods that we haven't seen yet, but generally, this whole region's been wiped out. And we're currently at the checkpoint, just chilling. Making a base for ourselves. Appreciate the follow as well, Laku. Happy days. Yeah, good stuff. But yeah, let's get rid of all of these little bits and pieces in here. That's why you run Berettas with your M249. Let's just get rid of everything. I'll keep that chair, actually. And I'll destroy those, that medical bed. With a, with my sledgehammer. And I'm out of propane, apparently. Rip. Ow. I gotta grab my sledgehammer anyway. Dealing with sickness continues working, so I'll be fine. What, after 2 days of work? You fucked up, lad. Sounds about right. When will you learn that your actions have consequences? Are you running any propane refill mods? No, I don't run those mods personally. No, we're just everything gameplay wise is vanilla apart from the helicopters. So we're running the integration and expanded helis, but everything else is just normal default. Yeah, I'll be able to fill this place full of crates now. If your activity cranked up. Yeah, so we are running our integration, so anytime someone follows, it calls in jets, and anytime someone subs, it calls in the heli. And so far we've had 492 on this playthrough. I'm just wondering... No, you'll probably lead into that room there. Just wondering if I could get away with destroying these walls. I might have a quick look, actually, just to see if I can destroy these ones. Before I do that, I'm gonna grab myself a very quick drink. Give me less than 1 minute. Right, I'm back. Is this area the fort? I don't know where you're talking about with the fort. But if you mean the Louisville checkpoint, then yes. So, of the two places I think you might be talking about, the military base is down here. And we're at the checkpoint currently. Just south of Louisville. But we're turning it into one big base. Yeah, let me just go around here. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense why that little section would be connected to that, but I just want to make sure before I They put a big old hole in my wall. Yeah, it's completely separate. Just wanted to double check. It doesn't make any sense that there would be a huge amount of police, military, FEMA, and whose job is being hyperactive during yeah. See, I don't really go too much into the realism or like the lore stuff, you know. I try and stick more to just like the gameplay. Because if you start going down that rabbit hole of, oh, it's not realistic, you kind of limit yourself quite a lot. Yeah, I don't think there's any zombies here, but I just like to be safe. Oh, hello. I didn't know, one of you spawned here. That's hilarious. But yeah, sometimes you get like these little areas that you can't get to inside buildings, and there's like 1 or 2 zombies that spawn in there. Bit like having zombies spawn behind the stairs. But yeah, that's a new one to me. But yeah, let's get rid of those as well. Spear players, yeah, have a tendency to be oblivious to realism. And let's get rid of you as well. Golden. So I got a nice big room that I can just fill with crates. So yeah, let me just go and drop off my sledgehammer, and I'll start putting those crates in here then. I don't have to keep everything organized, but it's preferable. You know, even if it is only short term. So let's move those ones in here now as well. The zombie spawning behind stairs is never not funny. Oh, it's always nice to have a zombie pet inside your house. It's always funny in like very high pop areas as well. If you go to like the prison and such. Because so many zombies spawn inside that building. You always get like a giant group of zombies spawn behind the stairs. There's always like 5+. Let's get rid of you as well. Oh, not there. Oh, I saw those were newspapers for a minute. I was gonna get rid of all the junk first. Alright, good stuff. Yeah, this room doesn't have to look pretty. It just needs to be functional. Yeah, let's move those chairs out to the road now as well. Hey, Nene. Welcome on back. Wonder if they'll ever add a county jail, which is indeed different from the state pen. I have no idea. Probably. I expect they'll have everything at some point. Yeah, let's throw these chairs down on the road. Yeah, we'll kill them in a second as well. Nice and spaced apart. All the resting points. Let's grab some more crates. Yeah, slow and steady. It is all taking a while, but it's all coming together slowly. Yeah, I can ignore you. Yeah, these military crates aren't the best for storage, but they look cool as fuck, so I want to use them. You a little hurt? Nah, he's fine. It's, he has the discomfort moodle because he's been carrying too much for a while, so when your character is over encumbered for too long, you'll take damage. But it's not like breaking a limb or getting scratched, it's just literally your health. But it only goes down to, what, about 75, 80% at the very most. You can't die carrying too much stuff. So it doesn't count as first aid experience, which is very nice. Good stuff. Military crates also don't have a chance to break when picking up. Pretty sure they do, don't they? If your carpentry level is low. Pretty sure they're the same as all other furniture. You know, if your carpentry is less than 10, there'll be a chance to break them. I'm sure they... Unless they changed it, I'm sure I remember them having a chance to break. Just no chance? Oh, fair enough then. I mean, it would make sense. I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering things. Let's get rid of all of you before I start picking up more crates. Alright, where's the guy? There he is. They had the shotgun. check the tooltip. What do you mean check? Well, if you mean this, it's not going to tell me because I'm carpentry 10. Unless I'm just... Does it say... No, it wouldn't tell me for those, would it? Ow, it doesn't... Even if it does, like... If it does or doesn't have a chance to break, doesn't matter. I'm level 10 carpentry anyway. So, it doesn't affect me, personally. Is it true that zombies decay over time? If you mean they despawn, yes. If you mean do they get weaker and easier to kill over time, no. There used to be a game mechanic based around that, but they got rid of it. You know, so there used to be one that it was supposed to make the zombies weaker and more fragile over time. But they got rid of that sandbox option. Hey, it's the real Red Naru. Hello, hello. How was the stream? Did you manage to spawn in any katanas? Science raid. Yeah, how goes the katana hunting? Was it too easy? No, I can't remember it ever working like that setting. Like, it used to be in sandbox, but I don't remember a time where it was ever actually functional. So it was one of those things that you could toggle on and off, but it literally made no difference. It's a bit like changing the eyesight for zombies. Like, it literally doesn't really do anything. It doesn't change anything. They're the same with or without the setting. Yeah, hello Mark as well. Hey, it's Mark Martins. All the people. You think about... They launched, Do you think about if they... Oh, if they launch Build 42 and crash the saves. Oh yeah, we're already, ready for that, so... When Build 42 comes out, it's not guaranteed, but most likely... every game that's currently existing on Build 41 will be outdated, so... The devs are normally good with legacy builds and stuff like that, so if you want to carry on playing your game, they'll probably have a beta. A beta that you can opt into that will be this build currently. And then you can carry on playing on your game. But we won't be doing that. Same as most other players, we'll start a brand new one and play on Build 42. Because we'll be playing with this character, ideally, until Build 42 gets released. But yeah, let me give Rhett a quick shout out as well. I don't really need to give Rhett a shout out because everyone knows Rhett and Naru. But regardless, if you haven't seen Rhett, he doesn't stream too much, but go throw him a follow. But his main home is on YouTube. If you've ever looked at a YouTube tutorial about Project Zomboid, odds are you've probably watched one of his videos at some point. Yeah, 2,628 spears, yep. Can you tell which weapon is my favorite? It's a mystery. You were trying to figure out why your FPS drops after playing the game for an hour. No force katana spawn, unless you happen to have fake dead zombies on. And the katana zombie has a chance. Oh, can resurrect. Okay, fair. But yeah, we're trying to work out why why your FPS was dropping after like an hour. Fair enough. Well, if you do find the answer to that one, please let me know. Animal build will be the best. Yeah, like, if Build 42 comes out, no matter how far we get into this character, I'm killing him instantly. Like, there's nothing I can do in this game that will make me want to play this character over a brand new one on Build 42. Oh, I've still got one more crate. Your favorite weapon's the crowbar? Nice choice. You opened up Task Manager and your FPS came back up. Yeah, that checks out. That makes complete sense. See, the weirdest one I ever had was, if I was streaming Project Zomboid at... Fuck, what was it? If I had my stream at 60 FPS, but I left my frame rate in Project Zomboid uncapped, my frame rate after about 8 hours of streaming would absolutely tank. But it was only if I went inside a building in the game. So if I was outside, my stream would run fine. My FPS would run, like, consistently at 60 FPS. But the second I went inside a structure, my game would be fine, but OBS would drop down to, like, 10 FPS. It makes no fucking sense. It's so scuffed. It is funny, though. Surely there's no underlying reason to have used 2,500 spears and counting. There are a lot of zombies, and we have a personal vendetta against them, so all the spears. Everything must die. Poor optimization. Poor optimization is an understatement with Project Zomboid, but we love the game anyway. Spaghetti code galore. Next we'll have a massive performance upgrade. Yeah, so they've been talking about it on the Thursdoid posts. They are actually doing work with optimization, which is very spicy, because the game isn't that demanding. And to be honest, unless you're literally spawning in thousands of items, you're running a low-end PC, or you're playing on Time 16, there's not really that many performance issues that you really care about. You know, multiplayer being the exception. Multiplayer kind of runs like ass. But, yeah, so it'll be very nice to have all those little cheeky upgrades. And I got about 2 more hours, so let's grab a few more. You'll trade Bull 42 to get the performance update right now. Yeah. Surely we'll be able to have more than 400 zombies on screen at once. I mean, you can have thousands of them at the moment. It's just, if you kind of go over that 500 zombie limit, they just don't have any textures to them. So all the zombies are black silhouettes. But, the game technically still runs, you know? So, as long as you don't care about the game looking pretty, it's fine. Besides, you know, you don't really, like, who actually has that many zombies on the screen at once? Because you're not going to be able to fight them all, even with level 10 in every stat. But, it would be nice to have, because you used to be able to run, like, literally tens of thousands of them on screen at once. But that was build 40 and prior. So, all the zombies, the player included, everything used to be, like, 2D models back then, so it wasn't as demanding. So, yeah, you could literally have thousands of them on screen, and the game still ran really well. Can't do that anymore, though. Not currently, anyway. You're having them despawn for you. Yeah, that's multiplayer. Yeah, that's a multiplayer exclusive thing. Doesn't do that on single player. And there is a mod for that. Like, fix it. Game developers not wanting to optimize their game. And the game technically still runs. I mean, to be fair, I mean, it's like, how old's the game? 10 years. Oh, that's pretty good then. Why haven't they finished it, though? And why is it so unoptimized? Oh, well, they built the entire, like, game on the foundation of Java. Oh, okay, that makes sense. And it's like, oh, they're so invested at the moment, they don't want to, like, start again on an actual, like, game engine. But it's like, oh, that is understandable. Have a nice day. But no, as long as the game runs, I'm content. I'm very easy to please. As long as the game runs at 60 FPS, I am very happy. Appreciate the follow as well, Somewhat Frog. Happy days. And one of my lamps just went bust. But yeah, let's grab some more food. Yeah, you have 1 day challenge here with thousands. Yeah, it used to be you could go about a week or 2 weeks on that challenge before the game would literally crash. You can't do that anymore. It spawns too many of them. Because, Ambiguous Amphibian did a challenge back in, like, 2018, I think. It was 2018-ish, or 2016. He did, like, a little challenge for the community to see who could get the highest score. And I think I got the highest, but it's only because there was a bug that no one knew about. So, if you played on that game mode and you quit, and then you loaded the game back up, the zombies would never spawn back in. But, yeah, it gets to a point where you literally have to use campfire after campfire, and even if you're burning everything, because the game spawns so many of them, the game just crashes. It's hilarious. Right, let's put you back there. And let's move a few more chairs out to the road. Yeah, someone nicked that laptop. Yeah, they had that laptop stolen with stuff as well. But to be fair, that was a lifetime ago. Yeah, good stuff. There's no good coders in AAA companies anymore. I mean, I think that's a little bit unfair. But there's plenty of good coders. Would like that my English was better in the conversation here. No, you're all cool. You can just chip in whenever you understand. Yeah, I would humor you and speak your language, but you're a smarter man than I, because I only speak the one language. I only speak English. I'm sorry. Right, let's drop some more of these chairs off. Appreciate the follows, Unfading, and Gomboos as well. But yeah, I'll put some chairs on this side of the road over here as well. I just want to have lots of resting points. But yes, yeah, if we can all speak caveman, just grunts, shake our spears violently. Yeah, all the resting points. Yeah, all 2,600 of them. Glorious. Thanks. I'm thinking about it, but I don't know if I'm going to do it yet, but I'm thinking about dismantling this fence here. I'm not sure, because if I dismantle it, I can't get it back. That's it. It's gone forever. But it doesn't really serve a purpose. It just blocks half the road. But I'll leave it for now. But I may end up getting rid of him at some point. Game's been in beta for 10 years. Yeah, it could be worse. It could have been like 7 days to die, because God, how long was 7 Days to Die in alpha before they actually released it? And then they abandoned the console release, didn't they? They haven't updated that one, in years. To be fair, I'll skip that one. But yeah, I just like things to be uniform. Alright, but let's clear out the zombies again. And I can grab some more military crates. Hey, tiniest as well. Hello, hello. That's all good. I got all the crates back there. So let's go grab the ones that are, but there's some in the back over here. I'll grab those ones. To be frank, the console release got screwed by publisher things. Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, because all I know about it is that they abandoned it for some reason. But I don't tend to play 7 Days myself. Well, not on console at least. When it still had a minimap, your character had a scent radius. Yeah, that's way before I played then. I don't remember any of that. That's all alien to me. Stuck on your phone for a bit. Going home soon. Hey, no worries. Like your new base. Can't wait to see it evolve. Oh yeah, it's gonna look very spicy. So at the moment we've got 4 generators. They power the street lights. Some with the flood lamps. Some with the lights I've set up on this area over here. I got my rain collector set up. Sinks all hooked up. I got a spot for fishing. Got an oven. Got a fridge. Got a freezer. Making a little area for storage at the moment. I've tested it in debug as well in a different game. And if I build a floor across this roof area here, I can turn this into one giant building. So that is what we're going to do at some point. I'm going to make this into one giant building. And that's going to be hilarious. But, yeah, at the moment I'm just building temporary storage. And, kind of consolidating all these crates into one area. Just so I can keep all my loot organized. Yeah, I'll probably get rid of these fences at some point today as well. I don't have any plans for these. So killing 1.6 million zombies will take 10 years. I mean, you could probably do it a lot faster. You know, you could probably kill 1 million zombies in about 5 years, but we're not going purely for kills. Like, well, solely for kills. We are going for kills. We're going for survival time. But I'm also going for all the collectibles, so all the books, the recipe magazines, home VHS tapes, CDs, and the VHS tapes. And then we're also leveling all of our skills to level 10, and that includes all of the combat skills, even though that is very much pointless. We are doing that as well. And then I'm also looting every building in the game, killing all the zombies in there, and trying to find one of each car and one of each item in the game as well. It's as close as you can get to doing like 100% completionist run, you know, because you can never do everything in Zomboid, but we're trying to do as much as possible. So if we abandoned like all of that stuff and we just focus on killing, we could probably do 1 million in 5 years. But we're not gonna do that because killing zombies is fun, but goddamn, doing it like full-time, non-stop, 24 hours a day, that does get very boring after a while. It's fun to break things up with a little bit of base building. And some looting, mechanics, all that good stuff. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be the first official PZ 100% glitchless speedrun. Any percent. First aid looking kind of sad. First aid's looking very nice at the moment. First aid's still on 0. And, we are gonna level it to level 10 eventually. But at the moment, we haven't been grabbed by any zombies. So we are pure. But because there's more, like, prestige in having low first aid as opposed to high first aid, I am leaving it to one of the last skills that we max out. I'm gonna do all my other crafting skills first. Hey, Nashua. Hello, hello. So the goal is to get to a point where you don't need to check zombie bodies or any storage. Pretty much, just do everything. The goal is to grab all the loot in the world and consolidate it into one building. Yeah, I'm almost done with my storage. Just as soon as that building's full, I'm happy. Yes, rubber ducks. All the rubber ducks. Yes, you can never leave home without your rubber duck. Always have one. You'll never know when it comes in handy. It's a tool that may save us later. Good stuff. Yeah, almost done. Yeah, we'll definitely cut down all these trees at some point today as well, because they are all in my way. You have a... Oh, you need a mod. I was gonna say, if you know a mod that tells you how many rubber ducks there are in the world, that'd be hilarious. No duck left behind. Nah, hunt them all, mod. Tells you how many are left and where they are on the map. That would be quite funny. Let's see. There's only one item in the game that I'm a little bit concerned about finding. Everything else is like super easy. Like even the M16 and stuff like that, very easy. But there's one item, I can actually show you on the, I could show you what it is. But there's only one way to get it currently. And it is, I think it's the rarest item in the game through foraging. But yeah, it's on the PZ map. But it's the only item that I'm gonna struggle to find. But yeah, you can find it in Louisville. You just can't do anything with it. Trying to remember where he is though. Where are you? I always forget which building you're next to. It's always further south than I remember. Where are you? No, I'm too far. Too far east. There it is. So that right there is the rarest item in the game. So you can't pick this up. You can't pick up the Spiffo statue currently. It'll give you the prompt for it, but it won't actually work. But you can find this, supposedly, via foraging. It's just ungodly rare, so... there is a chance to find the Spiffo statue. It's just an astronomically low chance. But, yeah, because we're trying to get every item in the game, I will make an effort to try and find him at some point. But the odds of getting that are so fucking slim, it's very unlikely to happen. But yeah, that's something that's on the to-do list at some point. Oh, foraging a pickaxe is hilarious, yeah. Is it labeled trash? I don't know what it comes under. Like, what its category would be. I'll have to ask Lamarin. Lamarin's the one who told me about it. Lamarin is someone who does, like, a lot of code diving, and he's infatuated with foraging. But, yeah, he's the one who told me about that statue. And supposedly, according to him, it's the rarest item in the game to find. Via foraging, that is. He just knows. Lamarin is a smart cookie. But, yeah, he taunts me because he knows how much I dislike foraging. You find anything? I mean, there are still some items you can't find with foraging. I can't remember what they are, but they're... Unless they've updated it, there were a handful of things that you just can't get from foraging. But they're not things that you would actually want. You know, it's not things that you would actually care about. Hey, Lodi. Appreciate the 6 months. Happy days. Love walking aimlessly looking for items on the ground. See, foraging is really good. It's really powerful. I just don't do it. It's, there's not really a reason not to do it, honestly. I just never find myself foraging. Yeah, like, every category goal, you can find everything, but there are, like, 1 or 2 select items that you just can't find through foraging. Yeah, in terms of categories, no, you can find everything. And almost done now. If you can find a Spiffer outfit, probably. I wouldn't see any reason why not. Thanks. That's something that we need to find as well. I haven't found a Spiffo zombie. Yeah. I mean, you would have thought that we would find one by now. It's like 166,000 zombies. Haven't seen a single Spiffo zombie. Let's get rid of those guys there. you ever do drawings or plans for your bases? Drawings, no. Plans, yes. They're normally, like, really bare bones, but if I'm... It's normally only for things that are permanent as well. So, what I'll do is, if I want to build a base here, for example, or what I did recently, actually, and that's a good example. So, something like this, where I want to, in the future, I want to turn this into one giant building. So that's going to involve building another floor to cover this entire area. Because that's such a large project, and the game is a little bit funky with how buildings work, to save myself a lot of headache, what I'll do is I'll make another game, and I'll go and debug, and I'll make that structure that I have planned in my head, like a really basic version of it, just to see if it will work. Because if I'm doing things like dismantling these fences, or trying to build superstructures like that, because they take so much work, or because they're permanent, I can't undo them once they're done, I'll test it in another game just to make sure it works the way I have it in my mind to visualize. And then once I can confirm that it's not going to break and it's actually going to work as intended, then I'll follow through with it. Because what I did in debug recently is I made another game, and I covered this entire area here with floorboards on the second floor, just to test to see if this would be a indoor structure if I do so, because there was a bug a few months ago where it doesn't matter how well you built it. If you built an extension on, like, over here, for example, like I built, like, another bunch of walls that came out here, even though they would be all, like, completely sealed, and it would look like an interior, you know, it would look like a proper building, because it's built on the side of a pre-existing building, this would always be classed as outside. So I wanted to test to make sure that would work first, and it did. It did work, so I can make that into one giant building. Because there's nothing worse than taking on a project that's, like, massive in scale, and then it turns out that it doesn't actually work. And it's the same with, like, dismantling fences like this. These fences, you can't make them, and even if I could make them, they would be player-made structures then, so they'd be able to be damaged by zombies. So it's always nice to test things in a different game first, because if I destroy those fences, that's it. It's gone forever. Can't get it back. So always want to be a bit wary when making permanent decisions. In Riverside, there's a warehouse... Oh, hold up. There's a warehouse near a factory. When you go to the top floor, third, which leads to the roof, it counts as an open area. But after I placed a crate, it transforms into indoors. Yeah, it's just a little bit funky on when it decides to work or not. It seems to work for the most part, like 9 times out of 10. It's just every now and then it doesn't want to play ball. But yeah, it's just... When doing things of that size, because that is literally going to be dozens of hours of work, I don't want to sink all those hours into it only to find out, why yes, I built this giant building that's supposed to be my permanent home, but it's always going to be classed as outside. Because that'll mean I won't be able to sleep in it then, because if there's any dead bodies around the area, well, I'll technically be outside, so I'll be getting corpse sickness. And in the winter, it'll be too cold as well, so I'll start freezing. It's like, oh. And then there's all the weather effects as well, so it's like, fuck. Want to make sure it works before I put all that work in. Yeah, definitely want to cut down those trees, though. But I think this is the second to last batch of crates, and then we're done. One more trip, and then we should be finished then. And then that's my temporary storage setup. And I've got all these crates in one big area then. Nice and safe. I need to grab 5 more crates, then we're done. But I've only got space for 4, so let me just drop you there. So I can pick up 1 more. But before I do though, I'm gonna go stretch my legs, because it's been about 2 hours. I've been sat at my computer. I'm gonna go stretch my legs and grab another drink. So I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. Right, I'm back. Happy days. Right, let's make sure everything's still working. Yeah, you're all fine. Right, what was I doing? Crates, yeah, 5 more crates, then we're done. Then I can organize all the junk I have in there as well then. And once we're done with that, I'm gonna cut down these trees here. Because they're all currently in my way. And it's inevitable that eventually, if I keep running through them, I will cut myself. That's gonna happen, because even with Outdoorsman gives you a pretty good buff against trees and cutting yourself on hedges and stuff, but it's not perfect. There's always that very small chance that you'll cut yourself. And knowing my luck, it'll probably be a neck laceration. So I'd rather take care of that early on. And that's all the crates I need. I know, then I'll have to fully commit to first aid then, yeah. Have to get to level 10. Yeah, 'cause I will do my first aid to level 10, but I want to do all my crafting skills first. Like, once I get my farming, my metalworking, mechanics, and electrical to level 10, I'll do my first aid after then. Because I don't want to leave one skill out. I'll do all of them. And speaking of doing skills, I need to start doing my trapping again. I'll have to set up a farm. And some composters. So I have some stick traps. And I have some worms. I just need to find trapping volume 2, and I need to get myself set up so I can just run it in the background without that much effort. You know, just have a farm to generate me crops for bait, and then any crops I don't use I can use to generate worms. But that is this one done. I'll throw some metal sheets on the window and I'll replace the door. But yeah, that's a nice little area for storage now then. Right, but yeah, let me leave. But to be fair, do I have enough? No, I just need a just need to get myself some door hinges. I'll grab some around there in a minute. Yeah, let me just throw my building materials back over here. Yeah, let's start cutting down those trees over there now. And I can go look for some door hinges in a second as well then. All or nothing, yeah. All or nothing, no in between. Yep. Storage looks great. Yeah, it's all coming along nicely. Yeah, baby steps. So we'll go and do some killing soon, but I just like to get a little bit of base building done first. And a little bit of looting and such. So if I leave it till the end of the stream, I lose enthusiasm for it when I'm tired. So I won't do it. Hey, Percy. Welcome on back. Yeah, it's all good. Nice and chill, as always. Just doing a little bit of base building. And some housekeeping. Be funny if you could use your spear to chop down trees at level 10. Yes, I use the trees to destroy the trees. All the spears. That's that one finally done. I have to see if I have anything else left. 'Cause I have plenty of axes elsewhere, I just don't know if I have any more around here. Otherwise, I'll have to wait till I find an axe on another zombie. There's nothing in there. No hand axes. Nope. No, that's all cool then. We'll wait until we find a, wait until we find another axe on a zombie, 'cause we see dozens of them every stream. It'll save me driving all the way back to West Point then. Yep, wrong one. Wrong one. There we go. First try. And how is my metalworking getting along? Yeah, very nice. Next, we should hit level 6 today, and then I can start reading the next chapter. But today we want to level up our short blunt to level 6 as well, so getting rid of all these fences is a win-win. I can get rid of all these fences, I can get some metalworking experience, and I can also get a bunch of metal bars to level up my my short blunt. All works out then. You like the spear shrine? It's magnificent. Yes. When in doubt, believe in spears. They will never fail you. Spears love you unconditionally. Yeah, we should hit level 6 any second now. There we go. And to be fair, I'll leave the rest of this for now, just until I've read the next book, 'cause I'm pretty sure I have it here. Pretty sure I grabbed it from West Point. But before I forget, because I can do it now, I'll leave the sheets, but I do want to build that door for the storage. I did say I was going to get that done. Yeah, I'll finish that one off sometime later. How are you speeding up time without pressing the buttons in the top right? Yeah, like Percy says, F2. Well, F3 doesn't do anything, does it? It's not F3. No. It's F2 to pause, then F4 onwards. Yeah, it's F, yeah. Yeah, let's wait until about midnight. But yeah, I don't use them all the time. I only use them in areas where I know there's no zombies, I know I'm 100% safe. That's the only time I do it, personally. So I'm, super paranoid. I don't like taking my hands off the WASD keys, just in case a zombie creeps up on me. Yeah, let's go do some morning fishing. And I'm not gonna finish reading the metalworking book straight away. I want to do some killing now, because I have like most of my stuff done. I'll throw some metal bars on the storage room windows just to get that one finished off, but then we'll go and start killing zombies. Yeah, 5 socks. Great success. Very nutritious. Yeah, let's cook all these fish today as well. Do I... Not... I thought I had a... Oh, I must have thrown my hunting knife down somewhere. I swear I had a hunting knife with me. Yeah, I have to wait for those other fish to defrost, because you can't do anything with ingredients that are frozen. But we can ignore them for now. Let's cook these ones first. Eating well tonight? Yeah, exactly. F3 is normal speed. Well, is it? Wait. Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I always just press F2 to unpause, so... No, that's fair. That's why I never use F3 then. But no, that makes sense. But yeah, just for those who don't do cooking in the game, the reason we're doing this is just to squeeze out some extra calories. So the higher your cooking skill is, the bigger the bonus you get for your calories and your nutrition. But only when you use the ingredients in a recipe. So you have to like put them into a stir fry, or a roast pan, or a soup, or a stew, or something. Yeah, I'll wait for those ones to defrost first. Just throw them in there, just so they thaw out faster. to be fair, I can just slice your wall. I have a refrigerator in a freezer. Yeah, I think random selection is actually random. No, it's random. It's just a little bit annoying. Because it's the same with everything else in the game. If you stack orders for, like, anything in the game, if an order contradicts itself, it just cancels everything that follows that order. So, if I have, like, 5 frying pans and I click add random fish to each individual one and I stack all the orders, if I get to, like, the 3rd frying pan and he tries to use the fish fillet that I used on the 1st frying pan, well, the 1st fish fillet doesn't exist anymore, it's gone. So he just won't do it. He can't do it, it's impossible. And then everything after that doesn't work either. It's really annoying. So it does choose the fillet randomly. But, yeah. That's why you'll only see me do, like, one at a time. So I hate stacking tons of orders just to have them cancelled. Yeah. That should take care of my weight gain, though. Are you running power through a generator? Yeah, we have a generator that's about here-ish. It's on the road. But yeah, this is all powered. It's all just about in range. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, like how we can select the same ingredient back to back. Yeah, that's incredibly annoying. But there's no, don't pick the item. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how hard something like that would be to put in the game, but if you click, like, add random ingredient or, like, add random fish, it is annoying, as you say, that it will, you know, it can pick the same item later down the list, so it creates that contradiction that basically removes everything else afterwards. That is very annoying. Happened twice. Click random. Do up your chef fries for the same thing in. I mean, that's pretty normal. That's just the RNG gods punishing you. RNG gods are gonna RNG. Alright, it's a little bit cold today at the moment, so let me just throw on an extra layer for now. But yeah. Let's start leveling up our short blunt. So yeah, let me just grab 10 of these. And then we're good to go. Oh yeah, I said I was going to put those, well, to be fair, I could do that, those bars now, actually. Before I forget. Oh, if you're looking for the mod list, Joshua, it's just mods. No PZ, just mods. Yeah. Hope you find your axe. I don't know. Now that we've spoken shit about the RNG gods, I don't think they'll give it to me. Yeah, I'll replace those windows some other time. But yeah, that's nice and secure now as well. Beautiful. Alright, but let's go get some kills. And we'll start leveling this one up now. I'll do it for a few hours, and then if I get bored, I'll move back to the spears for a short while. But yeah, that's the last weapon I have to do to level 6, and then we can just use the spears for a long time. Until my long blade hits level 7, and then we'll level them all up again. But that shouldn't be for a long time yet. But yeah, just a show for that question earlier. The generator that I have for this one here to power my little base, he's just sat right there. So the reason I have him there is, if any zombies push further into the military checkpoint, they won't get attracted to where I'm living. They'll go to the sound source, so they'll come down here. And it also has the added benefit of powering all the lamps and all the streetlights around them as well, which is very useful. Let's go see how many zombies we have, though. You appreciate all the links as well, Tiny. Happy days. Yeah, it's all there. The only thing that's different and not currently on the list is the pinpoint hearing. That's not included on the setting list, because that kicked in on the 6-month mark. Yeah, let's go see how spicy it is today. So there should be a fair few of them. So we haven't been up here for a while. It's a lot quieter than it was earlier. Let's go have a quick rest. And I'll have to move some more chairs onto the road so I have more resting spots down over here as well. So the next resting spot I have is all the way down past the generator, so it's a bit far to run. Nope, too far. That's fine. Let's run over here. I'll move that chair in a second as well. Yeah, good stuff. Seems to do this weird wave thing I noticed. Kind of like Ocean of Waves. Fair. Leveling up Blunt? Yeah, we're leveling up Blunt. It's the last weapon I have left to do for level 6. And then we can go back to using spears for a long time. Because ultimately, I do want to level everything to level 10. So, to save myself the headache of doing like all the weapons one by one, all the way up to level 10 in one big fight, I'm just doing them one level at a time, but only when my long blade levels up. Like that's my little go mark. As soon as my long blade goes up one level everything else up to match it, because long blade has a bit of a gatekeeping thing behind it. You know, there's only so many machetes and so many katanas I can find in the short term. So it takes a long time to level up long blade just because it takes so long to find those weapons. So I get a big break in between using all the slow weapons. And I don't have to spend, you know, a year using axes or crowbars. I can just do like a couple of hours on stream using the slower weapons, then I can go back to the fast ones again. Because they're all good weapons, they're all good categories at level 10. It's just they all suck before like level 7 and 8. As soon as you get to that one-hit territory though, they're not too bad. But yeah, at the moment they're all a bit lackluster. They can't get nearly as many kills as the spears I currently have. So, leveling up these other weapons, it's kind of killing my kill count a little bit, slowing me down. But it'll only last for so long. Oh, there we go, hand axe. Let's kill you over here. No! Let me kill you in the open. So I'll need that axe later to cut down some more trees. Let's have a quick rest. It'd be cool if Build 42 has something that can outpace spears, though. Yeah, I mean, even if they don't have something that can outpace spears, if they nerf spears just to give something else a chance of being top dog for a while, I'd be happy with that, you know? Like, I love the spears, they are my favorite weapon, but I am not really biased for them. The only reason I use spears is because they are currently the best weapon in the game, but I will use anything. I'll use a spoon if it's more effective. I don't really care what's the best, like, what the best weapon is. But yeah, it'd be nice to have something else that's on top for a while, for maybe a couple of years or a few months at least. New here, what's the stream we're trying to achieve? We're trying to break my world record run, both on stream and off stream. So on stream, the record is currently 3 years 6 days with 297,000 kills. And offline, the record is currently 10 years 3 months with 735,000 kills. So I want to beat both of those runs. But beyond that, I want to max all the skills to level 10, find all the cars, get all the collectibles, loot all the towns, kill all the zombies, literally do everything. All the things. Where did you spawn? West Point. We spawned in the building northeast of the school. Literally just right across the road. Seen you play Knifey Spoony before. Oh, fuck's sake. Gonna have that voice in my head all day now. Oh, I see you've played Knifey Spoony before. Cheeky Simpsons reference. Happy days. And halfway there. Yeah, we're getting there. We'll pass the 170,000 mark today easily. But we might even get up to about 170... Somewhere between 172 and 175. That's my guess for the day. Because while we're using the short blunts, we're not going to be getting too many kills, but as soon as I go back to using spears, we'll power through it incredibly fast. Do zombies respawn ever? On the default settings they do, but because we're doing a maximum population run, so we're doing what's referred to as times 16, there's literally too many zombies to have respawns on. I made something over the weekend because it's always hard to explain to people how many zombies there are on the map. So I've made you guys a map. I'll pull it up on screen now. But it just makes it a lot easier to actually see how many zombies there are in the world on times 16. So this is my heat map for the entire world currently. So at the moment, we are over here in by Louisville. So we're at the military checkpoint currently, which is right here. So, like, just to get into Louisville at the moment, above us there's a cell that has 1,300, then 7,700, then 16,000, 9,000, almost 3,000, almost another 9,000, and that's just to get into Louisville. But yeah, on the outskirts of the map, it's hilarious. There's a giant tsunami of zombies that goes around all the outskirts over here. But so far, we've wiped out West Point. So we've wiped out this region. We've been killing zombies from Dixie as well, just because of pinpoint hearing. They've been going north and fighting us over here. And we've wiped out Valley Station as well for the most part, so all of this is dead. There's no one left around this area. And yeah, we're trying to get into Louisville now and wipe out this area. So because there are so many zombies, we don't have respawns on. Because, yeah. West Point has about 80,000, Valley Station has about 143. Like, these are approximations, don't take the numbers as, like, exact figures. But yeah, overall there's about 4.5 million zombies on the entire map. So it's a very spicy place to be. But yeah. But it's all fun and games. Yeah, map came out quite nice, yeah. How do you usually stream? At the moment, between 10 and 14 hours, so from 1000 until about 0000. That is GMT +1, so that is UK time. But yeah, they don't respawn. No. So on the default, it's every 3 days. So every 72 hours in game time, they'll respawn with 10% of the population in that area. But they'll only respawn in areas that you haven't been to for about 16 hours in game time. But on this game in particular, the one that we're currently doing, they won't respawn ever. Because, like I said, there are so many zombies on the map. We don't need respawns. There's, like, over 4 million of them, so... No one's ever even come close to killing that many zombies on a single game. The 4 zombie cells. Oh, the 4 zombie cells are the greatest, yeah. For people who don't also enjoy those games. Oh, the numbers are dynamic, yeah. So even if you loaded up my settings and you played on the exact same settings in Sandbox, your zombie numbers aren't going to be exactly the same as mine. They never deviate too far, but it can go about like 10% either way. So if I have an area that has like 1,000 zombies, you might only have 900, but equally you might have 1,100 as well. But that's for every cell in the game. They always fluctuate slightly, but generally they're always more or less the same. How many tiles away does it pull from pinpoint? Depends what the sound source is, but it's a pretty big distance. With helicopters and cars. That's not what I want. Let's have a quick rest. Is there a way to make it always winter in game? No. There's a way to have snow permanently, but there's no way to make it winter permanently. There might be a mod for it, but winter only lasts from December 1st to February 28th. And if the temperature's below 0 degrees Celsius, anytime it snows, anytime it rains, it'll become snow. So, if you're looking for like permanent snow in your game, you could always run like the cryogenic winter mod. And then set your game to the very cold settings, so it's always like sub-zero. But, to have the winter debuff on 24/7. You can't do that in vanilla, but there's probably a mod for it. If you're looking for that specifically. Disabling respawn is something you love doing? Yeah, it's always good fun to be able to clear areas entirely. But yeah, the rule of thumb is the higher you put the population, the less respawns you need. And then as soon as you go, like, towards, like, times 6 to times 8, anything, like, above that mark, generally that's where people start turning respawns off permanently. Is there a place where I can see the build you start with? Yeah, exclamation mark, traits. That'll give you my character build at the start of the game. And that'll give you the video link. Is there a better way to deal with zombie with the migration on time 16? Was it just something you have to deal with? Migration really isn't that bad, honestly. It's it's obviously worse on time 16 than other populations, just because, you know, of the sheer quantity of zombies. But there's like a misconception that migration is this like big thing where I'm gonna get zombies from all the way over here coming down to this area, but that's not what happens. zombies can only migrate in their cell, like their specific area, so... I'll pull up that pop map again, because it's easier to show on that. Like, I can actually show you where they'll come from and where they'll go there. But, yeah, so... Like, zombies... Like, where am I? Like, at the checkpoint over here, for example. Zombies will only migrate in this cell, in this little square. So zombies, like, they won't wander in from here to here unless a meta event brings them in. And they won't wander from here to here, you know? The only thing that'll bring zombies from here to here is if they see the player, they hear the player, or there's like a meta event of some kind. So like helicopters, gunshots, dogs, like dogs and wolves howling, stuff like that. The pinpoint hearing and the helicopters with the integration, that gets a bit spicy. Because that'll bring zombies in from all around this area. But that is, that's not migration, that's something completely different. But, migration on Time 16 is very much a all-or-nothing game. You either kill all the zombies in the cell, or the cell is not empty. Because the second you take a break, and the migration kicks in, all the zombies you just killed, they all get, like, replaced by more zombies coming from the other side of the cell. They're just gonna chill out in there. They'll leave me alone. Yeah, let's grab anyone else who's around this area then. Surely guns would be the most efficient way of racking up kills. It would be if you had infinite ammo. But there's only so much ammo in the world. And you can get infinite ammo. Well, you can get near infinite ammo, you know, if there's even such a thing, by taking the firearms from police officers. You know, you can take their handguns and their shotguns and unload them, but you'll never have enough ammo in your game to use firearms full time. So melee weapons will always become the norm, you know, inevitably, no matter what setting you're playing on. Eventually, you'll run out of ammo. But no, you are right. If you did have an infinite source, using shotguns 24/7 would be significantly faster. And if they come from a meta event, do they stay in the cell or do they slowly migrate? No, they'll stay in that cell then. It's like meta events and like pulling zombies from one cell to another. It's a bit like just giving them like a passport. You're just giving them permission to like cross over the border into another cell, but as soon as they cross over that border, they then need to go through customs again and have another meta event, or they need to see the player again to cross back or cross into a new cell. Like, there are some more details to it, but that is the simple, easy to understand version. Almost done. Oh, good stuff. Isn't it like one in 100 kills or replenishable sources? I wouldn't know. I've never bothered counting for that. I mean, 1 cop, 6 shells. Yeah, the very most you'll get 6 shells from a cop. I don't know how likely, like on average, if you were like to kill 1 million zombies, how like many of those zombies would be police officers. But yeah, it wouldn't matter anyway. Like, you can still get like if you killed 1 million zombies, you get thousands of shells from that if you went through every single one. But yeah, it just it's not something I'll be doing. Like, if I see a police officer, I'd normally grab the shotgun and the handgun he has and throw it on the floor. So later on, I'll go around the map and I'll collect all those guns and I'll take all the ammo from them. But we only use firearms like once in a blue moon. Like, once I have like 200 plus shotgun shells. Like, that's kind of like my minimum. If I have over 200 shells, I can justify having a little bit of a shooting session. But anything less than that, it's just not worth doing. Good start in the week. Hey! Welcome back, Sam. Hello, hello. Greetings from southern Bavaria. Greetings. Scared of you. Unless you start popping off with a double barrel. Oh yeah. What makes sense? You could play Type 16 with metro events off. With metro events off. Yeah, most of the pod glitters. Yeah, so I mean, Djax did that. Djax tried doing a Type 16 run, and he said it was very fun doing that. Yeah, because the issue is, like, if you have a cell that has, like, say, 5 or 6,000 zombies in that cell, it's only 300 by 300, like, tiles. It's a very small area. So, even if you killed, like, 2,000 of those zombies, there's still, like, you know, 4,000 of them left. So they're all gonna, like, migrate over. So you only really feel like you're making progress and moving forward once you actually wipe out an entire cell. Once it's completely dead. So yeah, turning off migration makes it so you can actually, like, slowly chip away and move forward inch by inch. But, yeah, we're not doing that on this one, but yeah, there's a good way to play. Let's head home, though. I can read some more of my metalworking book, and we'll get some sleep. Pretty sure someone already asked this, but where can I find it? Oh, the build. It's !traits. But you can have a gander. If you don't want to look at that video, you can just have a look there. So, my character build was basically just this, except we were weak, unfit, and we were very underweight. Everything else is the same, though. Too bad you only play vanilla. I don't just play vanilla. It's just that we just happen to be doing a vanilla plus run at the moment. No, we play with all sorts of mods, but just not on this game specifically at the moment. But no, when we do like proper long runs, normally we add a ton of mods to make the game significantly harder. But because we kind of had it in our mind that Build 42 was going to be coming out soon, you know, at the time at least, we didn't go super sweaty on the mods. We kind of went very bare bones on this one. But yeah, then we learned after the fact that Build 42 isn't going to be coming out anytime soon, and now we're just playing a vanilla plus run while we wait. But yeah, normally we run things like, yeah, even worse loot, worse cars, toxic fog, blood scent, things like that, just to make the game a bit spicier. I'll get through that window one day. They are nothing if not persistent. Like these settings, it's like training wheels. Pretty much. It's like a really bare bones game. This is like as simple as you can make times 16, really. It's just less loot, times 16, no respawns, expanded helicopters. That's pretty much it. I'm pretty sure all the other settings are normal. Like this is a very simple game compared to what we normally do. It's very, very nice and very chill. Well, when Build 42 comes out, we'll do an uber sweaty run again. We'll make everything as hard as possible. It's always fun to do uber sweaty runs. No rally, no respawn. It's always funny how often it comes up though on streams, like, oh wow, what settings are you running to have zombies respawn so frequently? It's like they're not respawning. So there's just so many of them. We've just been stuck here for a long time because there are literally thousands of them in my way. Yeah, to be fair, actually, just gonna move this one. It won't make too much of a difference, but it's always nice to have extra light. That should be just in range. There we go. And, let me grab another chair as well so I can put some more resting points further up. How many have you killed, just in the checkpoint? That is a question. How many have we killed? I think we were on like 150-ish? 150, 155 when we finished Valley Station and the mall. So we've probably killed over 10,000 since we've been here. More or less. To be honest, we haven't been going super hard on the killing since we've been here. We've been focusing more on the base building and getting my outpost set up. But we've still killed a good number of them. There's probably a few more chairs I can grab. I just want to have like a full set of like resting points all down the road. Nice and evenly spread out. And I don't have to worry about zombies being in these tents because we've already cleared them all. Going through the checkpoint is nice. Yeah, it's all fenced in. Yeah, because there's only like so many places they can come from. It's nice in there. Nice and chilled out. How much harder do the other mods make the game in your opinion? Not that much harder. It's one of those things like... Is it harder? Yes. Objectively, the game becomes more difficult to play. Is it significantly harder? Not really. Like, what you're doing really when you add mods like that is just making everything take longer. You know? But... if you're quite comfortable with keeping your character alive long term, inevitably you'll get things done, you know? If I go from playing times 8 to times 16, like, yes, that's subjectively harder, but it's not like a huge difficulty spike. It's just clearing out an area now is just going to take twice as long. That's really just it. And it's like, oh, if I decrease the loot significantly, what am I doing? Just making it longer to find the things that I need. But inevitably I will find everything I'm looking for. But, yeah. You can run, like, other things that make it significantly harder, like, the, like, susceptibility mod and stuff like that. But when you start running mods like that, you kind of start changing the fundamentals of how the game's played. Right, if I grab one more, I think that'll be close enough then. That'll be enough. I don't think there's any chairs in here, are there? It's all cots. Yeah. Let me find one more chair, and then I'll be happy with that then. Well, to be fair, actually, I'll do it later. I'm close enough, actually. Yeah, 1 or 2 more chairs, and that'll be this side of the road. Fully set up then with resting points. So I don't have to use my, piano stool while I'm inside the checkpoint then. Only 2 ways for the zombies to come. Yeah, I mean, there's technically 3, but one of them, they won't ever path to it. So there is the little dirt road on the south side that goes east, but they won't path through that way. Most of the time. That is super handy to have now. Good stuff. I've used the exercise feature. It's all gains from naturally playing. No, we did exercise at the start, but it's not really worth doing beyond a certain point. So, if you're below level 3 fitness and strength, and you're below, say, level 2 or 3 in your weapon class as well, like whatever your preferred weapon is, no matter what it is. So yeah, if you're below level 3 and then 3 over here, it's still worth doing exercise, like burpees, that is. So you'll get more experience in an entire day of doing burpees while also resting and sleeping and eating properly, as opposed to doing combat. But as soon as you go past that level 3 mark, you can gain more fitness and more strength experience just by fighting zombies the entire day. So we haven't done any exercise since about the first month, really. Because there's just no incentive to, because I can get all the same experience and I can carry on leveling my combat skills. And things like nimble as well at the same time. And being more productive overall. Hey Darth, morning. Let's get rid of you. And let's grab another big old group as well. What level is your long blunt? Still 5 at the moment. Slowly making our way to level 6. And then we'll move back to the spears, but yeah, level 5 currently. So it's a little bit slow. Let's go have a quick rest. Was there any reason behind you? Was there any reason behind you? Oh, turning the rally groups off. Oh, it just makes things more fun. So, when you turn rally groups off, so you stop them from, like, grouping up in sets of 20, they spread themselves out far more, and the game becomes a lot more random. So, on the default settings, they always, well, at the very most, they'll always be in sets of 20, and they'll always be a minimum distance away from one another, so if the cell or the area you're going to still has plenty of zombies, it's very predictable, and it's very boring, at least for me, because you'll know that they'll all be in groups of 20, and they'll all be like X amount of tiles away from each other. So grabbing one group at a time becomes very easy, and you never really find yourself overexerting or grabbing too many zombies at once. But if you turn off the groups and you minimize the distance, then they become very chaotic. So every zombie kind of acts as their own individual group, and there's no real minimum distance between them either, so I could have like 10,000 zombies all clumped up in a ball over here, and they'll be happy just vibing, just chilling out. They won't like redistribute and spread out and form little groups of 20. But equally, you know, I can have giant pockets in the cell that are just completely empty, and there are no zombies. So it makes it more fun for me personally. How's the pain train going? Yeah, it's all good. Nice and chill as always. Just don't like grouping. Yeah, it just becomes a little bit boring after a while, because you're always grabbing the exact same number of zombies. Because I used to still play with groups of 20, but then there was no extra challenge to it, or nothing to like, there was no randomness, really. Because I knew that if I had like perfect stats, I could walk into an area, grab 2 groups, that would be 40 zombies, and then my character would be able to kill them all before getting like moderate exertion. I'd sit down, rest, go grab another 2 or 3 groups, kill another 40 to 60, and my character would never get exerted because I was always grabbing the perfect number of zombies every single time. As opposed to what we're doing currently, where it's like, sometimes I grab too few and I'm not killing as many as I could have done, and then other times I'm grabbing way too many zombies at once and I have to run away with my tail between my legs because my character's on like excessive exertion and I physically can't kill them all. So I prefer having it more random. Tailoring makes the difference. Oh, tailoring makes the difference between life and death. Yeah, I mean, it's all RNG, but there's no negatives to having tailoring done. Like, it looks like shit, but, you know, having high protection from leather patches, there's no downside to this, so it's something that you might as well do. Because if well, I say if, when I inevitably make my first mistake and I get grabbed by a zombie, I want to have the best possible odds of avoiding all injuries, so that I don't have to rely on luck to save me with the infection, you know. But the reason we use tailoring over something like a fireman's uniform or bulletproof vests is because all those bits of clothing that have like 100 protection or 50 protection, they all have really high insulation, so they'll make my character overheat too much, and then as such he'll have to drink too much water, and then he'll also get fatigue extremely quickly as well, which will diminish the amount of kills I can get per day. So tailoring is awesome for that. All the benefits with none of the consequences. Appreciate the follow as well. Star 2. Welcome on in. Decay ray set to 3 days. No, like Tiny says, it's on 9. It's on the default. 9 days in game time. So 214 hours. 214 is... It's 214 or 216. It's one or the other. $216. That sounds about right. Mystery man coming from the south. Surprising. Yeah, let's have a quick rest. What's the other number for? Other number? I don't know which number you're referring to. I wonder where you got that. Yeah, wonder where you got all that corpse sickness. No idea, it's a mystery. I don't know, maybe my game is bugging, yeah. Why am I getting corpse sickness? I'm being scammed. Anyways, deserve a sticker for effort. They are tenacious. Yeah, good stuff. They ain't no Jack Black. See, I watched the Mario movie recently. And goddamn, Jack Black is a treasure. He somehow made an incredibly catchy tune out of the most bare bones fucking lyrics. It's hilarious. I'll take that meat cleaver. You loved him in The Mandalorian? He's in The Mandalorian? Fair enough. I haven't watched The Mandalorian myself. He just, for one episode, he just had like a cameo role, did he? Fair enough. I have to check my blunt experience again in a minute. I should be getting close to, say, like, what, 600 experience by now. Yeah, what are we currently on? Yeah, 600 experience. Nice. So yeah, we're 20% of the way there. So that shouldn't take us too long. Yeah. I'll probably go up to, let's say, about 1500 experience, and then we'll take a break. We'll use spears again. Because as much as I want to get that to level 6 today, it is killing my soul to kill so few zombies each day. I want to keep my kill count nice and chunky. Catching up the twist, kinda. No, I don't think so. Nice. He's maintaining his lead on me because he's not... Like, he's leveling up his other weapons, but he's not leveling them up as quickly. So he's still using his spears more. So I think he's either maintaining his lead or he's pulling ahead slightly. But that is fine by me. Because we are inevitably going to level all our weapons to level 10. And then from that moment onward, we'll be on spears permanently. So then he'll have to make a choice between either abandoning all his other weapons and not getting them to level 10 to maintain his lead, or he'll have to sacrifice his lead to get all his weapons to level 10. We're playing the long game on this. It's a marathon, not a sprint. It is magnificent. And I see that Spaz is vetting his inner monologue again. Oh, good stuff. Who's that? 204? That should be Twist. Yeah, because last time he was in, he said he was on 201. But yeah, he's probably gone up a little bit more. Because he does about 3,000 a stream when he's not, like, going ham with the killing. He does about 3,000 or 4,000. And then when he goes ham with the killing, I think he can go upwards about 7 to 10. But I know I'm ahead of him with skills, but he is significantly ahead of me. He's got a big, big lead on me with our kills currently. But that was to be expected. So I think he's clearing Muldra at the moment. Let's go have a quick rest. But yeah, welcome in Chicklets as well. Hello, hello. Yeah, still got plenty of time. Okay, so we should be getting close. Or have passed 700 experience by now. Yeah, 715. Good stuff. Alright, let's have another quick rest, and then we'll go grab a few more. Current is 5 months, 12,300. Level 8 spears. Nice. Spear gang forever. Times 4. That's fine. Yeah, now kills are kills. Doesn't really matter what the, what your pop settings are. It could be ×1 or ×16. Kills are kills. Right. Let's have another rest. And I still have about 4 hours, more or less. So, should be able to push a little bit beyond the gate, because that gate is a bit of a nightmare to get past. So we can always push back up to it, but I can never really get that far beyond it. There's always more zombies that keep coming down from the hospital. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab myself another quick drink, so give me less than 1 minute. Right. And I'm back. Happy days? Yeah, happy days. There's a zombie right in front of me, isn't there? Yep. Get rid of you. Hey, good stuff, Premium. I assume you're probably leaving, but I appreciate you dropping by. Yeah. I'm not going to do any shouting from here. I want to see if I can push a little bit further forward without them pushing me back. Hey, it's a Kanene. Weeaboo sticks for days. Appreciate the follow as well. Plant, happy days. Welcome on in. Let's go have another quick rest. But yeah, that jet went from south to north, so I think that might help me. You'll drag the zombies a bit further away from the gate. And I think those other zombies got stuck on the window. Maybe not. Has the Uber base construction started? Yeah, a little bit. So we've got a little fishing area set up. I have my little outpost made. Something to sleep in, something that has water, power, and all the bare essentials. We made a little area for storage today. And we're still powering all the lights on the highway through the checkpoint. But yeah, it's all going really well. I'm wondering where they came from. But, that is what it is. And at the moment, we're just leveling up our short blunt. Yep, there we go. Let there be light. Let's go have another rest. Yeah, hello, Samisher as well. Morning. Happy days. How did the lights turn on all of a sudden? Same way they do in real life. It's automatic. In real life, they either, well, in real life they either go on timers or they go on sensors, so when there's no, when there's a lack of sunlight around, or when a bird is a little asshole and makes a nest right on top of it, the streetlights turn on. Same way in the game. After I don't know if it's time or if it's based on brightness, but the lights will turn on, but they require a power source. So because I have generators all up and down the street in the checkpoint, a good chunk of the highway around here, they all turn on. But I don't think it's time, because I know I've had one turn on at 9 o'clock, and they just turned on at about 8:30. So I don't think it's time. It might be, though. Yeah, it seems like, yeah, the road needs a tad little bit of cleaning. It's okay, they're just filling in the potholes. Fucking ace commando over there. Oh, good stuff. I think I got time for one more group and then we're good to go. All lights turn on at 11. Nah, they just turn on. We'll see what they do tomorrow, though. Let's see what time it comes on, if it's any different. It's either time or it's brightness. It's one or the other. But, I'm pretty sure they've been coming on at different times. Appreciate the 7 months spares. Happy days. Yeah, good stuff. But it is 10 o'clock now, so let me go get some sleep. And then we'll do some more killing in the morning. Yeah, you got one from the south. Literally, the best place for me, the worst place for you. Also, hello, Twist. Welcome on back. You're gonna check where those zombies are coming from. Just gonna ignore it. Just ignore it. There's nothing that they can... Well, there's nowhere they can be coming from, really. Like, those zombies that are coming up from the south and keep coming up behind us, there's 2 places they can come from. So, the first one and most obvious is, like, the main entrance, which is down here. And that'll be, like, the remnants of Valley Station and the mall and such, which will amount to basically nothing, so we've already wiped out that area. And the second place they could be coming from is the little fence area by the medical tent. That goes around north, but that just loops around to this area over here, and then there are 2 holes in the fence close to us. It's about here, more or less. But that'll just be zombies from over here, which, you know, we're killing, and a few of them from these little lakes over here as well, which shouldn't be that many, because we've already wiped out that area, and that links up with Valley Station as well. So... wherever they're coming from, it will basically amount to nothing. Appreciate the follow as well, Jack Doctor. Happy days. How much dex do you have? I'm assuming you're talking about Nimble, and I think I'm level 8. Yeah, level 8, so that's what affects my walking speed while I'm in the combat stance. Didn't know you were cool like that. Oh yeah, just let me put on my sunglasses and grab my vape. I'm the coolest kid in school. Alright, let's just read until we get drowsy, or until it gets to midnight. Yeah, and I'll just grab myself a quick little snack as well. Hello, Mischief as well. Morning. How are you doing? Appreciate the anonymous gift as well. That'll be another helicopter. Oh, I just noticed as well, we've crossed over the 500 helicopter mark now as well. Nice, we've officially had over 500 helicopters and jets on this run. Just doing the math on electrical experience. Did you know it's easier to level 8-9 than 7-8? Huh? Wait, what? You've confused me. You're doing the math on electrical experience values. Did you know it's easier to level 8-9 than 7-8? That doesn't sound right at all. 7-8 equals 1,000 watches. 8-9 equals 938 watches. How have you come to that conclusion? Now you have to walk me through, like, what test you've done, because that doesn't sound right at all. Or you want about, like, the experience modifier from reading the books as well. Is that what you're talking about? Although that's not the right books. I'm confused. I need more information. Based on the electrical books, you get times 16 for the 5 book and 12 from 4. Okay, so it was the books then. Well, fair enough. Ah, well. I mean, the difference of, like, doing 1,000 watches, you know, 62 watch difference, that's basically nothing. If you're gonna do 1,000 watches, so that's not too bad. But, that is funny, though. I've never bothered doing the math on that. That is funny if your math's correct. Yeah, still cool to see the date. Yeah, it is kind of funny. Yeah. Alright, let me grab you, because I'll need you for later. Appreciate the other gifted as well, Spaz. Happy days. Yeah, like there's just a few of them that keep coming through this area, over here. They just must just be the odd few zombies slipping through that little gated area down there. Well, that's okay, because there can't be that many that slip through. Comes out to, okay, so 938. Yeah. Yeah, it can't take apart half a watch, yeah. But the same book? No, different books. So what he's referring to is, Volume 4 and Volume 5. So, basically the difference between, where's my electrical? There you are. Yeah, the difference between getting this level here and this level here. So that would be Volume 4, that would be Volume 5. But he's saying that, to get level 8, it's going to take about 1,000 watches after you've read the book. But to get level 9 after you read volume 5, it's only going to take about 340 watches. Oh, sorry, 940 watches, more or less. Which is, funny. But then obviously level 10 would take, probably in excess of 1,000. Yeah. If the math works out like that, it's probably the same for all the other books as well. Appreciate the extra gifted, Mr. Anonymous. Happy days. Yeah, getting close to winter, though. I have one more day, and then we have the winter debuff again. Respawns off? Yeah, respawns are off. When's the sound distance being turned up? Oh, not for months yet. Yeah, at the very earliest, 1 year, 6 months. We make the integration worse in, like, 6 months increments. All the gifted sumps, all the helicopters. That's another north one as well. Shit. Yeah, you might be pulling a few zombies in from the hospital. But I have all my generators set up in the checkpoints, so you shouldn't bring them that far through. You know, I'll have to grab some more generators and put them further towards the north gate. Stop them from pushing as far through the checkpoint. Is that getting pushed back? Nah, it's not that bad. We normally do a bit of fighting around here in the morning before we get back up to the gate. And it's only 6:30 in the morning as well, so we've got plenty of time. And we're using short blunts as well while we get them to level 6, so we can't push back as well as we normally could if we were using spears. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, yeah, 100,000. Yeah, that'll do. 100,000 zombies? Piece of piss. I got a metal bar and a can-do attitude. Let's do this. If you really wanted to make ground. Yeah, like, if I wanted to push them back, I'd go back to spears, you know. Like, if you really fuck me with the zombies, I will just whip out the spears. Like, I have a katana on me as well. Like, it's like, I have options, but, we still want to continue getting a short blunt to level 6. And it's not that bad at the moment either. So it's like, oh, that's bearable. farthest you'll get before Louisville's clear. No, I can get a little bit further. So, I did my tests and debug and such to see how far I can actually get. The range of the helicopters with pinpoint hearing only goes up to about, like, the halfway point, up to about here. So, if you, like, spammed helicopters non-stop for, like, the next few weeks or next couple of months in real life, we would essentially wipe out this entire region. But none of these guys up here, like the places that have the most zombies in Louisville, none of them can hear us at the moment. So none of them are coming down south to the checkpoint. But inevitably, you know, if you call in helicopters when I'm pushing up to the hospital over here, you know, just add that distance onto that and you've pretty much got it then. So at the very most, we'll push up to like the university. Well, not the university, sorry, like the racetrack over here and the school. And any helicopters that get called in when I'm over on the highway down by the cemetery, you'll pretty much have the entire town within your range. And then it's just down to RNG then on which direction the helicopter comes from. But yeah, it's all fun and games, because they all gotta die eventually. But, yeah, what is my short blunt on now? 1,000, yeah, getting there. But we'll take a little break from the short blunts once we get to 1,500. We'll go back to spears for a while. And then we'll pick up the short blunts later on again, after a couple of hours. Because I like leveling the weapons up, but the short blunts and all the other weapons at level 5 and 6, they're all very slow. And I do want to cross over we'll get close to the 175,000 mark today, if possible. At the very least, 172. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We're increasing the sound distance, aren't we? Well, not the sound distance, the follow distance. Yeah. That won't bring them from further away, it will just bring them in larger quantities. But, yeah, I can't turn the sound distance up. There's no settings for that. But the follow sound distance, that'll just mean that, increasing it from 100 to 200. It's basically increasing the distance that they'll travel when they chase after the sound. So, whereas at the moment when you call a helicopter in, they all move like about 100 tiles closer to me. When we increase that, they'll all start moving 200 tiles. So we'll just have more zombies coming at us at once then. But yeah, they won't be coming from further away. But we've still got a few months before we have that one kick in. Sounds magical. It's hilarious. Yeah, I didn't realize the meta events had that kind of range. Oh, that's from the helicopters. Yeah, the meta events, like the other meta events, so like screams, gunshots, wolves and dogs barking and howling and stuff like that. They still have quite a lot of range with pinpoint hearing, but nothing nearly even close to that. That's like exclusively to like cars and helicopters, like those sound sources. So that's why you're pulling zombies from the south. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it's just pinpoint hearing. Yeah, pinpoint hearing encompasses a mighty big chunk of the map. But because we're trying to kill everyone, it's actually a benefit. Makes it a lot easier to find them when they're hiding in the woods. Also, hello, crazy fool. So many bodies on the ground. Yeah, the dead bodies on the ground don't really cause lag. At least for me, personally. So I don't bother changing the settings for them. I don't get rid of corpse shadows or anything like that, or decrease the time that they're here. I leave it on the default 9 days for them to despawn. Because they don't really impact my game, really. It's only the living zombies and items, but the bodies... I mean, you can see right there, I'm still running, like, consistently. Up to about 60 FPS. The bodies don't really seem to impact me. Yeah, good stuff. I think they might cause some flicker. Let's take over. But I have no proof. Yeah, it's like just trying to prove it's the hard part. But yeah, you actually had your little theory, didn't you? And when they despawn it, causes a little bit of a stutter. But I don't think it's tied to that personally, but you never know. Maybe. It's the blood decal. Yeah, blood decals absolutely fucking rinse your game. They just destroy your FPS. You gotta turn blood off. Yeah. It's a shame, because having blood on is awesome. Like, I like turning the blood up, but because it's so demanding, it doesn't matter how high-end your rig is, you physically cannot run blood in this game. But there is a new mod that came out a couple of weeks ago that lets the rain get rid of the blood over time. I haven't tried it yet, I haven't tested it, but if that mod works as it's advertised, that's a absolute godsend. Because you'll be able to run blood in your game then, and then the rain will actually get rid of the blood over time. As opposed to how it works now, where the blood just fades slightly, but it's still there. So, the game always has to keep track of where the blood is, which is why it chugs constantly. Yeah, it's only a problem at the first start of loading the save. Yeah, don't really notice it while you're playing, do you? Yeah, multiplayer has blood off over time. It's really weird. Like, there are some things like that on multiplayer. It's like, that's a really useful saying to have. Why is this not on single player? Like, there's probably a reason for it, but like, the blood is so detrimental to your performance. It's a wonder why they haven't implemented it into single player. Because the blood makes the game look so much better when you're fighting zombies. It's just a shame that it's not playable long term. Short term, it's not that bad. You need to kill like a few thousand zombies before you really start to notice a dropping in FPS. Good stuff. You're playing multiplayer has a few features that single could benefit from. True. You're trying to get local mic in single player. Working to pull zombies in. Doesn't really work, no. Doesn't work in multiplayer either. It would be cool though, if that was a thing. If, like local comms in multiplayer would, actually make sound around your character. Golden. It wouldn't be hard to implement either. Simple soundtracks. Yeah, it always sounds easier than it actually is, though. No, I will leave that for the devs to figure out. It's one of those things that it sounds so cool on paper that they've probably thought about it, or at the very least, well, they've probably tried it in the past, or at the very least thought about it. But yeah, it's one of those things. But I'm sure if they are actually, if they have thought about it, they will add it in eventually. But it's such a minor thing that I could take it or leave it. So we can confirm that the vanilla helis are a lot more dangerous than the integrated ones. Yes and no. Like, they're not exactly the same. They do different things. So, the vanilla helicopter hangs around for longer. So that one is, like, quite a long duration. That's not like... It's not like the integrated ones where they just fly over, hover for a few seconds, and then fly off somewhere else. The vanilla helicopter will stick around for, you know, an hour or two, and then it'll do, like, several flybys. But the integrated helicopters, they're more quantity than quality. So, if I were to run vanilla helicopters... What are we on? 1 year, 4 months? At the very most... What would that be? Try to do the math in my head now. It's about 68, more or less. So if we were doing, like, vanilla helicopters on the worst possible settings, we at the very most could have about 68 helicopters on this run. But because we're doing integration, the helicopters may not last as long, but we've had over 500 of them. So, like, we're dealing with nearly 10 times the quantity, but obviously the quality is significantly less. Is it possible to have both vanilla and integrate? No, I tried that one, because I wanted to have, like, the vanilla helicopter fly around normally, and then have the integration on as well, but if you have expanded helicopters on, it just nukes the vanilla helicopter. It no longer exists. As far as I can tell, anyway. Vanilla helicopter is loud as fuck. They're exactly the same. Yeah, there's no difference in sound. It's just, the only difference between the expanded helicopters, like the ones that we use, and the vanilla helicopter is the duration, really. And predictability. So, with the vanilla helicopter, you don't get any warning as to which direction it's coming from. But the expanded helicopter, it tells you which direction it's coming from, and it tells you which direction it flies away in, so, yeah. Predictability and duration, that's the only two differences. Is it 10 days per heli? More or less. It's about 2 weeks, or about somewhere between like 7 and 14 days. But yeah, 10 would be a good average, more or less. But yeah, that's if you run them on often. That's what you meant. More so as it stays for so long. Oh, okay, yeah. Now, because it hangs around for so long, yeah, you'll get, like, more zombies come to exactly where you are. Yeah. Yeah, I prefer the integration personally, because I find it more fun. It actually gives you guys a something to mess around with on the side. Because that's something I was thinking about doing again, because we talked about it in the past. But I used to do it, but I haven't done it for a long time, but adding the channel points, so you can call in jets and helicopters with channel points, so there's a completely free option. No bits, no subs. Nothing like that, just points. The only thing with that is it's kind of hard to balance. Too cheap and it gets spammed. Too expensive and people complain. So it's like just finding that happy middle ground for it, but that'll be one that we'd probably end up doing at some point. Hey, proven. Or proven. Happy days. Yeah, hello. 5k channel points per heli? No, it'd have to be significantly more than that. There are, like, a few dozen people that have in excess of, like, 50,000 points. It would have to be more. Roughly 12 days per vanilla helicopter. Friend is playing vanilla. She's 2 months in. 5 vanilla helicopters so far. Yeah, sounds about right. You hear every day and you have roughly 40,000. Yeah, but you constantly spend your channel points on memes, Spaz. So, you spend all your points on channel redeems that already cost like 5,000 points. And you still have 40,000 left over. Case in point.
Times change.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, if it's too cheap, they get spammed, but if it's too expensive, people start complaining, and it kind of sucks the fun out of it. So it's like, there is a middle ground with it. It's just trial and error, trying to find it. So the last time we did it was probably over a year ago now. Go have another rest. Is there other integration stuff besides the jet? Oh, there's tons of them. Yeah, I can show you now. Yeah, because you can change it on the fly. But yeah, you can have up to 9 of them. But yeah, there's tons of different helicopters and jets. The, oh, where is he? Random heli passive, harasser, hostile. Where's the funny one? It might be one of those raider ones, actually. There is a raider helicopter that flies overhead, shoots all the zombies, shoots the player, but also plays like Flight of the Valkyries. It's like, it's either that or it starts playing, like circus music. But that one has a huge sound radius, like larger and louder than the normal helicopters. It's quite funny, because we ran that one on the Sprinter server that I had, on the permadeath server I made. Golden. Too bad there isn't something you can spawn in the chases like a giant wheat harvester. Yeah, I'm not that brave. Yeah, sounds nice. Besides the shooting zombies, yeah, it'd be nice if there was just a way to like increase and decrease the sound of helicopters. Because I would like to have louder ones, but yeah, there are no options for that. Kind of wish there was an immortal zombie that you could, or what, like you couldn't, like, they could kill but it doesn't die. Just warp somewhere else. That would be funny. Yeah. Yeah, because there is a mod for an immortal zombie that you just can't kill. It's a zombie that wears a Spiffo costume, but you can't physically kill it, and it always knows where you are, so it always pursues you. Really sure that mod still exists. Can you push it in a box? Yeah, you don't, the only way to beat that one is to trap it. You just have to try and get it cornered somewhere and trapped in like a box that has indestructible balls. But yeah, it's only 4:30, still got time. And we're all clear back here again. I think we're caught up with ourselves now. A pet Spiffo, that sounds cool. You say that, but everyone wants a pet Spiffo until it bites them. Alright, let's see if we've crossed over the 1500 mark yet. So we should be done with it. 1300. Close. Very close. Yeah, we'll take a break soon. So I'm getting a little bit bored. More of the short blunts. You're describing SCP-096. Oh yeah, the big slimy guy who can just fucking morph through like walls and shit. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of the wrong one. Yeah, if you see it's it's the one that sprints at you, that fucker. So I was thinking of the giant black one that can teleport around the map and stuff. That's what I was thinking of. Do short blunts one hit consistently above level 10? No. They're good, like they can one hit like fairly often, but not 100% of the time. Although it does depend on which short blunt you're using. But no, the short weapons, so short blades and short blunts, they're not very good for damage, so even at level 10 they'll never consistently one hit everything. But they make up for it by being very efficient with their stamina. More so with the short blades, but short blunts also. 106 is the slime guy. Oh, okay, fair. But yeah, the only weapon categories in the game that can one hit consistently at level 10 are spears, long blades, and axes. Nothing else can one shot consistently. Like the long blunts, I think they can, but it's exclusive to, I think, spiked baseball bats and maybe crowbars. But yeah, the short blades can't one hit consistently at level 10. But like 50% of the time they will. And because they don't really use any stamina, who gives a shit? Like, you never have to rest with them. The short blunts, they can't one hit consistently either. But they're not as effective with stamina efficiency as the short blades. But they're still good at level 10 though. You know, every weapon category is good at level 10. It's like the short answer. They're all good at level 10. Right. You get spoiled by the lack of stamina use. Using other weapon reminds you, yeah, that stamina's a thing, yeah. It's like, use hunting knives for like a few months in game time, switch to something like axes or spears, and suddenly realize that you have to rest after like every 50 to 60 kills. So do zombies ever really stop on these settings? Eventually, yeah. I can show you really quickly. So this is the map on times 16. So we are... Let me make my screen bigger. There we go. We're currently at the military checkpoint, which is here. So there are a lot of zombies ahead of us, you know. There's like 1,200, 7,000, 1,700, 9,000, 16,000, 2,700, 8,800. Like, there are a lot of zombies in Louisville, but we don't have respawns on. So eventually, they do die. Eventually. But, there are a lot of zombies on the map. So far, we've gone through West Point here. We've gone through Valley Station over here. Like, and we've done a little bit of Dixie as well. There are still zombies that we've missed, but we've cleared out most of these 3 areas. And we're currently chipping away at Louisville over here. And eventually, we'll get a little bit bored because we'll be stuck in the same area for too long. And then we'll make our way down to either Muldra or Fowler's Lake and Riverside. And, if Build 42 doesn't come out and we've already wiped out all of this, which is doubtful because that's going to take months in real time, then eventually we would start working on No Man's Land as well, which is basically just the rim of the map, which is about 75% of the entire world's population. So yeah, there's over like 3 million zombies on the outskirts, and then there's about 1 million, more or less, in the center. But yeah, it's all fun and games though, and eventually we'll win. It's a big old war of attrition. There's only so many of them. Yeah, good stuff. There's still a lot of... Yeah, there's still, like, zombies at Valley Station, yeah. Valley Station's chunky, because the, it's mostly just the mall. Like, if the mall didn't exist, Valley Station wouldn't be nearly as chunky as it actually is. But, we've gone through most of it. There shouldn't really be that many left back there. But we have a lot of zombies that are unaccounted for, so... They could be anywhere at this point, but they'll turn up eventually. It's one of the benefits of having pinpoint hearing. You get slapped constantly by zombies, but, you know, the good side is you get slapped by zombies constantly. They don't hide from you. They always chase the sound no matter where they are. Yeah, I have patience and I'm not afraid to use it. I can outlive you. I'll play the waiting game. My character's a little bit cold, so let me go throw on a few extra layers. That's messing up my attack speed. Let's wait for that one to increase a little bit. Yeah, just run around in circles for a second. But to be fair, he is drowsy. Yeah, I'll let him rest. But before we do, though, I want to see when these streetlights turn on, because yesterday they came on at exactly 8:30. I want to see if it's the same time today. Yeah, it's 8:30 they came back on. Okay, maybe it is the time then. Have to see if they come on again tomorrow at 8:30. So we just gotta murder until they stop trickling in. That means, yeah, basically it's safe to walk forward. Yeah, so Time 16 games are very slow in terms of movement. Like, you get to kill a lot of zombies and you can do a lot of stuff in the game, but you don't get to travel very far. Because there's so many zombies everywhere, you can't just bypass zombies, you have to pretty much just nuke everything. You can't just slip past them, because they'll just outmaneuver you, and then you'll get trapped behind a wall of zombies. Whenever you drop into the stream, I can never quite get over the sheer number of bodies on the floor. Fine, we'll just ignore them, okay? Crazy how much of the pop... Yeah, like, most of the zombies are on the edge of the map. It's quite funny. I don't think it's gonna stay like that permanently, though. So, the reason I say that is, if you look at the map again... where's my map gone? So yeah, if you look at the map over here, this is where they're building Ekron, the new town. So you have Riverside over here, and if you head far enough west, the map used to end about here, more or less. And this is the extension. But if you look at the numbers that they have in this area, for a small, like, for the new town that's getting added in this area, these numbers don't make any fucking sense whatsoever. Compared to, like, all the pre-existing towns. So this is likely to be temporary, in my, like, just guessing, honestly. Like, none of these numbers make any fucking sense if they're adding a new town, like, new towns to this area, so they'll probably redo the edge of the map. At the very least in the areas, like the new town they got down here as well. And then they might leave all of this stuff down here, but only the devs know what they're doing with that stuff. Only they know what they're planning. But, yeah, it's the same as if they're gonna add towns, like, in this area. Could you imagine going to a town, like, down here, and having to go against all of this? So, yeah, I think they'll redo all of this in Build 42, or whenever they update the map next. But, who knows? That's, gonna be a mystery for now. But if I was a betting man, I'd say that's probably what they'll do. You saw this many times. Yeah, seeing it's a lot easier. Like, when I tell you that most of the zombies are on the outskirts of the map, it's like, that can't be that bad. But when you actually see it, it's like, oh no. That's a lot. Is that with urban focused? That is with urban focused. Yeah, if you had uniform, the entire heat map would just be the same shade of blue. Like, every cell has about 5,000 zombies each. So the population goes up from about 4.5 million to about 16 million. Alright, let me give you an extra 30 minutes because you are pretty tired. This is a new map? No, it's the same map that we've been playing on. On that map, is there really that many zombies in the woods? Yeah, that's on every game. Like, if you're playing on a normal game, like Apocalypse, Survivor, you're playing on any sandbox game, all of those zombies are out here. Obviously, the number of zombies in these areas are going to reflect whatever your population settings are. But on Time 16, there are about 3.7 million zombies that go from here, all the way down here, all the way across, and then all the way up to about here. And that's on everyone's game. So if you're playing a game right now, if you don't believe me, get in your car, drive down to this area, and then just start walking west. Like, that's the easiest place to get to the edge of the map. Or alternatively, you can follow the road south down here and do a bit of shouting. But, yeah, that's in all of our games. It's just that no one really ever sees them or knows that they're there because no one ever goes to these areas. Because there's nothing out there. It's just woodland. There's no reason to ever actually visit those places. And unless you're running pinpoint hearing, those zombies never come out to see you either. How'd you get the map with the numbers? I made it. It's, I made that in Photoshop. But, the numbers are accurate, but they are an approximation, so... The number of zombies that you have in your game, like per cell, that will change from game to game, even if you're running the exact same settings. If you're playing on times 16, at one point, if you go to the mall, for example, in the car park, on one game you might have 24,000 zombies. If you make another game with the same settings, the mall might have 26,000 zombies. So the numbers are always generally the same, more or less, but they do fluctuate slightly by about 10%, more or less. So if you want to know where all the zombies are on the map, you can download the map I made and just save that image. And you can see where all the zombies are on the map then. Or get like an approximation to like how dense the population is. Why does Uniform do that? Because it's literally Uniform, you know. Urban focus is like, you know, I want all the zombies to be in the towns and, you know, in urban areas. Uniform just says I want them to be uniform. You know, I want them to be symmetrical across the entire map. So every single cell in your game will have the exact same population. No matter where it is. So all the woods, all the towns, they will have identical zombies. Which is, it's funny. And you have significantly more zombies when you play a game like that, because you literally fill in all the blank woodland areas. And then all the areas that have lower pops typically go up to like 5,000. And then all the cells that have like usually in excess of like 10 or 20,000 zombies, they all go down to 5,000. But yeah, there's literally nowhere to hide. Every corner of the map has zombies. Even the areas across the river, they all have zombies as well. So you can't hide from anyone. Can you cut down all the forest in Knoxville? Technically. Will I ever do that? No, because there are quite literally more there are more trees than there are zombies. So uniform spawns actually increase the amount of total, not just redistributes the normal amount. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, if, yeah, pull up that map again. So if I made this map, like the map that we're currently playing on, if I made this uniform pop, you can see all these areas in the middle of nowhere, and all of these areas that have less than 5,000, like, they'll all go up. They'll all increase in population. So all these ones that have 0 zombies, they'll all become 5,000. Like, more or less. It does change, but it's around about, like, the 4,000 to 6,000 mark. But then places like this, at, like, the military base, they'll decrease. So they won't stay at, like, 12,000. That'll go down to 5,000 as well. Every single cell becomes exactly the same. But it means that you can't hide in, like, the woodland or any of these places. And, you know, if you spawn in, West Point, for example, you wouldn't be able to run out to the 3 houses out here, because they would have 5,000 zombies in each of these cells as well. So Uniform is hilarious if you want, like, an ungodly amount of zombies, but it's more done for, like, meme runs, or runs that are less than times 16. Because times 16 literally will make it unplayable. It is technically possible, but you'd be stuck trying to chip away, like, a tiny fraction of, like, a tiny corner of the map for a lifetime. And you wouldn't be able to do it with, like, pinpoint hearing or anything. Because you just constantly get swarmed. It's a good barrier, though, instead of just having the map in. Yeah, like, I like it. I think it's a hilarious idea. Surround the player with all the zombies. You ever done a Time 16 play starting in Louisville? No, I've not tried that myself yet. Right. I'm not going to put these ones into roast pans today because I want to get more fish before I do that, because I don't really have a lot of them. I'm just going to eat them as they are. There isn't a tree kill counter though. Maybe they are the enemy. It's, well, the reason we know that there's more trees than there are zombies is just, statistically, if you just look at how many tiles there are in the map and just work out roughly, on average, how many trees does one cell have. It's a, I mean, oh, what would it be? It would be 300 by 300, so that would be 90,000 cells? Or not, sorry, 90,000 tiles. So, if you went with 90,000 tiles, if you even said like 10% of that cell is made up of trees on average, like that's still like 9,000 trees in a single cell on average, like going across the average for every single cell in the game. And you think about how many cells have 0 zombies, there's like, even if it was like 5%, even if it was only like 4,500 trees per cell, or even if you did like 1%. Trees are the real enemy. They outnumber us millions to 1. Do your part. Kill all the trees you can. I have a link for the population. Exclamation mark map if you want the, yeah, just like Tiny's done there, if you want the map link. But, yeah, if you want to see all the numbers, just, literally just zoom in. Because I had someone mention it in a DM already, saying, I can't see any of the numbers. Why are the numbers so funny? It's like, literally, just, you have to zoom in. Like, the map, like, the image itself is like 6,000 by 5,000 pixels. It's a giant fucking image. But, yeah, it's all readable. So there are literally more trees than... Yeah, there are literally more trees than there are zombies in the world. Even on time 16. Been watching your VODs from this playthrough to get better. Oh, good stuff. You're extremely helpful at loading time 16. Oh, yeah, it's always helpful when you can see the beginning of the game. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because I need to finish uploading the rest of the VODs for this run, because I think I've done the first 20, but I'm up to about 30 now, so I'm about 10 VODs behind, but yeah. It's always helpful when you can actually see someone actually doing it, rather than just explaining. Yeah, good stuff. One thing you mentioned frequently in your VODs is getting level 4 fishing for winter. Yeah, definitely. Why is that? From what I can see, you need 6+ fishing to have any chance. So level 4 fishing is the minimum. So level 6 to 7 fishing will be enough for you to catch enough fish with a spear in the prime hours to be able to maintain your hunger and your body weight. But level 4 fishing is like the very bare minimum you need to even have a chance at catching fish. So statistically, if you have like level 3 fishing and you try to fish with a spear, even if you fish in the prime hours, because you have such a severe debuff from winter, you physically do not have any chance at catching even a single fish. So level 4 is the minimum, but that is with a spear. Yeah, we always aim to try and get level 6 for winter, but if we can't get level 6, we try and get level 4, because level 4 is enough to catch fish in the winter, and it won't be enough to maintain your body weight, but you'll be able to, like, fend off hunger for the entire season. And yeah, appreciate the follow as well. Matty? Pretty sure I got that name right. Yeah, I missed that about 10 minutes ago. Happy days. Get the kill bulldozer mod. So I've heard about a mod that gets rid of trees, like a killdozer, but I've not played it or seen it for myself. He's the king of Zomboid. Goddamn right. Give me that crown. Give me that arbitrary tinfoil crown. I'll have that. Alright, let's get rid of you. Swing and a miss. Is there any benefit to eating fresh food over canned food? Yeah, so it's gonna vary depending on who you ask, but my personal way of looking at it is non-perishable food is for emergencies. So you've got perishable food and non-perishable food, and just to clarify the difference for those people who don't know, non-perishable is all canned food, junk food, things that are never going to go bad, and then perishable food is obviously things like fruits and vegetables and meat and dairy products and stuff like that. Like things that have a finite time before they eventually go rotten, and then you can't eat them. So it's always preferable to eat the things that have a little timer on them, things that are perishable, than the things that are going to rot, because, you know, if you start eating all your junk food and start going through all your canned stuff, well, that's all well and good, but all that fish and all those cabbages that you've grown, they've all gone rotten now, so you can't eat them. So it's always preferable to, like, prioritize eating perishable food first, because you want to have it before it actually goes bad. And then if you actually find yourself in a sticky situation where you've run out of food and you're starting to get really hungry, and you don't have any more perishable food, well, it doesn't matter, because you've got all that canned food that you've been storing for a long time. That has no expiration date, and that's your backup supply now. But, in terms of nutrients, fruits and vegetables are typically very low in macronutrients, so they're usually low in carbs, proteins, and fats. In-game, that is. And meats are typically high in calories, so they typically have more fats and proteins. And then your non-perishables, so your junk food and your canned stuff, they fluctuate all over the place. Sometimes they have absolutely no nutrients to them, like a can of carrots, and then sometimes they're filled with calories like a jar of peanut butter. But the non-perishables usually will tell you what the nutrients are, if you're interested in that. Same in real life, you know. The standard for food is that all packaged goods do have to have their contents and ingredients listed on the packaging. So you'll be able to see how many calories and, as such, how many macronutrients they have. But macronutrients don't really matter in the game, unless you're min-maxing. You can ignore all of that. It's been a while since we've been back out here. At some point, your character's right arm just has to get buff. He's gonna throw off my spear game. His left arm's gonna be really malnourished, and his right arm's gonna be tremendously larger. Let's go have a quick rest. Where did I get to, though? All the 10 virgin fruits, whereabouts? So much for the amount of nutrition. Yeah, so those ones are just good for snacks, really. But yeah, it's, just for the newer players, because I know it looks overbearing. There are macronutrients in the game, so you do have your carbs, your proteins, and your fats, and then those make up your overall calories combined. But you don't need to look at any of that stuff, honestly. It's the easiest way to do it, and the way that I still do it today. Don't bother counting calories, you know, all of that stuff. You know, odds are you probably don't do it in real life, so why the fuck would you do it in a video game? Literally just look at your chevron. If it's pointing up, you're gaining weight. If it's pointing down, you're losing weight. If it's not there, you're maintaining. Nice and simple. And then just have a basic understanding of what's normally going to be in high and what's normally going to be low. So, fruits and vegetables, low calories. Meats and junk food, high calories. That's the general rule of thumb. That's like the really easy version. And that's just how I do things, you know. I don't want to spend all day counting calories for my fictitious character. That's a lot of effort. How is it so clear? Because I'm pretty sure the last helicopter or jet we had went north. And besides, we've been here for like well over a week now in real time. Can you kill those zombies that are stuck with a spear? No, the ones through the window, can't get those ones. I have to go inside the building. What is that professional looking camera? Oh, it's one of the, like, an actual professional looking camera. It's one of those cameras that you would get for, like, you know, politicians and such, and TV broadcasts in the 90s. You know, one of the ones that aren't shoulder mounted. Yeah, let me just very quickly catch up with you guys. If you have a huge supply of survival food, but it's mostly tin veg, good luck maintaining your weight for long. Yeah, like, you gotta make sure you have a bit of junk food or have some trapping or fishing going on. Can you die from being severely underweight? Yes, if you drop down to 35 kilos. 35 is the limit. If you go below that, then you start dying. Yeah, you start dying at about the same rate as starvation, so if you catch it early on, you can just, you know, gobble up a bunch of peanut butter and save yourself, but yeah, odds are if you're down to 35, you're probably already dead. You're so bad at melee in the game. Is it best to put the cursor behind the zombie you're attacking? I do it most of the time. It just makes it easier to see things, because I have my cursor quite visible, so I know exactly where I'm aiming. I normally have my cursor just behind him, but the way to aim is, in my opinion, the easiest way to visualize it is pretend everything is two-dimensional, because most of it is coded that way. So even though my character, that zombie, and everything looks 3D, just pretend like you're 2D. So the feet are all that matter. So the shadow on the ground, that's where my player is. The shadow on the ground is where he is. Because the isometric view kind of fucks up players a lot of the time, so you just want to have it so my cursor and my player, the zombie's right in between the two, no matter where we're positioned. So when you're rotating around, it just makes it a lot easier. But, yeah. If you keep missing swings, just try and just remember, aim for the feet. Nothing else. Just make sure that little circle at the bottom of your cursor is on the feet of the zombie when you're trying to hit them. And, it becomes a lot easier then. They're still not through that window? Nah, they'll never get through. It's a security barrier, so they can't break it down. No worries, scenes. Happy days. A heart attack chance mod for heavy smokers and severely overweight players. This is how you died. Dog food is actually great. You just chomp it. Yeah. Like, any food that makes you sad, that's fine. Getting rid of depression doesn't take that much effort. And if you start killing zombies, you know, you don't see me doing it, because I just don't have a need for it at this point, but, you know, you go for enough bodies and inevitably you'll find some medication on them. You know, you'll find some antidepressants. Doesn't even take that long. There's always one or two in there somewhere. But yeah, and then if you can't do that, just go to a library, get some books, eat all the dog food. Yeah, if you're depressed, just be happy. Stop being such a Debbie Downer. Yeah, Project Zomboid handing out those life tips. You're depressed, just take all those antidepressants, gobble them up like Tic Tacs, and read a book. You'll be fine. Yeah, Project Zomboid curing depression, one player at a time. I'm gonna ignore them, though. People listening to Lamprey out of context. Depression is easy, just deal with it. Yeah, cheeky little camera. Looks like the start of it. Yeah, that's definitely a zombie bomb in the making. Yeah, I'm gonna leave them for a while. And finally it's out of the checkpoint. Freedom! We're technically in Louisville. We're all about the technicality on this one. Yeah, I don't think we'll get that much further though. Yeah, it's been about another 2 hours though, so I'm gonna go stretch my legs and have a bathroom break. I'm gonna let you stare at the zombies while I do so. So yeah, I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. Right, I'm back. Happy days. What did I get to though? Depression has no impact on the player. Minus 40% debuff to action speed when you're at max. So action speed is just anything that really has the progress bar above your head. It's not everything, but it's most. So dismantling things, picking things... I think it's picking things up as well. But generally just moving things through your inventory is going to be like the biggest hassle. But yeah, you can just completely ignore it if you're not that impatient. So funny how the PZ community is supported and raids everyone in the PZ community. Got a bit lurking in a stream, wake up in someone else's stream. Yeah. Yes, we will raid anyone who's on Zomboid and no one else. Zomboid forever. But yeah, hello Saiyan as well. Hello, hello. How are you? Yeah. All good, nice and chill. We're just leveling up our short blood at the moment. And we recently leveled up our metalworking to level 6. So it's been a very good day so far. But we're just trying to carry on pushing north. Yeah, make our way into Louisville. Well, I'm gonna take a break from the short blunts in a minute. I was planning on going until 1500 experience, and then I was gonna go back to spears for a bit, but we might as well finish this game day. And then we'll use spears tomorrow. Yeah, still gotta finish reading the next chapter of metalworking as well. And my sprinting is probably gonna hit level 7 sometime during the stream as well, within the next... probably next 5 hours, more or less. Yeah, I hope you're doing well also, saying happy days. What are you looking forward to other most in Build 42? Of everything that they've spoken about, probably... I don't know, it's between the optimization updates and the overhaul of crafting, or the expansion of crafting, whatever you want to refer to it as. So because they're changing like the fundamentals on how crafting works and how all the occupations get their benefits and what they can actually do in the end game, that's going to completely change how people play, well, how they build their characters. Because at the moment, everyone always falls into a rhythm of doing the same thing. Like, we all, like, have a few bits and pieces that change here and there, but we all kind of run the exact same traits. If we're doing, like, if you're doing, like, a marathon run, generally you'll do a 0-0 start. You'll take things like give you passive bonuses, you know, because you're going for the long game. If you're doing sprinters, you'll always take runner, and you'll normally take fitness instructor as well. You know, things like that. You just fall into a rhythm of doing the same thing, because it is just, they're the most optimal builds for those settings. But if certain occupations and certain traits give you access to crafting recipes and certain end-game content, well, people are going to have different priorities then. You know, at least I would hope so anyway. So it'll be more interesting. There'll be more diversity in how people build their characters. And then the optimization updates, that's just self-explanatory. Everyone loves the game when it runs better. No fast learner? I have fast learner on this character. I'm pretty... yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there we are. Fast learner. Yeah, 'cause normally you wouldn't take that on a character like this, but we were going for more of a casual run. Do you think if you just threw a Molotov in the corpses, it'd lag you out? No, wouldn't make a difference. It wouldn't be worth doing, though. Like, getting, like, burning, burying, or throwing the bodies in dumpsters and deleting them, it sounds good on paper, but when you actually think about the numbers behind it and the logistics, it's just not worth doing at this scale. Like, if I have, like, 1 or 2 bodies and they're inside my house where I live, sure, I'll get rid of them, because, you know, no one likes dead bodies in their house. But when we're averaging, like, 500 plus zombies per day, or, like, sometimes in excess of, like, 800 or 1,000 if we're using spears, the amount of time it would take me to pick up those bodies one by one and bury them or burn them, it's going to take me longer to do that than it will be for them just to despawn, normally. So, with the dead bodies, they're just not worth interacting with. We just let them rot. They'll disappear on their own. In 9 days, they'll all be gone. And eventually, when we stop killing zombies in this area will stay permanently clean, because there won't be any more bodies left, and there won't be any more zombies being killed. But yeah, it's very much something that's not worth doing, really. Unless you're playing on, like, some sort of challenge mode, where you've got, like, all the zombies reanimating, or you're playing with, like, a low population sprinter game, but you've set the decaying health impact of the bodies to like extremely high, so you're getting sick constantly. Like, there's only like a few specific scenarios where burning or burying the bodies would actually be useful. Outside of their roleplay, that is. Let's have a quick rest. How soon is the update? No one knows. They don't do release dates. Any base building today? We've already done a little bit. We made ourselves a little storage room. I'll probably do some more later, but not for a while now. Husbandry coming, or just hunting? I'm pretty sure they're doing both in 42. I don't know if they're gonna release one before the other. You know, I don't know if they're going to do like a slow rollout with the new game mechanics or if it's all coming on day one, but they are both set to be released during build 42. I'm sure. Yeah, I treat dead bodies like I treat my problems. I ignore them and wait for them to disappear on their own. Exactly. It's like, oh, I have a problem. Okay, cool. Is the problem going to take care of itself over time? Yes. Is it gonna kill you in between now and then? Probably not. Cool, ignore it then. It's not something that you need to deal with. Unless you literally have nothing else on your plate. No point overthinking it and making it more complicated than it needs to be. Depends on how you want to play. Did I run in Rosewood where I turned the gay off? My objective was to clean up the town. Yeah, like if you're doing like a specific like challenge run, like yeah. But on a normal game, dead bodies, you can just ignore them. Like you'll see my character get sick almost every single day. But as long as I spend a few hours away from the bodies and I give him like about 4 or 5 hours to recover, it's fine, you know. If I put my decaying health impact setting to high, so my character gets sicker from dead bodies, I would have to take breaks more frequently away from the bodies, but we're not running that setting this time. So it's very much a non-issue. Decaying, like, the corpse sickness is very much just a novelty on the default settings. It's just kind of one of those things that kills you the first time because you don't know it exists, and then you never die to it ever again. It's only ever people who sleep in their cars in car parks surrounded by dead bodies. Those are generally the only people who ever died to corpse sickness. But it's normally because they don't know that corpse sickness affects you when you're inside a car. But the second they do that, like, they lose that one character, they never make that mistake ever again. I still have a couple of hours left. Got him. Blunt weapon is so good. The stun sometimes saves our lives. See, I'm not a big fan of the knockdown, personally. I think it's funny. It's a different way to do it, but personally, I just prefer killing them. Color me efficient, but I just like killing the zombies in one hit, personally. Yeah. The knockdown is fun, though, as a novelty. But on sprinters, it's fucking amazing. But on shamblers, you know, I'd rather just use, like, spears. Or, literally anything else that could just kill them in a single hit.
I have introduced myself. You have introduced yourself. This is a very good conversation.
Very good conversation. Hello, Odin. Let's get rid of you, and then we'll have a little look further north again. Yeah. I think there's 7. It's not that many, it's like 6 or 7 of them, but... yeah, I'll leave them for the time being. Yeah, it's very quiet at the moment. Yeah, let's grab all of you. And I'll fight these ones until I get exhausted, and then we'll head back. Because I can just leave them by the generator and kill them in the morning. So we'll be back on spears then. Baseball bat knockdown is satisfying? Yeah. Love that movie. What level is your short blunt? Still level 5 at the moment. So, like, I'm shitting on the weapon because it's really slow and I don't like the knockdown of this stuff, but it is level 5. It does get a lot better than this. But, yeah, I'm just not a big fan of blunts, like blunt weapons, personally. I prefer fast attack rate, well, a fast swing speed. And a good DPS over knockdown, personally. But everyone's got a preference. There we go. So yeah, let's make sure they all follow me down here. And we'll ditch them by this generator, and we'll kill them in the morning then. I'm sure there is someone out there who scoffs at us all using weapons. Just unarmed. You go, oh my god, you actually have to use a weapon? Pathetic. Military boots OP. Military boots the best weapon in the game. Right. Well, tomorrow I'll start with the katana in the morning. I'll leave you there. Let's get rid of that one as well. Yeah, we'll go back to using spears now. I'm Blood's better at leveling maintenance. Not exactly sure how maintenance XP is calculated, but I think it's faster. Yeah, so there's kind of like a misconception around it. You are right, just to clarify on that first, just to get that part out of the way. Blunt weapons are better for leveling up maintenance, typically. But they don't get more experience when they actually get the experience. They just average more statistically. So every weapon has like 2 attributes for their, well, when they break, really. So you got durability and then you got hit points. So you got the, well, condition, I should call it. So condition and durability. Condition is how many hit points the weapon has, so how many times can it take damage. And then durability is the likelihood of it taking damage every time you hit something with your weapon. So if I hit something with a spear and I didn't take damage, I get experience for maintenance. And if I hit something with a crowbar and I didn't take damage, I get experience. The experience I gain for each of those weapons is going to be exactly the same. But because the crowbar has significantly better durability, so it's statistically less likely to take damage, if I spend like an hour fighting with a crowbar and an hour fighting with the spear, after that hour of playing, I'm statistically more likely to get a significantly larger amount of maintenance experience using the crowbar. But, yeah, normally I only do that until like level 3 maintenance, and then I'm happy. And then I just spend the rest of my game using spears, or if I'm doing like a sprinter game, stone axes. Right, I think I could put my alarm back down to 4. You converted me to spears? Yes. Glorious. One of us. One of us. They should add more hand-to-hand skill. That would be interesting, although my only worry with that is it would be like maybe overpowered. So imagine if you never had to look for any weapons and you could deal damage with just your bare hands. But, you know, in a way that allowed you to fight groups of zombies instead of having to stomp them to death. I don't know. Maybe it could work. But there have been mods in the past that add, like, martial arts skills, and they are completely busted, because you just never have to worry about looking for weapons. So you're gonna get experience on a hit that doesn't actually... Yeah, so you get experience for maintenance. I don't know if it's every time or just some of the time, but you get maintenance experience when your weapon doesn't lose durability when you hit something. So it can be trees as well, it doesn't have... and doors, it doesn't have to be zombies. Just anytime you strike something and you actually hit it with your weapon. Like anytime there's a chance for your weapon to lose durability, if you make a successful roll, maintenance experience. But, yeah, it's why you're incentivized to use things that are higher, on the higher end with durability early on. So things like fire axes and crowbars and generally blunt weapons, really. And then you're not incentivized to use things like stone axes and spears and stuff like that because they're really, really low on durability without a maintenance bonus. Where's my... I keep misplacing my knives. Also, I'm just gonna move all of these because it doesn't make any sense to have them over here. I should keep them next to the oven just to make it easier for me. Yeah, you could have like knuckle dusters. Yeah, that break. Yeah, that'd be interesting. But yeah, now that we're not technically in winter yet, but we are experiencing the winter debuff. I'll have to start fishing every morning now, just so I can maintain my body weight. So I'm gonna catch significantly fewer fish for the next 4 months. You know what mod you've got? But you got nunchucks. I don't know, that sounds vanilla to me. That sounds authentic. Yeah, we're back on the spears now for the next few hours, just so we can get our kill count a little bit higher. You know, I'll keep using the spears now until we get, say, 70... like 170, 172,000 kills. And then we'll switch back to these short blunts again, and we'll pop that level 6. Yeah, it's getting a little bit hot, so let me just take off 1 or 2 layers. But you shouldn't have to take off that much, because it is only 4 degrees Celsius. You prefer morning fishing than evening fishing? Yeah. So, the idea is, like, I want to get the task done immediately. So if I'm living right next to a riverbank, if I wake up and it's the first thing I do, it's done then. So for the rest of my day, I can go anywhere, do anything. I'm not in any rush to get home. I can afford to be late. But if I want to do evening fishing, well then, I get to go out and kill zombies immediately, but now I've got like a deadline. I have to be back at a certain time, otherwise I don't get to eat today. So I try and get it done in the morning, the second my character wakes up. With Lumberjack, do you need to also run handy for maintenance? Only if you want to level up your maintenance quickly. Like, having a bonus to level up your maintenance quickly is preferable, because maintenance... like, there's no bad... well, the only bad character build or challenge that you could do in the game that it wouldn't be useful for would be a pacifist run. But no matter what weapon type you're using, having a maintenance bonus is always good. But, it's not mandatory. You know, you don't need to have a bonus for maintenance to level it up to level 10. Yeah, if you're doing Lumberjack, stone axes are on the more fragile side, so it is preferable to take handy. Although it is very expensive, so it depends on, you know, what type of character build you're doing, and if you can afford it, you know. You don't want to have to take like a ton of negative points, a ton of negative traits just to get a maintenance bonus. His handy is very expensive. Did the crawler reanimate? No, they don't do that on the default settings. Some zombies will be fake dead though, right? The ones that were... Yeah, it's only the ones... Yeah, it's only the ones at the start of the game, so... They changed it not too long ago, but none of the zombies that you kill will ever come back to life anymore. So all of these guys, they were all alive, well, you know, quotations alive, originally, and then I killed them and now they're dead. None of these guys can come back to life under any circumstances. There's nothing that can cause that currently. But in the sandbox settings, you can change it so they can. But by default, the only ones that can reanimate and come back to life are the dead bodies that already exist when you make a new game. So if you go into a new area and, you know, you see a dead body on the ground, a little bit of blood around him, but you know that you haven't killed him because you've never been to that area before, there's a chance that those guys can come back to life. But that's the only exception. Don't mind me, I'm just sipping on my coffee. Does driving over dead bodies have any effect on the tire suspension? Nope. That's an urban myth made up by Reddit. That's not a thing. Driving on grass damages the tires, but only if you go, I think it's over 5? It's either, if you're over 5 or 10 miles per hour, you'll damage the tires quicker. I don't know about the suspension. Yeah, dead bodies don't have any effect on it. Last time I checked. What's your objective? Murder all the zombies, break my world record, find all the collectibles, find all the cars, find all the items, loot every building. Basically do as close to a 100% completion run as you can get in this game. You know, within reason, because there are some things that you just can't do with a single character. Is conspicuous and always take negative? At the moment, yes. It'll probably change in the future, but currently, conspicuous and inconspicuous and sneaking don't work properly. Like, they technically work, but just... they're not functional. Like, they don't work as intended. So, when you're within the max range of a zombie, so how far they can see you, which is about 20 tiles, give or take. If they're looking in your direction and they have line of sight on your character, the game has to roll the dice and determine whether or not that zombie can spot the player and if they'll start chasing them. So taking inconspicuous decreases the chance of them seeing you, taking conspicuous increases the chance, and then as such, leveling up your sneaking skill also decreases the chance of you seeing, decreases the chance of them seeing you. Which sounds really good on paper. The thing is with that though, because the game rolls the dice so many times in such a short amount of time, there is no way that you are able to actually walk around zombies sneaking without being seen. At the very most, you'll be able to cross one tile, maybe, occasionally. So yeah, like Retinaru has a video on it. So yeah, he showcased it, and his example was running in front of like a doorway or a window. So a single tile, and you know, you could crouch run across it, and then the zombies sometimes wouldn't see you. And I think he went up to a gap of about 3 tiles. But yeah, if you're in their max range, they're gonna see you within like 1 tile, 1 or 2 tiles. So sneaking is irrelevant at the moment, it's not functional. And as such, conspicuous and inconspicuous don't actually work properly. So everyone runs inconspicuous, everyone runs conspicuous at the moment. 'Cause it doesn't change the outcome of your game. What about the Brave trait? Brave trait is fucking god tier, but it doesn't get any love. So, you'll notice that my character is just never panicking, and that's a combination of me being alive for so long and running the Brave trait. And because I'm not panicking at any point, I never have any debuffs to my damage. But, yeah, it's okay in the early game, but the Brave trait doesn't really shine until the mid to late stage. That's when it becomes like a god tier trait. So, the Brave trait gives you a flat minus 70% well, I say debuff, it gives you a minus 70% buff to your panicking. So you'll recover faster when your character's panicking, and you also are less prone to panicking as well. So, if I saw a bunch, like, if I turned a corner around a blind spot and I saw like 200 zombies and my character went all the way up to max panic, if I walk away from them, that max panic is gone within 5-10 seconds. It is fantastic. But, yeah. I run it personally because if I can avoid panicking in the late stage, it means that when I'm using my spears at max stats, I can one-hit every single zombie. No exceptions. But that's level 10 strength and level 10 spear. Can I play with you? I'm on single player, so that's going to be a big ol' no. I don't really play multiplayer. Not anymore. There's no servers out there currently that tickle my pickle. There's nothing that seems really, all too interesting at the moment. Hey, it's Lord. Hello, hello. Welcome on back. You've been alive for 1+ years, so when the Brave trait lose its value after surviving longer? You would think so, but no. So, you passively become desensitized the longer you stay alive. But it maxes out at about the 5 or 6 month mark. So, over the first 5 or 6 months, your character slowly becomes less prone to panicking. But even if, like, after you get to that, like, that cap, like that maximum point where you're as desensitized as you can be as a normal character, your character will still panic in the late stage when fighting groups that go up, like, 20 or 30. And that little bit of panic that you get when fighting groups like that is enough to stop you from one-hitting consistently with spears. And, you know, the difference between one-hitting all the zombies in the late stage with spears at level 10 and two-hitting them, that's the difference between me potentially getting maybe 500 kills in a day and getting over 1,000. And because we go very heavy on the kills, and we're going for very high kill counts, I'm trying to, like, fully optimize my attack rate and my damage output so I can maximize how many kills I can get in a single day. So the Brave trait is fantastic for me, personally. I love it. And it only costs 4 points as well, which is amazing. So you see how many zombies that we have around us now, and my character just doesn't care. Like, his panic popped up for a second, like, if I look away from these guys and I look back at them, but it's almost instantly gone. It never lingers. It always disappears. It is one of my favorite traits to take. It's the whole town you killed. But it was self-defense, so it's a-okay with me. Yeah, we're slowly getting through Louisville checkpoint. Let's grab all of you. Let's go have a quick rest before we push any further. Didn't know the late game, but yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, is it a good trait or a bad trait? It's like, it's not that simple. Like, early game, kind of yes. Late game, maybe no. Like all the traits in the game, they kind of like have different value depending on like how long you plan on staying alive for. But I personally think that Brave is a like proper S tier trait. For like this style of play in particular, for like high kill runs in the late game. That's where it shines, I think. But yeah, if you're doing like a more passive run where you're not killing as many zombies, like you're not that interested in murdering everything, or you don't really plan on living for like a year plus, because whether you just aren't physically capable of doing it or you know you're going to get bored before then, it's probably not going to be a good choice for you. Yeah, it was the crazy guy with the pipes. You know, I'm a much more passive person. Very calm and stoic. Oh, the zombies infinite. On default settings, yes. On the settings we're playing on, no. So there's about 4.5 million zombies on the map, on the settings we're playing on. But if you're playing on the default settings and you have respawn enabled, they'll just keep coming indefinitely. Thick skin versus thin skinned. Yeah, light eater versus low thirst. Other ones that probably would surprise folks. When you, yeah. I mean, oh, I hate high thirst. And, like, I always take low thirst. It hurts me, it makes my skin crawl when people call high thirst 3 points. I hate that. It's not hard to manage, but it's not free. I dislike it quite a lot. Same with, like, hearty appetite. Like, they're not that bad in the short term, but long term, they just suck. They're horrible traits. Yeah, Smoker as well. Smoker's incredibly annoying. Again, same with like High Thirst. It's really easy to manage, it's just more micromanaging. And it's like, do I really want to micromanage that for like several hundred, if not a few thousand hours? Not really. Nah, I better have a rest before I go back to them. What's the downside to High Thirst? The downside to High Thirst is I have to make a decision between two things. I have to either carry far more water bottles than I want to carry, or I have to spend more time filling up my water bottles. Both of those things aren't, like, super detrimental, but they're not very good either. So I don't want to have to refill my water, like, every few minutes. So I would go with, like, the carrying more water bottles option. But the thing is, the norm for me is low thirst. So if I want to just make a character that has the same level of micromanagement as this character, I would have to carry 4 times the amount of water bottles I'm currently carrying. So if I wanted to have, like, if I wanted to spend the same lack of time refilling my water based on how thirsty my character is, I would have to carry 8 water bottles to get the same value as this current character. It's a, it doesn't sound that bad on paper, but it's fucking shit. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of that personally. But for a shorter game, I'm not that against it. But yeah, for long-term games, I try to, like, mitigate how much micromanagement I have to do for my character. Would you like an extra water bottle or a few more weapons? Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if it was, like, 1 more water bottle, but because like the default, like the example I give is, let's say it took 2 water bottles. Like this is like an exaggeration, but let's just say for an example, 2 water bottles to make my character satisfied for 24 hours for like 1 day, and after that 1 day he's drank all the water, but he's happy, and that's a normal character. Well, low thirst is going to have that. It's a 50% reduction, so I'm only going to need one water bottle for that character. But high thirst doubles it. It's a 100% increase. So it goes from having 2 water bottles to 4 water bottles, as opposed to the 1 water bottle if I just take low thirst. But I would probably not take low thirst if there was an alternative. Like any other positive traits that would actually be useful, but there's nothing like that in the game that I need. Like, I normally prioritize traits that give passive bonuses to make my life easier in the late game. But there's nothing else to buy, really. I have almost everything. I think the only passive traits I don't actually have are things like Nutritionalist and Eagle-Eyed, because they don't really do anything useful. So I don't even have any incentive to take things like High Thirst, because there's nothing else to actually buy beyond experience modifying traits to like level up aiming or reloading faster. Where did I get to? So Thin Skin is just a dodge percentage, right? Not the chance to reduction. Not chance reduction, I think. Would like explanation if you don't mind. Oh yeah, it just decreases the chance of getting hit, basically. Well, the decrease of the chance of them breaking the skin is the game's way of explaining it. So if I have thick-skinned, if I get grabbed by a zombie, I'm statistically like if I got grabbed 100 times with thick-skinned and 100 times with thin-skinned, statistically, I'm gonna have like more characters survive or, you know, go without injury with thick-skinned as opposed to thin-skinned. But the infection rate's the same, so if I get injured by a zombie with thick-skinned or thin-skinned, doesn't matter, the infection rolls are all the same. But it's basically just having passive armor. It's a bit like having, like, tailored clothes on you 24/7. Because I can't remember what the percentage is, but I think it's, like, around the 15% mark. Let me check, because I don't want to give the wrong numbers with that. I'm pretty sure the wiki's still up to date. Let me have a look. What are you? So I always forget what the numbers are for thick-skinned and thin-skinned. Where are you? Thick-skinned. Multiplies the chance of not being injured by a zombie attack by 1.3. Base 15% chance. Modified by the character's weapon skill. Additionally alters the chance of being blah 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 blah. 1 in 13, yeah. So that's not too bad then. What about thin-skinned? What do you increase it by? Where are you? Thin-skinned. Multiplies the chance of being injured by a zombie. So yeah. It's actually 30%. That's hilarious. So yeah. Thin-skinned, you're 30% more likely to sustain an injury. Thick-skinned, you're 30% less likely. So it's quite a big buff, actually. But it's only really useful if you're never getting grabbed by zombies. You're basically taking it as an insurance policy. You know, because inevitably, if you live long enough, everyone gets grabbed. In the end, everyone does. Yeah, it's only going to save you maybe once, like a handful of times. Welcome in, Zach, as well. Lola. You've not taken High Thirst for about 800 hours of gameplay. Huzzah, a man of quality. How about Unlucky that chooses a Unlucky, Lucky. See, I don't know how they work exactly in terms of loot. Like, I know Lucky is supposed to... It either increases the quantity or the quality of the loot that you find, but I don't notice much of a difference, personally, between Lucky, Unlucky, and taking neither of them. Because I loot everything, so I always find what I'm looking for, eventually. Like, I normally take them based on the foraging buffs and debuffs. So, Unlucky decreases your foraging radius by 2, and then Lucky does the opposite, it increases your foraging radius by 2. But, beyond that, I don't really care about those ones. Like, Lucky is one of those traits that I'll take if I just happen to have 4 points spare. but I never really go in with the mindset of, I want to take lucky for this character. I never really think about it. It's just one of those things that you just throw on the top if you just... if you happen to have some change in the pocket and you can afford it. Like, yeah, why not? Someone on Reddit did an in-depth analysis on thick versus thin-skinned, there being only 12% chance. Only 12% chance of not being injured for 16 points. I mean... 16 points is a gross exaggeration that's very misleading. But 8 points, sure. But you wouldn't add the additional cost of thin-skinned on that for the 12%. I don't know. I'd have to, like, see the post and see how they've worded it. But yeah, TLDR, thin-skinned is great for short games, thick-skinned is great for long games. Just to, like, wrap it on with a summary. You're going for the longest run world record or something? Yeah, we're gonna try and beat my world record run. Both online and offline. So my Twitch record is 3 years, 6 days. With 297,000. And my offline game is 10 years, 3 months. And that's 735,000. So I want to beat both of those. Obviously, we're going to go for the Twitch one first, because it's the lesser number. But we're just playing until Build 42 comes out, really. So even if we beat both of those records, I'm not going to stop playing. We're just going to keep on going until 42 gets released. The 12% doesn't come from nothing... Oh, let me just read that. The 12% doesn't come from nothing to thick. It's the difference between... Oh, it's the difference between thick and thin. Oh, thin is thick skin, okay. Thick skin by itself is just 5%. 5%, are you sure? That doesn't sound right. That sounds way too low. A 5% chance to dodge. I don't know. Maybe it is right. I kind of want to have a look at myself at some point now. But yeah, I will... Regardless if it's like... Well, if it's on the opposite end and like thin-skinned, there's like a 5% chance to... Like a 5% chance extra to fail. I still hold true. It's a terrible trait. I hate thin-skinned. It's the worst trait in the game. Well, that's a bit harsh, actually. It's not the worst. It's one of the worst. But it's, yeah, I would never take thin-skinned. Not for runs like this. Could link it. Yeah, you can throw it on the, if you throw it on the Discord, I'll have a look, if you happen to be on there. I'll give that a gander at some point. Can you remind me if you've cleared everything outside of Louisville? So far we've done West Point, Valley Station, and parts of Dixie. And at the moment, we're at the Louisville checkpoint. That's where we currently are. You're bred different. I'm allergic to touching grass. It's my one defining characteristic and attribute. It's my one advantage. Yeah, this is looking very clear. Golden. Oh, there used to be a tent. I just realized, actually, this place is normally filled with tents all the way down there, but we're probably not going to see a single one, because all the zombies would have destroyed them. There's not going to be a single tent along this road. drag all of you further down here, and then we'll go have a rest. They seem very aggressive about their math. That's fair. I mean, they might be right. But I'll believe it when I see it, because it's one thing to go through the code and actually look at the formula to actually work out, okay, what is the actual outcome based on the code. It's another thing to actually test it in the game to actually make sure the code actually works, because spaghetti code be running rampant, yo. But yeah, now if their math checks out and they've actually read it from the code, it's probably correct, you know. But I'll give that a gander later. I'll have a little read. Because I'm always curious. But even if thick-skinned was only a 5... Let's say hypothetically, if their math is all correct and it's only a 5% extra... 5% chance to avoid injury when grabbed, I would still say it's worth it, personally. I know that sounds ridiculous, because it is very expensive, but for a run like this, where the aim is to survive as long as possible, there are only 2 traits in the game that can affect your chance to lose a run when grabbed by zombies, and those are the 2 traits. Thin and thick-skinned are the only 2 traits you can take in the game that will change the numerics for your chance to take an injury when grabbed. There's nothing else that does that. So they are both, like, in my opinion, one of the worst and one of the best traits in the game. But it is, like, it's one of those things where the return on interest is going to be fucking terrible if you take thick-skinned and you're getting grabbed constantly, or you're not surviving very long. You're not going to get a very good return on that. You know, it's a bit of a waste of time for you. You'd be better off taking thin-skinned instead, and then taking those extra points and buying something more useful for a day-to-day play. Think something like keen hearing and wakeful or dexterous, you know. Will it be putting Jennies on this road? I will, yeah, because we have generators further down, but we haven't pushed this far north yet. But we will have the entire checkpoint powered up again, eventually. My only issue is I don't want to put generators too far north yet, just because if I put it too far north, because we have pinpoint hearing, I may end up making an accidental super horde right at the top of the outpost, and I may not be able to kill them all before the generator explodes. So that's my only worry. So I'm just trying to thin them out a little bit more before I go all in with the generators. But it's looking promising at the moment. It's not looking too bad. But to be fair, we haven't had any helicopters or jets for an hour or 2. So it's probably a little, misleading. Oh, good stuff. And I think I got time for maybe one more group. Although... no, I'll go back. I'll read my metalworking book, and then I can come back in the morning. That sounds like a plan. I mean, I've been placing Rebecca, because there's place the rest. Yeah, so I went through the labor of grabbing a bunch of chairs and putting them along the side of the road. So for every 10 tiles from the southern part of the checkpoint all the way to the northern side, there are chairs that I can rest on. It just saves me a little bit of time and effort. I don't have to keep picking up and putting down Rebecca. I've just got chairs all along the road that I can just rest on very quickly, very easily. Seeing as this is ground zero for Louisville now, this is my home base, and the idea of a home base is to have something that's very secure, very safe, and is basically accommodating for your basic needs. So having, like, a place to rest literally everywhere around my base is ideal. If you get grabbed, generally you're probably doomed. Not always, though. I mean, it always depends on the settings, but... normally when I get grabbed, I normally survive. I don't ever really get dragged down unless I tab myself out of the game. That's really, like, the only time I get dragged down. But, no, even when I get grabbed by a few of them, you can normally, like, wriggle out just by sheer luck. It's normally the infection that gets me. What's the command again? Oh, there's no command for it anymore. No, you just have to look on the clips. It's the most viewed one anyway. It's got like 4,000 views. So, all the other clips no one looks at. People just want to watch you. They just want to see you die. And I can't say I blame them. Right. But yeah, still on 4 o'clock. Good stuff. Let's go get some morning fishing done. Oh, good stuff. So I'll cook all this food up, and I'll take that little hand axe out with me today as well. I want to try and get to a rhythm of cutting down these trees just a little bit in the morning, because there's not that many to go. If I cut down 1 or 2 of those trees each morning, I'll have that job done soon as well then. Nice, gain a little bit of extra weight. Yeah, I'll take one of the small ones with me. Yeah, let's grab that hand axe and then we're ready to go then. we are getting closer and closer to that level 7. Axeman for you ruins our occupations. Fair. Yeah, Axeman is an incredible trait. See, if I was a bigger fan of axes, you would never see me run anything else. But, spears are a little bit better in terms of DPS and maximum kills per day, but they're tremendously easier to craft in bulk. So, I never really run Lumberjack, but for sprinters, they're amazing. I love stone axes, and how quickly you can level them up for a good old sprinter run. Swing and a miss. Alright, seeing as you fouled me, though. I'll keep you on me. Yeah, I'll put you in my bag once I have room. But, seeing as they've fouled me, let's, start heading back. I'm surprised there's no one down here. Thought there would be a few of them. Pleasant surprise. There should be a few over here, though. No? Ooh. Interesting. Let's find where you're hiding, then. They gotta be somewhere. It is surprisingly quiet. Yeah, who knows? At this rate, I might be able to actually clear out that village to the east. Because we never got around to finishing that. There were too many zombies coming from this highway to the hole in the fence over here, so we couldn't push any further north. But this is looking fucking immaculate at the moment. It's very nice. Yeah, another wave will be here eventually. It is inevitable. Holding the fence is a bitch. It is really awkward. But, you know, we'll pull the big brain move. We don't have to worry about being flanked by the holes in the fence if we just kill everything that's either side. Can't be outflanked if the enemy's dead. Yeah, help maneuver this, you filthy casual. Spaz just wants all the helicopters. No, we're making such good progress, Spaz. Silence! Yeah, at this rate, I might even get to see the hospital before Christmas. Let's be honest, the helis aren't really doing that much damage. Yeah, helis don't do anything. Fucking helicopters, piece of piss. Gonna ignore the fact that I've been stuck at the military checkpoint for like well over a month or two now. Yeah, that helicopter, fuck it out. He doesn't know who he's messing with. Like, the only reason they haven't overrun me at the checkpoint yet is just because the checkpoint has this beautiful fence that goes all the way around. And this entrance is so narrow that once we're too far away, like further south, they can't work out how to get through it. It's the only reason we haven't been overrun. But, yeah, getting much further north, a little bit troublesome with all the helicopters. Because you keep supplying them with more zombies. But it's good, because eventually they'll all die. Can you use a Molotov to burn bodies? Yes. I'm pretty sure you can. As long as the flame spreads to the tile that the zombie occupies, like the floor tile, that is. It'll burn everything that's on top of it, including the bodies. That's why you see people piling dead bodies on campfires. Yeah, Molotov should work just fine. It's just, in my opinion, it's just not worth doing. It's the military checkpoint and new bridge. Oh, you have no idea. This is gonna make the bridge look like a fucking, like, vacation. Because, yeah, because while we're at the checkpoint, it's about half of Louisville, northward, that can hear the helicopters. While we're down here. So, about half the city is, like, slowly making their way down towards us over time. So we might be able to push them back a little bit. Might even be able to get past the intersection, but they're gonna constantly keep flowing south down towards us. have another quick rest. Don't think it's been as bad as the bridge. It's not been as bad as the bridge yet, but I haven't gotten past the area yet. Yeah. But no, we'll see. If I can get past, say, the hospital and the intersection, we'll be fine. But I don't think we'll get that far before we get slapped back again. Never move corpses or burn them. Yeah, it's way too much work. For a problem that solves itself over time, it's not worth doing. Because, most players generally put the decomposition time down to 3 days. But if you're playing like what we're doing, you're playing on just the default. Like, 9 days isn't a long time to wait for these bodies to disappear naturally on their own. Like, it would take you considerably longer to bury them all one by one. And to burn them all is just a waste of fuel. And inevitably you're going to run out of glass bottles to make Molotovs. So you'll have to resort to using campfires, which is the same as burying them. You have to pick them up one by one. So it's just not worth doing. Playing vanilla or mods? Vanilla plus, so... Like, all the gameplay is vanilla except for the helicopters. That's like the only thing that changes. So we're running expanded helicopters with Twitch integration. So far we've had 508 helicopters, and jets fly overhead. But yeah, all the other gameplay, everything else is all vanilla. Would it be worth to destroy the steel bars in the little room? Nah, it's not really worth it. Like, I could, like, you know, I've heard other people doing it, they've had issues with it, but it's not really a problem that needs to be solved. You know, it's not something that causes any issues. Do the bodies despawn? Yeah, they despawn after 9 days on the default. And then if you're playing sandbox, you can increase or decrease the time it takes for them to disappear. But personally, I just leave it at 9 days. I think it's pretty well balanced for that. Yeah, we're definitely winning with them, aren't we? I'll have to maybe bring my car up here and make some noise. Maybe. Just started this game a week ago. Oh, and you love it, so you're curious. Oh, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, the workshop has a plethora of really well-made mods for the game. But I personally try to stick to mods that make the game harder. Those are generally my favorite mods, but this one is a very chilled out, basic game. But if you want the full mod list, it's exclamation mods for the link. But yeah, I think we're only running like 5 mods, and only one of which actually changes gameplay. Everything else is either cosmetic or relates to Twitch. What level sprinting do you need to outrun sprinters? 3. 3 without a bag, 4 with a bag. So if you're wearing like a backpack, you know, large hiking bag, school bag, military bag, anything like that, you run slightly slower, so you'll need level 4. But if you're wearing a satchel, like of all things, or you're not wearing a bag at all, you can outrun them with level 3. And that's with just jogging, not sprinting. I kind of want to push down all the way down to this T-junction before I start making more noise again. But while I'm back here, I'll probably nab myself a generator.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, it's very quiet. Feel like they're planning an ambush. No, that might do it. Appreciate the follow as well, Blossy. Or Bloss by. Happy days. It's the checkpoint. People will camp in front of the stores in reality. Lore-wise, makes sense. That people will camp here, yeah. Yeah, there's a few of them. It's not many of them, though. Yeah, I'll probably kill these guys and try and grab that generator. I need, I think, about 3 or 4 more generators to power the checkpoint road completely. Drag all of you down this way. Yes, yeah, there are tons of generators around here. Yeah, they always spawn in the same place. They're just fixed structures, but you can pick them up. It's the same with the rain collectors. Like, there's a few oil drums out here that don't have the lids on, and you can use them as rain collectors. And they have double the capacity of the ones that you can craft. They can hold up to 800 units. They are very spicy, but they are finite. You can't craft them. You can only pick them up. And I think there's, God, how many? Like, there's like 8 of them, isn't there? It's something like that, but they're all around this area. But once you pick them up, they become player-made structures. So you have to make sure you put them down somewhere safe. Otherwise, zombies might destroy them. And if they get destroyed, that's it. You can't make them again. So, yeah. Best guarded. He spent a month trying to find a generator for a gas station. Finally hooked it up, and I remembered. The power was still on. You're just ahead of the curve. So you're thinking long term. It doesn't matter. Power's on, I don't care. I need to get this generator hooked up. Because the power will inevitably get turned off. You've just got that amazing foresight. Hey, Meepy as well. Welcome back. I'm surprised that you all stopped following me, though. Yeah, there is a mod for it, but we don't run mods like that. Nothing wrong with them, it's just I don't like running mods that add stuff like that personally. But no, very good for like a multiplayer server. And no doubt they'll add the recipe in vanilla, inevitably anyway, with when Build 42 gets released. Oh, shit, that's the wrong one. Well, that goes my little resting session. Just want to keep that exertion in check. Ah, good stuff. You made a zomboid server. No initial zombies when with everyone's infected thing. I made me in real life. Every character I make can die from something they turn. So you're doing like The Walking Dead then. Like everyone's infected. Pretty good at not doing that. And there'll be zombies. So basically every time I die it gets a bit harder. And zombie traits are random too. Yeah, fair enough. We usually run instant death. Yeah, I think most people do. I think we might be running it on this game as well. Maybe. Like, I normally play with it off just for the anticipation. Like, ooh, am I dead? I don't know. But, yeah, I get why most people turn it off. It's like, oh, fuck, I don't want to play with my character if they're going to die within 3 days. Like, that's a big ol' F. Yeah, you know when like you already know when you're dead within minutes anyway. It's like, as soon as you see your character getting anxious, it's like, okay. He's done. Yeah, not too bad. And we should be able to get all the way back up to the burger joint now. Joke's on joke's on you. I'm always anxious. What role are you playing? What do you mean role? What, you mean like occupation? I think my character's unemployed. Took him for the extra... Yeah, to get the extra 8 points. Unless you're on the cusp of a record. Yeah. Squeeze out every last little drop you can before they die. Right. But yeah, before I fight another big old wave, I'm gonna go grab myself another drink really quickly. So I'll be back in less than 60 seconds. Right. And I'm back. Let me just make sure everything's still A-okay on my end. Yeah, we're all good. Well, let's kill these guys that we just went shouting for. So there shouldn't be that many around here, because we just got pushed back. I expected more. Gonna let them come to me this time. I won't move from this spot. Yeah, I think that'll do. Alright, let's take this generator back with us. And we'll power up a little bit more of the military checkpoint. Get all the lights on. How'd you avoid getting grabbed? Well, I take my big stick. I take my other hand. I flip them the bird. I say the magic spell, fuck off. And then I give him a cheeky little poke. And no, it's literally just space and timing. Like, it sounds funny to say, but Project Zomboid combat is closer to a rhythm dance game than it is an actual fighting game. Like if you play any game, like any game that's based on rhythm and dance, where you have to, like, tap the keys at a certain time, it's basically just that. You're just looking for the zombies and the distance from them to you, and just finding which zombie's the closest. And then when you're going to walk towards that one, you're keeping an eye out for the second closest one. And then you're just eyeballing it, engaging, like, roughly. Do I have enough space between me and this second zombie to, like, stab this other fucker in the face before he catches up to me? And most of the time, the answer's yes. And if the answer's no, well, then you shove that first one back and then you stab the second one. While making sure the third one isn't close to you. But yeah, I don't generally tend to think about it too much. It's just muscle memory at this point. But yeah, let's power that light there. To be fair, I could probably put you over here, can't I? Yeah, if I drop you about here, I can power that one, that floodlight, and the tower. Yeah, that should work. Alright, I think about there. That should be the best spot for it, I think. Well, to be fair, I'll put you there. So that should power everything here, so they should all be lit up now. And I can put one more generator, say, down here to power this little area, these floodlights. And then yeah, every street light and every light on the road should be done then. I can throw a few floodlights, like in between the street lights, and then yeah, we've got the entire place lit up. Very nice. Spamming the attack key is... No, never spam the attack key. No, oh, like, actually think about where you're attacking. Don't ever spam, no. That is a recipe for disaster. Can your zombies hear better than they can see? I mean, their eyesight's exactly the same as normal. You know, they have the default, 'cause you can't change that currently. It doesn't work in Sandbox. But they have pinpoint hearing, so they can hear significantly better. And they can hear things from miles away. It's why you constantly see, like, a steady flow of zombies coming down to the checkpoint, because anytime you guys call in helicopters and jets, they're always flying over this area. So all of these guys, they're all coming from, like, the hospital and the intersection and further north. They're all coming down to this area over time. Oh, they're all in range as well. Oh, convenient. I don't even have to put a generator over there then. That works out for the best. Yeah, that is very nice. And then when we come back in the morning, I should have a group of zombies waiting for me, hopefully around here then. Yeah, that is very nice. I'll grab a few floodlights. I will probably put a generator around here, just so I can power a floodlight or two along this little stretch here, 'cause it is a little bit dark. But yeah, let's run to the south side and just have a gander. Yeah, that's all the streetlights at the very least then. That's all of them powered. Yeah, let me grab a few floodlights actually. I'll put like one or two of them over here, 'cause I know there's a floodlight there. Appreciate the follow as well, gamer. Happy days. The site settings don't work. Not last time I checked. They used to, but I don't think they work at the moment. I wouldn't know why. But I might be wrong with that, so don't quote me on it. But I'm pretty sure last time I checked, the site settings for the zombies in Sandbox don't actually change. And I'll put another one about here. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, there's one over there. Doesn't pinpoint hearing make this run easier if they're coming after you, not trying to diss or anything? Yes and no. So the early game is a lot harder to begin with, because obviously if I don't have anything cleared out, it doesn't matter where I go, I'm constantly being bombarded with zombies from all sides. But once I get my foot in the door, because the goal is to kill every zombie on the map, it does make it easier to find them. It just means that I don't get many breaks in between fighting zombies. But, you know, we're not trying to look for breaks, we're trying to kill everything. But, yeah, personally I prefer pinpoint hearing. I think it's more interesting. Because it's too easy to kind of go on vacation and forget about the zombies when they don't have pinpoint. And I'm pretty sure... yeah, your bulb is broken. I'll have to replace the bulb for that one. That's fine. No, I can leave you for the time being. I'm going to move you slightly closer, though. Let me find the halfway point between these, just so it's, like, dead in the center. So I'm only going to move it once. Yeah, this is 16. Oh, it's 35. So yeah, 18. 18th tile then. Golden. So that's like nice and halfway between the two then. Yeah, good stuff. But yeah, I need to grab a light for him. I might have a spare one in there, actually. Well, to be fair, I can grab some of the, where are you? There should be... Did I grab all the ones from this side? I might have already grabbed these guys. Squeeze and wah. Yeah, there's no lamps here. They'll be on the other side then. I'll grab one of those ones. What happens when you push the button? I don't know, it's a mystery. Now, the button was there when I made my Steam and my Twitch account. It's always been there. Yeah, I'll take that light bulb. You're not powered at the moment. Where would be a good start? When you're trying to avoid zombies. Oh, well, do I have the gift for you? Now presenting the x16 map. That's actually up to date. So, over the weekend, I thought it'd be funny to make a x16 map. So, this is the map and all the pop for x16 and max. So, if you want to find a spot to run to at the beginning of your game, this just makes it so much easier. So West Point, we always run out to the 3 houses, same as most other players. So we spawn by the school, that's over here, and we just run all the way out here, where nothing spawns, and we chill out here, and then work our way back in. But you can use this map just to find the dead zones. Like Rosewood has one that's west of the barracks. So this is Rosewood, but it's a ton of houses out here that don't spawn with any zombies. And all of that good stuff. And then Riverside, you've got a few houses on the southeast side. Like over here. That's a bit spicy. But then you've got... I don't know what you call it, like a ranger station? I don't know what you would call it. That's out in the woods over there. But, yeah, you can just use this one to find spots now. And if you're playing on anything that's less than x16, the heat map is exactly the same. It's just going to be lower numbers. But, yeah, the heat map marked in blue is going to be exactly the same. So yeah, Louisville is very spicy. But generally, the west side of the map, like the further northwest you go is generally easier for like zombie pop. But yeah, every town kind of has at least one dead zone where there's a few houses that don't have any zombies. But yeah, you can download that map and just have a gander yourself. And have a cheeky look and see how overpopulated areas are. And you can make a little game plan then.
And that got quite spicy.
Very spicy. Let's throw those ones there for a second. Let's grab a little bit of extra food. And let's get some sleep now so I can get some fishing done in the morning. Is there a light post or something I can grab? That'll last a long time. We can grab those floodlights. They don't have like a tremendous amount of light that comes off them, but they're adequate. You can also grab these lights outside as well. You'll find those on most houses, so like fancy outdoor lamps and stuff like that. There's a few different types of them, but they all have the same radius for light, really, and they all consume the same gas. Alternatively, if you don't want to have a generator like going, you can level up to like, I think level 7 electrical, convert a lamp into a battery-powered lamp, or you can make a lamppost. I don't think they got rid of that recipe, have they? It's still there. I think. I just don't believe anyone ever uses it because it looks terrible. Oh no, did they get rid of it? Or am I just looking in the wrong section? You used to be able to attach a flashlight to a post. I can't remember what the actual name of it is. No, he's not there. So I'm sure it used to be under carpentry. Oh, there it is, lamp on a pillar. Yeah, it's in the crafting. Carpentry menu. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, fuck, I can't remember where he is. Haven't built one of these in years, because they look a bit naff. But yeah, that's another option for you. But yeah, that one does require some carpentry and some building materials. Can you craft a light bulb? You cannot craft a light bulb, but you can find them everywhere. If you find cars, flashlights, radios as well. Like, you can get them all over the place. Light bulbs aren't really rare. But, they're a little bit annoying, because they don't last super long. Now, I caught 2 fish today. That was a terrible feat. Yeah, well, it's better than nothing. Oh, wrong one. Tiny meals today. Ah, well. I still have some left over from yesterday, so I should have enough to maintain my body weight quite easily. And let's fix the Karen haircut. And I'll take that spare fillet, because we haven't done anything with that one. Right. Yeah, you can go back there. Just grab some extra spears, and then we'll go back to killing. And I'll drop that gas off in a moment as well. Just in case. Alright. Yeah, I still got quite a few to go through, but if I just do like one row a day, that'll be enough. And let me put the bulb in this one. Yep, there we go. His bulb was broken. So he should light up tonight. And we'll have a nice area that's illuminated. But let's make our way up north. I'll try and... I want to see if I can make it all the way to that T-junction today. The one that's just south of the hospital. That's where it starts to get a little bit hairy. Start getting a lot of zombies. Next, this is all still very quiet. And to be fair, before I go any further... might try and get them out of there. Have they seriously gone back to the window? What a bunch of assholes. Yeah, not a very big fan of that. Swing and a miss. Yeah, because we're all done in there now. Right. And yeah, I have one more generator there, so I'll probably use that one to power this street light here. I'm pretty sure he's out of range of this one here. And yeah, if I power that one... Are there any more? Yeah, I could put that one over here, get those floodlights done as well. Maybe move them closer to the road. That'll be nice. Very homely. That's where there's a lot of zombies. He says as he walks over a 5-foot carpet of zombies. Hey, okay, these were just like the trial stage. This was my tutorial island, you know? Yeah, now we get to go into Louisville. Like actual Louisville. Oh boy. Yeah, it's just funny, because as soon as you get off like the main highway, Louisville's not that bad, honestly. It's just this main road that goes all the way north, like all the way to the end. It's a, like going through Louisville here. Like this area is like 16,000-ish, give or take. And you go all the way down to like the police station, all the way down to there. And you got cells that have like 10,000 plus. One of them has up to about 18,000. But if you just like deviate slightly off course and go over here, it's not that many of them, really. It's still like a few thousand per cell. But I think the only one that's got any real zombies is this one here. It's about 13,000, give or take. But that's like really the only one down in that area that has any real zombies. But yeah, as soon as we break the back of the hospital and the intersection, hopefully we'll be able to like make a bit more progress moving forward. Yeah, I'll carry on shouting the entire way though, just so we can keep finding them. Because what I'm hunting for at the moment is another fire axe from a zombie. Because I would like to push the village on the east side down that dirt trail, but I need an axe for that because there's too many trees in my way. And that hand axe is a bit lackluster. Doesn't really have the oomph to get through anything quickly. I could go back to my base in Westport and grab my wood axe, but that's a little journey. Oh yeah, you can play catch up because there's not that many of you. Still very quiet. Are these normal spears? They are normal spears. Yeah, just regular crafted spears. No mods, no weapon attachments, just nice and simple. Best spear in the game, in my opinion. Simple is best. They're so OP. That's always their reaction, yeah. They always look like incredibly overpowered, but they take so long to get to this stage. They take so many kills. But, yeah, in my opinion, they are the best weapon in the game. Currently, at least. Although that could change at any moment. Yeah, you are still really quite. It's really abnormal for it to be like this. Like, when we normally break the back of an area, there's normally still, like, plenty of zombies to go through. Oh, there's that fire axe I was after. But, yeah, this is, like, nothing. It's a bit weird. Wondering where they're all hiding. I don't know. I might not be loud enough to grab any of the zombies chilling out either side of the road. Nope, that's a good sign. Zombies wearing hospital gowns. We're getting close enough now. We're getting zombies from the hospital. Rendering. Mech magnificent. Swing and a miss.
I have introduced myself. You have introduced yourself. This is a very good conversation.
Hey, Brighty. Very good conversation. Welcome on back. Let's have a quick rest. But no, how are you? What are you up to? Yeah. I'd use the car horn for some of these vehicles, but I'm pretty sure all the batteries are going to be dead. No, I'll have to bring my car down here, though, because I'm almost at that T-junction. I'm almost next to that area I said I was aiming for. And they haven't really put up much of a fight. So I'll have to bring our car down here, just to lure out the ones who are a little bit far from the road and aren't able to hear me shout. So what? Yeah, like, it's really, this is abnormal. Like, normally when we, like, get through an area, like, for the first time in a while, it's like, okay, like, there's a noticeable decrease in the amount of zombies in our way, but there's still, like, plenty of them blocking us. It's a bit like when we cracked the West Point, or when we cracked the bridge and we got to the other side. But this is, like, fucking dead. Like, I don't know, they're either all hiding somewhere, or we have, like, just decimated them. But I put my money on them hiding. They've got to be somewhere. It never, like, goes from 100 to 0, like, that quickly. There's normally, like, a bit of a grace period in between. Where it goes from 100 down to, like, 10. And then the final 10 just, like, take a couple of months to, like, track down and find. But yeah, we'll bring our car down here. Tomorrow. Tomorrow game time, we'll drive down this road and see if there's just a big clump of them hiding somewhere. Hopefully they can get deleted. Nah, that won't be it. That was a while ago now anyway. It's getting to the point where I don't really know where to go for the day. I was expecting it to take like an entire day just to get to here. I have a sub. Yeah, you probably got gifted it. Recently. There have been a few of them today. And Spaz has already handed out a few of them. Burn down village. Yeah, I mean, that's why we came up here. It's one of the reasons, anyway. Kill the zombies, but, grab a fire axe from a zombie so I can cut down more of those trees that are in our way. So I'll go over to the burned village. They might be on the fence. Maybe. But, if they are on the fence, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't make their way over here. You know, unless they're on the north side of the fence, like all the way over here, maybe. Yeah. It's the only, like, bad thing about pinpoint hearing. Like, all the zombies chase after the helicopters, which is fucking great. But they all chase after the helicopters. So it's, like, really easy to lose them sometimes. Like, they'll wander off to the middle of nowhere. And you know that they're inevitably going to come out of the woods. Or wherever they're stuck at, and wherever they're hiding, but... yeah, sometimes they're just in a very awkward position. Yeah, well. But it is 3:30, so I'll just carry on going north for the time being. Like, we're almost at the hospital now, so we're bound to run into some zombies. Like, this place can't be completely empty. Appreciate the follow slingshot. That came from probably the best position it could have. Northwest to southeast, directly across the off the hospital, straight down towards us. So yeah, let's see how many there are. Oh, hello. There's a few of them. Well, at least we found that there are some of them that are stuck. Yeah, 'cause you can get into that area easily, but the gate is further up. It's further on the north side. Yeah, 'cause that won't be all of them in the area. Won't even be a fraction of them. Yeah, it's just very quiet. Yeah, the more you drive up, and down the road, they'll slowly, like, shuffle out. Yeah. Same as when we were at Valley Station. Like, some of them are so deep in the woods that they just take a lifetime to, like, slowly work their way out. But we'll get them all eventually. I just need to get something that's a little bit louder than my, just my character yelling. Because even that's not that many. Yeah, you found a few of them. Let's just drag all of you down this way. Yeah, 'cause I like to keep you, for the most part, all on one side. Can you kill them through the fence? I can kill them through the fence. I probably won't, though. 2 reasons. 1, reduced damage, and slower attack speed. So it'll take longer to kill them. And 2, I like to make it at least a fair fight. I like to give the zombies at least a chance to kill me. So I try to avoid doing things like breaking stairs and killing zombies from invulnerable positions. So while they all make their way down here, I'll have a little sit down. Just chill out over here for a minute. Need to get level 10 biting. Exactly. Need to give them a chance. Need to throw them like some throwaway survivors so they can level up their stats some more. Oh, good stuff. So let's just see if that shotgun blast brought any extra zombies out. There's a few, but there wasn't too many. Just see if there's anyone lingering around there. But yeah, I'm looking forward to bringing my car out here tomorrow now, because I'm very curious. Because you did, with that jet, you brought a few of them from, like, the northwest area. But more south of the hospital than anything else. Something fishy. It should be some. Yeah, there should be more than this, but I'll have to wait and see. I can't remember what we were on when we first came to the checkpoints. We've been here for a while, just slowly chipping away at them, but we haven't killed that many, really. At the very most, I think, like, what, 15,000? On the high end? I don't actually remember what we were on when we first came here. Because there should, like, at the very least, to, like, get beyond this point, we should have killed at least, like, 25 to 30,000, give or take, on, like, the low end, to be able to get past the hospital. And that's being pretty generous. Who knows? But no, it'll become obvious tomorrow anyway when we make more noise. Whether they're, whether we've actually killed everything in this area, or if there are, like, a tremendous amount of them hiding around somewhere. Because nothing hides from the truck, everything hears that. So... yeah, with all the helis as well, yeah, except the helis will be bringing them in from, like, further north. Unless you've been calling in helicopters that have been dragging them further north, but... I don't think so. Like, it should, well, I mean, even if it, like, even if it did average out like that, at the very most they would be around this area. They wouldn't be any further north of here, really. But that's very curious. A few more have turned up around here, but not many. Next, my frame rate's dropping a little bit every now and then, but it's like... I'm a little hit or miss. Because it's like, my frame rate's dropping, that is an indication that there are like a lot of zombies around the area, but it's not dropping that much. But my FPS is down to like 30 at the moment, which is like a sign that there are a few thousand zombies. I don't think it could be all of those guys that we saw behind the fence, though. I don't know why they would path into that area. Yeah. Fucking mystery to solve right now. Oh, we were on like 155, were we? Oh, okay, so we have killed a few of them then. But still, it's only been like 15,000 kills then. Yeah. 60 FPS.
I have introduced myself. You have introduced yourself. This is a very good conversation.
Very good conversation. Hello, pirate. Yeah, just want to see if it's going to reenact what happened at the bridge. My FPS will drop. No, it's holding steady for the most part. It's dropping slightly. Okay, there we go, 40. I just don't know why they would all path their way into there. Of all places. Like, from the hospital, why would they all go in there? Because, I mean, the entrance for this one, it's, like, it's literally just up over here. It's not that far away, but why would they... Why would they go in there? Of all the places they could go to. It's really weird. Well, yeah. I'll have to, lure these guys out a few at a time. But yeah, I'm gonna run back now, because I want to grab my truck for the morning. And we'll have a really slow drive down this section and just see if we've missed anyone either side of here. And if not, then we'll go further north and try and lure some of these guys out. And we can start murdering them then. That's a plan. An alarm. Nah, we haven't had any alarms or anything. Next, we have house alarms on, but the zombies can't set them off, so it's only the ones that I set off myself. So it can't be that that's lured them away. But that's not a bad idea, though. Should you bring a flashlight in your game for evening and night? You should always have a flashlight with you as a precaution, but it's bright enough at the moment where I don't need this. I can see everything that's around me. I normally keep flashlights for when it's not a full moon and it's like incredibly dark. Normally during a storm as well, like when all the weather effects are making everything as dark as possible. So like it'll be out of winter, so there's no snow on the ground. It'll be the middle of the night, so it's pitch black. There will be no moon either, so there's no moonlight. And it'll usually be in the middle of a storm, so it's like overcast and storm, like tropical storm weather. So everything is as dark as possible. And then I'll also be walking on dead bodies. Like, literally everything so I can't see my character. That's when I use a flashlight. Either that or when I'm inside a building. But, no, I can see everything that's around me currently. Home sweet home. Yeah, let's see if that floodlight's working today then. No. He's probably turned off though. Let me just check him. Yep, there we go. Yeah, we'll take the I'll take the trailer off, but we'll take the van up in the morning. And then we can see if we've missed any zombies along the highway. Home sweet mountain of corpses. It's beautiful. Like, how can you always find your way home? I can smell it. I can physically smell where I live. It's magnificent. Yeah, we're still gaining weight. Fantastic. Hey, Mike. Welcome on back. Yeah, no flashable toilets. Yeah, yes, I can smell the survivors from a mile away. How much weight can you put on in a week in game? I mean, like, from the very first week? Depends if you can, like, boost yourself up to get double chevrons, but in a week you'll get about, what, 10 kilos? 10 to 15 kilos, give or take. To be fair, 15's a little bit high. So there is a, like, just like losing weight, there is an upper limit to how much weight you can gain, like, given X amount of time. I just can't remember what it is. It's about like a kilo though, isn't it? About a kilo a day, more or less. Maybe a kilo and a half. Appreciate the follow as well, Rose Beats. Happy days. It's a lot of spears. It's magnificent though. Always prepared for a fight. You love the game, but it's hard for a new player. Yeah. Project Zomboid is one of those survival games that rewards game knowledge more than anything else. Like, mechanically, on the player's end, it's really simple, you know. WASD, point and click, shift, you know. The key controls aren't complicated, and then the combat's really simple as well. Right mouse button, left click, make sure you're lined up with your target. That's it. It's really simple. But then there's like a mountain of like little nuggets of information to learn with all the skills in the game and all the little tactics and all the tech you can use. So yeah, it is a bit overwhelming at first, but if you just focus on like the fundamentals, so like for a new player, all you really need to focus on is getting good at fighting zombies, learning where certain types of loot spawn, and then really just how to get a renewable source of food and water. Like, those are like your three main things, really. You get those three done, and you'll find yourself surviving, like, significantly longer. Where's your base? Our base currently is at the Louisville checkpoint. So yeah, that's where... Why is my frame rate so fucking bad with my map? What the fuck? Well, yeah, we're currently living at the Louisville checkpoint, but my other base is in West Point, all the way down here. So we have two bases at the moment. And we're turning the entire checkpoint into one giant Uber base. That's the plan, at least. And so far we have all the streetlights powered. We have a little outpost in the back, somewhere that's safe, where I can get myself replenished and ready for the following day. Right. Yeah, that's all good. That's all good. Golden. The worst part is 99% of the game. Yeah, like how do you avoid dying? Well, that's the trick to it. You have to die to learn how to avoid dying. Yeah. Like, every time you die, you just have to hold your hands up, admit that you fucked up and you made a mistake, and just kind of, like, reassess, like, what are the things that you did that led up to that massive fuck up, and what got that player killed, what killed that character. And 9 times out of 10, it'll be something really trivial, like you were speeding and you lost control of your car, or you didn't, like, anticipate a zombie being behind a door, or multiple zombies being in the bathroom, or something stupid. Or you accidentally ate a poison mushroom or a berry, or you didn't check to see if the food was rotten or stale, and all of these, like, little stupid things. But, like, they're really easy to, like, counter. It's just, the longer you survive, the more comfortable you become, and the more complacent you get. So you end up, like, making all these really minor, silly mistakes that, inevitably kill your character. Yeah, it's all fun and games, though. But the more it happens, the better you'll get at it. Your map is organized. I like to know where things are, yeah. Yeah, because my games go on for so long, I can't remember where everything is. Because so far, this game has been, like, about 300 or 400 hours, so I can't remember which houses I've been through, which houses I've looted completely, where all my bases and outposts are, where all the generators and what I've powered, which gas stations have gas and which ones are haven't been powered yet, stuff like that. So I try to mark everything. That way, if I take, like, a big break, or if my game goes on for, like, a few hundred, if not a few thousand hours, I can very quickly check my map and just see, yep, I've been to this place, I've looted these houses, I've powered these gas stations, I have an outpost here, here, and here, I got bases in these towns, and all these other little bits and pieces. Alright, I think that'll do for the day, though. Get these last 2 trees. Open it, yeah, open a portable toilet. Hello, zombie. Yeah. Overreacting to jump scares. Oh, you say that, I still do that. I have the jump scare sound turned off, but every now and then a zombie will catch me off guard and I'll just shit the bed. And you'll see my mouse just fucking flick shot across the screen. Because it caught me off guard. Yeah, that still happens to me. My friend's putting a generator inside. Your friend is about to have a lovely, lovely experience. The core memory is about to be founded. What's your favorite starting spot? West Point. So, West Point, and trying to spawn around the school. So, there's a few spawns around this area. You can spawn in, pretty sure it's this house, that one there. And I think it's this one here as well. But if I can get one of those spawn locations, I always, well, typically make my way out to the 3 houses out here. And the reason we do that is because if I'm out in that area, there are basically no zombies that spawn in that region. So that's the population for West Point on times 16, or an approximate to it. But you can see those 3 houses, they don't have any zombies that spawn in these areas. So if I just make my way from the school that's here, and dart through the few thousand zombies that spawn on time 16, if I can make it past the farm, I'm golden. And then I can slowly get myself leveled up from 0 fitness and 0 strength out here, and then work my way back into town over time, and then we're good to go. That's the idea, at least. But yeah, it's all fun and games. Yeah, let's go see if we can find any of those zombies that have been hiding from us, though. Because that highway was very quiet yesterday. So I want to see if there's many zombies hiding from us. Or if we have actually killed most of the guys on the highway around this area. Yeah, I'm gonna drive very slowly because I want anyone and everyone who's on this road to come out and say hi. I see you, Spears. How do you have such good how do I have such good durability on them? Yeah, it's it's a combination of both maintenance and the spear skill. So every 2 points you have in maintenance will give you +2 durability to the weapon. So spears have a base durability of 1 in 2, and they have 5 hit points. So every 1 in 2 hits I make with the weapon, one of those hits it's gonna take damage on average. And then they have 5 hit points, so I can get away with that 5 times. So statistically, a spear that's in mint condition with 0 maintenance and 0 spear skill is only gonna last 10 hits before it breaks. But if you get up to level 10 spear and 10 maintenance, that takes the durability from 1 in 2 to 1 in 17. So you'll be able to average 85 hits per spear then. But yeah, that's a late game thing, but it's definitely worth doing. It's why the spears are the best in my opinion. They have the best attack rate, and the durability doesn't really matter in the late game. It's all about, can the weapon one-hit kill, and well, can the weapon one-hit kill? Does it have a really good attack rate? Is it at least decent with stamina efficiency? And then, can I get enough of this weapon to kill continuously? If you tick all the boxes on that, god tier weapon. So stone axes, spears, hunting knives, they all tick the box. They're all very good weapons. Yeah, zombie respawn is turned off in your game. It is, yeah. Because we're doing time 16. Too many zombies. So respawn is very much irrelevant. Well, there's a lot of you coming from the east. Let me just do a 180 with you. There you go, Spaz. We found all the zombies. For some reason, they've all been hugging the fence on the east side. Can I die if I eat stale food? No. Stale food will make you bored and depressed, but it won't kill you. You just gotta be a bit wary about doing it, because it's unlikely, but there are times where you'll start eating stale food and it will turn rotten while you're eating it. Just because you just happen to eat it at the very end of its lifespan. So if you're eating stale food, do keep an eye on it as your character eats it, just to make sure it doesn't turn rotten when you're halfway through. Right, I'm just gonna leave you here for the time being, as well. What'd you do for food in the beginning? I go straight into fishing. I take angler, so I can level up fishing almost immediately. And because I spawn in West Point, 9 times out of 10, I'm always next to the river, so I always have lake and river access. Do you use a mod to get time 16? No, so the way it works is, it's time 16, but it's the base pop multiplied by the peak pop. So, the base pop is times 4, the peak pop is times 4. You multiply those two together, then you get time 16. So if you see anyone who's running time 16, that's what they've done. And then for the starting pop, you would multiply the base pop by the starting pop, and that would give you whatever your starting population is. And then it would go from the starting pop up to the peak pop based on whatever your peak day is. So the default is, well, default apocalypse, for example, is times 1 on day 1, and then times 1.5 on day 28. So on apocalypse, your population would increase from 1 all the way up to 1.5 over the first 28 days. But we're doing time 16 day 1, so it's time 16 from day 1. And, permanently. Vanilla settings are expansive. Yeah, there's a lot you can change. Everyone's got a different preference for their ideal game as well, so it's quite funny to see what everyone plays with. Magnificent. Yeah, let me go have a quick rest. What happens at day 29? Oh, day 29, it will just stay at 1.5 on Apocalypse. So the peak day is, like, the starting pop and the peak pop and the peak day. That's just whatever you're starting with, whatever you're going to build up to and how long it's going to take. But once you get up to the peak population, it just stays like that. Never goes down, never goes up, it just stays there permanently. So we're doing times 16 day 1. So our population was times 16 pop on day 1. And then we immediately reached peak pop as well, because we set the peak day to day 1. And now we're just stuck on times 16 permanently. Population never changes. It's always going to be the same. So when you spawn, you're mostly going for craft spears and fishing. Pretty much, yeah. Literally. Any excuse I get to use spears. Spears for days. So on this run so far, we've made 2,628 spears. Living the dream. Ideal game, 0 Zeds. Only if I get to kill them all. It's like, how many Zeds are left in your game? 0. Oh, that sounds a bit easy. How many kills do you have? 4.5 million. Everything has to die by my hands.
None of you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you.
You're locked in here with me.
Exactly. No escape. Everything dies. We played a game with 0 Zeds just to see what it was like. Honestly, for some reason, just did not trust the game had no zombies. Well, you'll be glad to know then, Claire, that you were right not to trust it, because setting the game to 0 zombies does not in fact set it to 0 zombies. Your intuition was correct. The game does still spawn zombies. So, you can get those story events where you find zombies eating a dead body, or you'll find zombies around cars, like a car crash or a roadblock or something like that. Those zombies still spawn in, even if you set it to 0 zombies. So you have to turn all of those story events off if you want to prevent all of them. And even then, I think there's still 1 or 2 of them that still occur. So yeah, even if you put the game to 0 zombies, there are still going to be a couple of zombies in your game. Somewhere. Based on how many story events you have. So yeah, you're never safe, Claire. There's always another zombie waiting. Wonder what to do if you manage to kill all the zombies. That's the day I retire. Yes. If I do that, I'll have officially done everything in the game. But it is a pipe dream. It's something that is technically possible, but would take such an insurmountable amount of time to get done that it's, the logistics alone to actually even schedule that would be a nightmare. Because that would be thousands of hours. Because currently the population, the max pop is 4.5 million. So I can show you on my map really quickly. So at the moment, there's about 4.5 million on the entire map. So killing the base map isn't like too bad. There's about 1 million of them on the map that you would actually visit, but they took a paintbrush and they just added a shit ton of zombies to the outskirts. So to kill everyone around these areas, that would take an ungodly amount of time. Most of the zombies are on the outskirts. It's about 75% of the world's population is on the rim of the map in no man's land. So, yeah, technically possible, but absolute fucking nightmare to actually try and do that. But regardless, that is something that we are actually trying to do. That is the ultimate goal. Wiping out the map on time 16 is like the most prestigious achievement you could possibly get in this game. Apart from doing it with like time 16 sprinters, but that's just not even gonna happen. Well, in migration settings, 6 hours migration time, I think. It's either 6 or 12, it's one or the other. But if you want my settings for this run, just type in !settings, that'll give you the full list. The only thing that is currently incorrect on that list is that it will say we're on normal hearing when we are actually on pinpoint. That's the only difference. Story events are the meta events. No, meta events are like the sound events you hear. So meta events are things like gunshots, people screaming, dogs and wolves barking and howling in the distance. That's what a meta event is. Story events are things like finding a van and a cooler next to a river with a fishing rod, or finding a police roadblock on the road, or finding a campsite with a little jeep and some hunters. Like, those are story events. And I can't remember if it's a separate category or not, but you get the ones in the houses as well. You know, you find the house that has cards and cash on the floor, and you find the suicide victims and the Jason Voorhees house as well. Like, those are story events also, localized to houses. What are the story events set to? I'm pretty sure they have their own category, don't they? Unless I'm misremembering it. I mean, I can check it really quickly. It'd only take like a minute to have a quick look. Will you start a new server if you die? Probably not. I don't really have any intention of starting a server anytime soon. To run a good server, it's very time consuming. Because I wouldn't want to run a server that's literally just buy and go and just forget about it, because those servers are just really bad for the most part. But yeah, let me have a quick look for the yeah, so you got meta events, which are your sound events, and then you got the helicopter and such, and then you have meta event. It says meta here, but these aren't meta events, these are story events. But yeah, randomized house chats, randomized vehicle stories, randomized zones. So these would be your hunters in the woods. These would be things like your roadblocks and your ambulance spawning with like the guy wearing a hospital gown and stuff like that. And in the houses, those are things like your suicide victim houses, Jason Voorhees, and toilet paper houses and stuff like that. But yeah, the meta events are sound, and then yeah, why it says meta there, I don't know. It probably makes sense, but I'm not going to read into it. Where can I find the map you just showed? Oh, if you type in !map, that will give you my map I made. It's a new one, I made it over the weekend, but it's just a useful thing. You can see where all the cells are on the game, and you also have an approximation to where all the zombies are as well. So if you see a cell that has any numbers whatsoever, that is a times 16 population, so do the math in your head to work out, you know, relative to what you're playing on. And that will give you a rough idea of how many zombies you'll find in that area. It just makes it a lot easier for players starting out on time 16 to figure out, you know, where to go on day one, because the first thing you do on time 16 is pack up your shit and leave town because there's too many zombies to live in the town itself. But the thing is, like, if you're new and you don't really know the map that well, it's like, fuck, where do I go? Where do I go that doesn't have any zombies? So that map is just there to help those players. That's a decent chunk. But yeah, I'll let those guys chase me down here. And I'm gonna go have a quick rest. Yeah, FPS is stuttering a little bit because my game's just loaded back in, but it should recover. Professor Lamprey delivers just right again. I know, I'm something of a teacher myself. I was wicked smart in it. As I tipped my fucking glasses to you. Yes, they're all coming from the camp. Right, the rest of them should be stuck. Yeah, on the generators that are making noise. Good stuff. You wanna get into that boating village anytime soon? I don't know. Like, there's a lot of zombies that chased us back here, but there weren't that many zombies, you know? Like, compared to what we've been doing in the past, like, this is, like, pretty trivial. This is just another Monday for us. Alright, good stuff. And yeah, there should be a nice big chunky group waiting by that other generator over there then. It's not that many, really. It's still really chill. What's the record on survived? The record on survived are my records currently. So, the longest run that's recorded, that's on Twitch, was 3 years, 6 days. And that's 297,000 kills. And that was about... That one ended, I think, about 6 months ago, more or less. And then the highest recorded, well, the highest claimed, I should say, is my 10-year run. That was about 2 years ago, and that one is 10 years, 3 months, and that's 735,000. And the Twitch one was modded, the offline 10-year run was Vanilla Apocalypse. But yeah, I've yet to see anyone claim higher, but I am hopeful because if someone claims higher, that gives me a reason to actually survive longer. So I'm waiting for mystery man or woman to dethrone me. Because at the moment, the person who's on track to do it is Twist on Fire. Because he's got a good run going at the moment, where he's... I think he's on 1 year, 5 or 6 months in, and about 200,000 kills. So he's on his way to dethrone my Twitch record. And if he does that, then I have a reason to actually keep this guy alive. Like, seriously alive. Lots of effort. And that should happen within the next month or two in real time. Shouldn't take him that much longer, 'cause he's on a really good pace at the moment. Just beat your record yourself. I mean, that's the plan, but it's more fun when someone else does it. Like, I can keep on playing the game over and over again, and keep on getting higher and higher scores, but when you're just competing against yourself, it gets a little bit boring after a while. But when you have someone who's competing against you, you know, just for fun, like, there's a reason to actually put in effort then. But, no, Twisted's got a very good game going. And I don't see any reason why he won't overtake me. Like, overtake my 3-year run, that is. It'll take him a while to beat the 10-year run, but that one's, that's my long goal anyway. But no, the 3-year run, he can take that very soon, I think. At least with kill count anyway. Like, he'll get the kills before he gets the time. But he'll get both eventually, within the next month or two. I'll be the one to beat your record. Do it, I believe in you. Yeah, we'll grab anyone else who's around this area, and then tomorrow we'll have another drive up the highway, and just lure some more south. There's still a good number of them, just nothing compared to what we've had in the past. It's pretty nice and chill, really. Yeah, no matter how good you get and how high level your character becomes, you fuck up that one time, it's over. That's it. You're finished. That's the only reason I keep playing, to be fair. If the game didn't have such a severe set of consequences for minor mistakes, I probably would have lost interest a long time ago. Yeah, there's a few of you. Let's have a quick rest. Trying your best with both your feet bleeding. No sacrifice too great, Brighty. I believe in you. X. Prior to my 10-year game, the highest one I've heard about before that was 5 years, but there's no other information about it. It's on one of the leaderboards, like one of the old leaderboards that's just dead and unused now. But there was a claim for 5 years on there, but there's nothing around it. I can't even remember if there's a username attached to it. But, yeah, that's the only other run I know of that's got a multi-year run beyond 3 years. But yeah. There are more and more players, though, doing longer and longer runs, though, so doing multi-year runs will become the norm before long. Like, for the players who like doing long runs, that is. Generally, players normally die or stop playing around, like, the 1 or 2 year mark. They don't really ever go beyond that. How much is 1 year in-game for real lifetime? Depends how sweaty you're playing. Rule of thumb is, if you're playing on 1 hour days, multiply the days survived by 0.75, and that's how many hours it is. Like, as an average, you know. So, it's a couple of 100 hours per year. Does the spear skill increase the damage? It does, yeah. Same as all the other weapons. All your weapon skills increase... well, all your weapon skills increase your damage and your attack rate, and then your fitness increases your attack speed even more, and your strength skill increases your damage a little bit more as well. So, it's very nice. Well, yeah, also attack speed, yeah. It's, for attack speed, it's 3% per level, and then 2% for fitness. For the damage, I can't remember what the percentage is per level. But really, all you need to know is, like, towards level 7 and 8, everything starts one-tapping, for the most part. Like, 7 and 8 is where the weapon becomes really proficient. In every category. Apart from Longblade. Longblade doesn't give a shit about levels. Longblade does what it wants. Longblade just one-taps from the get-go. Right out the box. Just need to figure out what building character like to use in your games. Yeah, it's just trial and error. Depends what you like doing, really. But personally, I would recommend hunting down the passive bonuses. Those are my favorite, personally. Like, they reward more long-term play. Short-term as well, just less so. So the passive bonuses are things like Keen Hearing, Dexterous, Low Thirst, Light Eater, you know, Outdoorsman. Things that give you bonuses beyond experience bonuses. So I would rather have a trait that means I don't have to eat as much, or I don't have to drink as much, or allows me to see behind my character, or lets me sleep a little bit less, as opposed to, you know, you get an extra ×2 to this skill gaining experience. Because inevitably I'll level every skill to level 10, and then that trait I have is now useless. So I always like the passive bonuses that are gonna give me a nice big bonus permanently. They're always gonna be useful. Deaf is OP if you're a deaf person in real life. Let it be known. Right, but yeah, we're all caught up back here. So, in the morning, we'll grab our truck and head down the highway again. And try and hunt down a few more of those zombies. But it is 8 o'clock though, so I'm gonna head back and finish reading my metalworking book and get some sleep. Yeah, true. Yeah, let it be known. Deaf players are they're at an unfair advantage. They get to run deaf with no consequence. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I think tomorrow we'll be able to cut down the last of those trees there as well, then. Fantastic. You're still learning. Hey, I may be good at Zombo, but I'm still learning as well. There's always more to learn. Yeah. That's the fun thing about it. There's always, like, a little nugget of information that you don't know about. Some little trick, or some little bit of, trivia that's kind of like slipped under your radar. I still hear things every now and then that I didn't know. You always die being bit by a random alone zombie. Well, if it makes you feel any better, those are the zombies that always get me as well. It's never the group, it's always the individual. Like, if I'm just chilling out, fighting zombies, I zone out half the time. When I'm fighting, and you're watching me, like, fucking swing my spear all over the place, doing the animation without getting grabbed, like, ooh, he's really concentrating. I'm thinking about what I'm gonna make for food later tonight. But that one fucking zombie that's, like, hiding behind a door or behind a wall that you just don't expect, that's the one that always gets me. It's always like 2 years in or something stupid. But yeah, those are always the ones that catch you off guard. It's always when you let your guard down. Appreciate the follow as well. Aria? I'm sorry if I'm ruining your name. Yeah, welcome on in. Yeah, let me grab a little bit of extra food. And Lion as well. Welcome in. Do you sleep in your game? I do. I'm just very efficient with my fatigue in the game, so I only sleep for about 4 hours. So that's between me balancing my fatigue as well as I can, and also running, where are you? Wakeful. That one there. So if you're being, like, really optimal with your gameplay, you can get it down to about 6 hours, 5-6 hours. If you run Wakeful, you can get it down to about 3 to 4 hours. And then that gives me a nice big 20-hour gap where I can just do whatever I want. Just share that trait build. I mean, if you want to copy my build, you can type in ! traits. I'll give you the character build. But I will warn you, it is not for new players. And I don't say that to be, like, gatekeeping. I mean, it's gonna suck if you're new to the game. And the reason for that is, you're gonna start at 0 fitness, 0 strength, and be very underweight. So, your character will literally be the weakest puddle of shit on day 1. But if you can learn how to play with 0-0 builds, so 0 fitness, 0 strength, and then either very underweight or obese, they're a godsend, because they give you so many points to spend on, like, actual good traits, that you'll have an absolute powerhouse of a character after a few months. It's just the first month or two that are a bit of a struggle. How'd you level up fitness and strength? Initially, exercise, and then after the first month, just combat. So, if you're, like, level 0 and 0, like, so what I would do at the start of my game, just, like, from scratch, I would make sure I get somewhere that's safe, and somewhere that has a renewable source of food and water, so I don't have to worry about going scavenging. And then I would just find a nice corner in a house somewhere that's nice and safe, and then I would just go to health, go to exercise, and I would just do burpees. And I would do enough to get my character to moderate exertion, but not enough to wear him out. Sit down, rest, do more exercise, and just do that for the entire day. Day 2 gets a little bit spicier, because then you have to take your pain into account. So if you're in agony, you can't do any exercise, so you have to kind of either find painkillers or alcohol to get rid of the pain, or you have to kind of time the exercise in between where your character is in absolute agony. And then eventually my character will get up to level 3 and 3. That takes about 12 to 15 days in game time. And in that time, I'll also be doing fishing, so that's enough for me to go from 60 kilos to about 75. So that's my very underweight trait gone, and that's my weak and unfit put up to out of shape and feeble. So that's a huge difference between 0 and 3. And then I'll start fighting zombies. And then from that point onward, it's literally just fighting zombies. So every time I hit a zombie, I'm getting 2 strength and 1 fitness. So I'll end up leveling my fitness and strength faster by fighting zombies than if I were doing exercise for the entire day. But that's my method from, like, day 1 to, like, day 15/30. That's my general rhythm for a character like this. Alright. Good stuff. What do you eat in those initial days? Fish. So, one of the traits I almost always take is Angler. So Angler is just a fishing bonus. It does give you a small bonus to finding certain items for fishing by foraging, but that's irrelevant. It's mostly just to start me at level 1 fishing. So it says plus 75% experience bonus, but it actually means times 4. I know that sounds confusing. Don't question it, just go with it. So by running Angler, I can level this one up 4 times faster than normal. So I don't have to go looking for the books. So it means that if I get, like, because I normally run loot settings that are on the rarer side. If I can't find the fishing volume 1 or volume 2, I don't have to worry about that, because I can level up my fishing skill anyway without those books. And it's a guaranteed way to get my fishing at a semi-decent level before winter comes around. Winter being, you know, 3-4 months into the game. Or 5 months, actually, I think. So you go to the pond house. You go to the pond house in West Point, so you have fish. Yeah, basically. Like, you don't need to go... Like, you don't fish from the lake. Just any water source. Doesn't matter what it is. Like, if you go to a lot of the... If you go to a lot of the places around the map that have, like... What's an example? Oh, Riverside has one. Like, if it can't, it wouldn't be worth it, but, like, Riverside has, like, a water feature by the motel. You can fish in that. And the river, all the lakes, any water source you can get fish from. And you can get an infinite number of them after they replenish. But, yeah, I live out in this location, so I just sat in this house for the first, like, 2 weeks in game time, just exercising, and then when my character was in too much pain to exercise, I'd run out, fish, when my character... like, recovered from his pain, run back inside, exercise, non-stop. Pain kicks in again, run back, fish. And it was just that for 15 days. So it is very, very boring, initially. But, yeah, it gives you a god character. And then from there, once I was, like, level 3 fitness and level 3 strength, I started making spears and started grabbing weapons from zombies and started chipping away at West Point. And then, worked my way through there. Eventually working my way through Valley Station, wiping out all of this, and now we're by the military checkpoint, working our way into Louisville. So yeah, it's very spicy. But yeah, I'm gonna go stretch my legs again. It's only been like an hour or so, but I'm gonna go grab another drink. So I'll be back in less than 60 seconds.
And that got quite spicy.
Right, I'm back. What type of drink? The greatest and blackest of all coffees. It's magnificent. Right. Yeah, I need more water. Pounds Guinness. Yeah, I'm gone for 60 seconds. I'll be back in a second. I just gotta down a pint of Guinness. Make sure I'm not gonna die. Yeah, got enough spears. Yeah, we'll cut down the last of those trees around there. And then we're good to go. Hello, Cupcake as well. Hello, hello. And yes, very spicy. Churning the guts to water with tuck. Hey, okay, it's fine. The tar will hold my stomach together, and therefore I will live longer. I'm gonna be like my grandmother. My grandmother smoked from the day she had my father, and she lived to the ripe old age of 90. So if I just don't smoke, you know, or maybe if I do start smoking, maybe that's the trick to it. I'll keep my body held together with bitterness and tar. To be fair, I'll leave those ones. Hey, Tennessee as well. Hello, hello. Dark roast? No idea. I buy the cheapest possible dirt-tasting coffee I can find on the shelf. I have no loyalty or allegiance to any brand or flavor. If it's coffee and it's strong and it's cheap, that is good enough for me. The taste is irrelevant. I drink coffee to stay awake, not for the taste. Cigarettes and coffee, every single dad's favorite meal. Delicious. Yeah, that's fantastic. Now that we got a nice clean path here, I can get to and from my little outpost without too much hassle. Fantastic. I am going to hang on to that axe, though, for a little bit, because I may end up using you to cut down some more trees later. Appreciate the 1,000 as well, Racer. Money for cheap coffee. Money will be going to cheap coffee. Happy days. Yeah, to be fair, I am actually out of coffee at the moment. I need to go pick some up in the morning before tomorrow's stream. Hello, Slow as well. Welcome on in. You only drink tea? There is a Buddhist monk among us. See, I just drink coffee. I don't care for the taste of tea or coffee, I just want to be awake. I have a distinct hatred for feeling perpetually tired. Appreciate the follow as well, Slow. Happy days. But yeah, let's have a little drive north and just see how many zombies we still have on the highway. Oh, to be fair, there's a few of you there. Let's get rid of these guys first, then. Did you grind? Oh, no, it's already ground. Yeah. I'm, like, half convinced it's not even coffee. I'm pretty sure they've just given me some, like, really fine soil. Let's go have a quick rest. I need to put a few more chairs over here as well. Need more little resting points. New schedule is working? Yeah! Yeah, I got enough time in my day to get stuff done. And I got a big window of time to stream. Yeah, everything is working very well at the moment. Yeah, because I think we'll stick with the schedule that we're on at the moment for a while. Water and juice. Chug orange juice and vitamin C. Stay awake. But coffee. Coffee is cheaper than juice. No, I need my cheap, dirt-tasting bean juice. That's what I need in my life. We considered at the 6-month mark, you said you were going to up the... What about the downing the migration time? Downing them? Nah, migration doesn't really affect that much. Migration is exclusive to, like, cells. And we don't really care about them migrating in the cells, because we have pinpoint hearing turning on. So they cross multiple cells when they're chasing after my car and the helicopters and such. So migration doesn't really make a difference on this game. It's, like, I could put it down to, like, 1 hour. You wouldn't notice a difference, honestly. It would play exactly the same. But, no. Increasing the follow sound distance, that's something that would make quite a big difference. And I am gonna do that. On the 1 year, 6-month mark. You kind of through the gate, crazy stuff. Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, earlier today, like less than an hour, yeah, about less than an hour ago, we got all the way up to the T junction by the hospital. But there were a distinct lack of zombies, so they're all hiding. So we've had to drive our car up the highway to make a bunch of noise to try and lure them out. Because as much as I do want to go all the way north to the hospital and wipe that area out, I don't want to leave any zombies on my flanks, because if you call in a helicopter and I push too far north, they could circle around and then cut off my little escape route back south. And that is a recipe for disaster. And call me one-dimensional, but I'm kind of fond of living, so I think I'm gonna get rid of the zombies that are gonna pincer me first. Just saying, gonna be fun running with your trait build as a new player. Well, the good news is you've got no expectations as to what's difficult and what's easy at the moment, really. So if you just jump straight into the deep end and you get used to it, oh, you can run any trait build you want. Like, a lot of people struggle later on because they fall into a rhythm of using the same traits and such over and over again. And they can't really ever run any of the, like, super hard negative traits. Like the ones that give you lots of points, but you can get rid of over time, like unfit and such. But if you get used to it straight away, oh, you'll have as many points as you ever want. I always run 0-0 builds now. Yeah. It's another cheeky katana. Yeah, just saving you for last, so I can find the katana easily. Thank you kindly. Don't take Sunday Driver. Yeah, that's a mistake. See, Sunday Driver's bearable. It's It's just not worth the points. It's like, it gives you 1 point. It's like, oh, you can... Towing basically becomes, like, impossible. Or it's, at the very least, not worth doing, because it's just faster just to, like, run to the car, hotwire it, put a little fuel in, and drive it back yourself, rather than try and tow it. And then every car gets that hard speed limit enforced on it. And then driving off-road isn't doable either. But if you're not big on cars, absolutely go for it. But I never run it myself, but I can't say I've ever found like a point where I needed an extra 1 point to make my character work, so I've just never taken it. Even when you're screeching like an old lady, yeah, with a dinner bell. Yeah, they're just like, no, don't do it, it's a trap. The old lady has a stick. How's your character not desensitized? I mean, he's close enough. He's got that passive desensitization going on from surviving so long. And then we also have the brave trait, so... He's not desensitized, but he's desensitized. Like, my character never panics anymore. Minus 70% from having brave. And then whatever it is from surviving 5 or 6 months. Basically makes me immune to zombie panic, which is wonderful. Yeah, don't pick all yeah, all thumbs is one of the most infuriating traits to take. Thanks. Like, the bulk of the game is made up through scavenging. And basically just moving things from one inventory to another, so making that take, like, twice as long, that's a horrible experience. Is the katana not one of the best melee weapons? Oh, it's one of the best, yeah, definitely. Yeah, the katana has the best damage in the game. The attack rate isn't anything to take note of, but it doesn't use that much stamina. So you can deal consistent one-shots from a very low level while not getting that fatigued. So it's like a nice glass cannon, you know, in a similar vein to like spears, just more damage, less speed. You know, katanas are great, but they're so rare that they're very short-lived. They don't really tend to last long. But I don't know if it's a mechanic that's exclusive to the katana or not, but they have a funny little thing going on with them. So I don't know exactly how it works. I have like a rough understanding, but it's hilarious. Let me pour out a coffee while it's story time. So, as you level up your combat skills, like your weapon skill that is, you increase the attack rate and you also increase the damage as well. But with the, I don't know if it's exclusive to the katana, but as you increase the damage, that overflow damage that you deal, that basically doesn't do anything because you're one-shotting the zombies, and that extra damage you're dealing just fades into nothing. You get refunded that, supposedly, into stamina. So, if I, like, for example, at level 0, let's say I dealt like 100 damage for 100 hit points, so I one-hit the zombie. At level 10, if I'm dealing like 300 damage, and the zombie still only has 100 hit points, you know, 100 of that damage is going to go to the zombie and kill it, but I'm doing an extra 200 damage on top of that, so the game gives you back that extra stamina. So, at level 10 Longblade, you can fight with a katana without ever getting tired, because you're dealing so much fucking damage. That's like the basic understanding I have about it. There's probably more nuance to it than that, but it is hilarious once you get to level 10. You get like a little bundle of katanas, you just never get tired. It's like having a more proficient hunting knife. Let's grab the rest of you over there. Yeah, it's getting a little bit hot, so let me take off a layer or two. Fully rested. Last time you dug around, that refund thing happens with... Is it every weapon? Okay. Yeah, because I was wondering why... When someone explained it to me, why it would be exclusive to the katana. Makes more sense to have it around it for all the weapons. It's just the katana base damage is so absurdly high. It's just... The difference is just significantly higher then. It becomes more apparent, at least. Oh, fair enough. So that makes more sense. And that is hilarious. Here we are, once again, by the north gate. So I'll honk my horn again and just see if there's anyone lurking. Make sure there's no one hiding in the blind spot. Yeah, we'll just chill out over here for a minute. If this area is clear, we'll drive north. It is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but I still have time to lure some more zombies into the area. Run, coward. Hey, well, that's this area. I was gonna say that's this area cleared out. No, it's not. There's a few more. Why have they all stopped there? I was gonna say, there's no generator or anything down there. There's no sound source. That's a bit weird. Ah, well, I'll let them come down over here. And I'm gonna have a little sit down, a little rest. Can you show what happens if you get bitten? I can. I will schedule it in. I'm not going to give you an exact date right now, but at some point in the future, I will show you what happens to a character when bit. Sometime between now and 2024. I give you my word. Yeah, I can't show you right now, though. Very busy schedule. Lots to do. Cell line. I mean, it might have been, but... yeah, it might have been the cell wall. I would have thought they would have followed me all the way, though, seeing as I was making noise. So they wouldn't have to rely on migration. How do you handle the first helicopter when you're 0 to hero and eating fish and exercising by the river? Just ignore it. Just curious, since I'm still getting started. Yeah, so I don't want to ruin it for all the newer players, but I'm gonna burst your bubble right now. Everything that you've heard on the subreddit and on the Discord and stuff like that, winter isn't that difficult. It's not that complicated, and neither's the helicopter. Like, they seem really imposing. Like, at first, like, when you first hear about it, it's like, ooh, helicopter's gonna bring all the zombies to me. That's really bad. But if you're playing on, like, fast shamblers, you can just generally ignore it. Just flip it the bird. Because it doesn't really do anything. So all it's gonna do is, it's gonna fly overhead. You can't hide from it, because that's another myth. It always knows where the player is. It's gonna fly exactly where you are, and it's gonna hover over you for, like, a few minutes in game time. You know, about 20-30 minutes. And then it's going to fuck off. And it's going to fly somewhere else. And then it's going to fly back. It's going to do the same. And it's going to fuck off again. And it can do that up to, I think, about a maximum of 4 or 5 times. And that'll last for about 6 to 12 hours. Like, it can end sooner. But generally, it's going to last, like, half the day. But while it's doing its thing, all you got to do is just ignore it. If you're sat upstairs in your house, doing exercise or reading books, as long as you're not making noise, the zombies have no reason to go upstairs. Because the zombies aren't chasing after you, they're chasing after the helicopter. So wherever the helicopter goes, the zombies follow. So if you're chilling out in an area that already has basically no zombies, and you're chilling in a house upstairs where the zombies aren't gonna go, because they have no reason to go upstairs, because the helicopter, you know, the helicopter's not hiding on the 2nd floor. They're not gonna go up there, they're not gonna find you. So the only thing that you have to do is, once the helicopter has fucked off and flown away, you just got to be a little bit cautious coming out of your house, because there might be zombies downstairs in your house, you know. They might not have followed it all the way. They might have gotten stuck on a door as they broke into your house and tried to get through to the other side. You know, silly things like that. But you can just ignore it. Like, almost completely. And then if you don't have the fortune of having a house that has 2 floors, so if, let's say, for example, like this was a... Fuck, I need an example, like a good example. I can make an example out of you. So let's say, hypothetically, like this was a... like, well, it already is actually, but let's say this was a 1-story house, and just for argument's sake, let's pretend like this window here didn't exist. This is what would be referred to as, like, a bunker room, or a Goldilocks room. So if you want to hide from the helicopter, but you don't have, like, a 2nd floor to run upstairs to, if this room didn't have a window, so if this was, like, a closet or something, this would be an ideal room to hide in. Because no matter which direction the helicopter flies in, the zombies aren't going to path into this room, because they always take the path of least resistance. So if, like in this circumstance, let's say this window didn't exist at all, but the doorway's here. If the helicopter goes from west to east, they're going to follow it for all the way down here. Some of them are going to break through these windows, they're going to break through that door, and then they're going to break out this window, and they're going to chase it out the other side. And then vice versa if it went east to west. But if it went from south to north, they're going to break through some of these windows, they're going to break through that door, but they're not going to bump into this door here, because their pathing won't take them in this direction, because there's no way to get out on the other side if this window doesn't exist. So what they're going to do is they're going to look for the best way to get through to the other side. But there are no other windows on that side, so they're all going to either break through the windows and then pop out the side, or they're just going to walk around the building. But that's what you would do if you only have, like, a single-floor building to hide in. You would find a closet or something to hide in. But the main risk of that one is, if you get really unlucky, because it can happen. Sometimes you'll get one zombie that, like, bumps into the door. And if they get attached to the door, they won't let go of it. They'll stay there until something knocks them off or something aggroes them. But all you gotta do is be ready to open and smack him in the face and run out after the helicopter's done. But that never really, that doesn't generally happen. Helicopter's good. What do? They just make noise. Just lots of noise. They're literally just a sound source. Imagine if you were playing on multiplayer and one of your friends was being a bit of a dick and he was following you around in his car while you're trying to be like, just walk around normally. That's basically just what a helicopter is. It's just an annoying little fucker that flies around and just makes a bunch of noise wherever you are. And he'll do it several times and then he'll disappear forever. But yeah, the first time you go against the helicopter event, it does sound like a bit spicy, but honestly, just don't overthink it. If you just, like, relax and be really chilled out about it and just don't overthink things, you'll be fine. Just remember, the key point to take away is just remember that the zombies aren't chasing after you, they're chasing after the helicopter. So, as long as they don't know where you are, you're fine. As a mod that makes helicopters more interesting. Yeah, we're running it on this one at the moment. It's expanded helicopters. That's the mod I think you're probably thinking of. That's made by Chuck. So that adds a lot of different helicopters that you can add to the game. And then on top of that, you can attach integration as well. But yeah, we're running the news chopper and the jets. So anytime someone follows, it calls in a jet. And anytime someone subs, it calls in a helicopter. And so far, we've had 515 on this run. It's been very spicy. But yeah, it's all good fun, though. Used to hide in the house in terror when the heli event started. Yeah, literally crouch with the lights off. See, I normally do that on my runs, but I just don't acknowledge the helicopters. It is what it is. It'll fly over, it'll disappear. But, yeah, if you're not interested in the hiding tactic, you can always just walk away. So, like, if I'm living in the military checkpoint, for example, like, just because we're here, if the helicopter spawned in and it was flying around for a few hours, I ideally would have the emergency broadcast frequency, so I would know when the helicopter's coming in beforehand. And then a few hours before the helicopter gets called in, I would just walk away. I would just go somewhere that I don't care about. You know, maybe further into Louisville, maybe further into Valley Station, just away from where I'm living. So when the helicopter spawns in, it's just gonna, like, disrupt all the zombies in an area that I really don't give a shit about. And then when the helicopter disappears, then I can just have a casual walk back home. And it's as if it never happened then. Yeah, but we're all clear back down here again. The mask doesn't count as a gas mask. No, it's just cosmetic. Yeah, it doesn't change gameplay or do anything silly. Oh, you're welcome back, Fiona, as well. You missed the 169. Oh, rip. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I missed it as well, because I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, but it looks like we're going to be driving down the highway again in the morning, so it's very quiet at the moment. Yeah, further back towards the hospital we go. I'll just give them a minute to make an appearance. Yeah, good number. Alright. Let's drag all of you back into here, and I'm gonna go get my sleep now. Second zombie I found had a large backpack. You found a zombie? Oh, you must be playing with, like, Authentic Z or something. Zombies with sledgehammers, that's hilarious. You don't fancy being short of expanded helicopter. That is understandable. Tanky ass zombies, yeah. I know, being a heretic, using spears with one hand. Blasphemous. Yeah, we should be getting close to 80 kilos by now. Yeah, almost there. Yeah, I'm wasting a bit of my time in the end. I won't get tired until about 11 or midnight. Can you attach the flashlight to the belt? No, not in vanilla. There are mods for that, but in vanilla you can only hold it in your hand, either your primary or your secondary. But if you hold it in your secondary, you can equip a weapon in your primary. Like, normally a short blade or short blunt weapon, typically. I won't work like a normal sledge. Fair. Is it worth adding weapons to the spear? Early game? Sure. Late game? No. Not even close. So, the issue is, if you have a regular crafted spear, the regular crafted spear weighs 1.7, so it's on the heavier end, but it's not super heavy. You know, it's slightly lighter than, say, like a crowbar or a hand axe, so it's pretty good for a two-handed weapon. But if you start adding weapons attached to it, you add the weight of the attachment to the spear. So if you add something like a machete, that weight goes up from 1.7 to 3.7. And, I mean, what's a hunting knife? Hunting knife will be like 0.5 or something, won't it? So yeah, the hunting knife spear should be about 2.2. So, by making the weapon heavier, you're making it use more stamina. But, early game, that's not a bad thing, because you get extra damage and extra durability, which is fantastic if you're in the stage where you're still leveling up spears. But in the late game, where you already one-shot everything, and you're just trying to make your spears more efficient stamina-wise, it's doesn't really make a lot of sense to make them heavier. And that's before you even go into the fact that you have to keep finding duct tape to attach the weapons. But, yeah, but early game though, or, you know, if you're playing on settings that give you basically, fuck all resources, so you're trying to, like, milk the damage potential out of every little thing, then yeah, it'd definitely be worth it. Burning village today? I don't know, it depends how well I get on with the highway. Because we left a lot of zombies there yesterday. So I gotta clear that one out first. But if that goes well, maybe Burning Village. Maybe we'll have a look down there. We haven't been down there for a while, but if the highway's clear, I shouldn't have any zombies on my flank, so I should be able to get around there quite easily. Yeah, hopefully we'll hit 80 kilos soon. Right, but yeah, let me start with the katana, and then we'll move back to the spear. And then if we do well with the highway, we'll have a look at that little dirt road to the Bone Village. I'm just curious to see what the fence... Yeah, same. I am curious, because, I mean, when Storage was living here on his run, he had tens of thousands, but he was here for a very long time. Because he wasn't really able to push out of this area because he spawned in Louisville, so he was very low-leveled, so he couldn't kill that many per day for the first few months. So I'm wondering if we've been able to keep up with them. Or if we're gonna find, like, the exact same thing. We'll get there and it'll just be completely swamped. Also that bug. Yeah, they gave... Yeah, I mean, we're playing with that at the moment. That's pinpoint hearing. But yeah, it bugged out at the time, because... I remember, I was down by Rosewood and he was still in Louisville, and they messed up. It's because they added a random hearing setting. So... what went wrong was, in the code, all of the zombie attributes, they all range from 1 to 3, for the most part. But because they added the random option in Sandbox, those numbers changed from being 1 to 3 to 1 to 4. So everything kind of got shifted over by 1. So normal hearing, which would have been like 2, became like 3. And then pinpoint hearing became 2. Or something stupid like that. So everyone who was running a game at the time had all their zombies suddenly turn into pinpoint hearing zombies. Which was hilarious. But yeah. Since then, we just carried on playing with pinpoint. We haven't gone back to playing with normal zombies now. It's been quite fun with pinpoint. Oh no, look at all this electrical experience that I'm not going to grab. Nah, to be fair, I might do a little bit. Not much, though. Not min-maxing. No, Periwinkle, I am min-maxing. Electrical is my dumpster. Yes, I'm investing all my time into everything else, apart from electrical. For now. Yeah, we're not doing too bad down here. Yeah, you got me curious now, Spaz. I might actually have a look at that dirt road again once we finish up over here. Where'd you get the tracker? Oh, that one's a mod. That one's Twitch stats made by Mess. So that one creates two different text files. One that displays your kill count and one that displays your survival time. And then you just tell OBS to read from those files and then, hey ho, it updates automatically then. But I erased one line of code from his mod because the Twitch stat kill count, it would update after every single kill, which was a little spicy for some reason, and it started chugging my FPS because it was updating after every kill, and OBS did not like that, so it updates every 10 minutes in game time now instead. But the spears and the helicopters, those ones are manual. Those ones I have to update myself. Well, actually, to be fair, the helicopter one's automated. But the spear one, that one's manual. Sounds tricky. It's not that bad, honestly. It's literally just going into OBS, creating a text source, and then just telling OBS, hey, I want this text source to read this specific file, like this text file in Project Zomboid. And OBS says, righto, buckaroo, I got you, fam. And then it'll just read from the file. Nice and simple. But you can do it with, like, most other things. Because if you look on some of my older clips, you'll see in the bottom right corner, I used to have a survival time, a days survived counter down here, and my kill count down there. But you'll notice on those clips, the counter looks really fuzzy and really blurry. That's because it predates those mods, and I had to find the data in the game, but I couldn't find the actual data. I found a scuffed version of it. But I couldn't make it, I didn't know how to get it to read on a different, separate text file. So I basically just made a mask for it. For that, like, that specific line in that file. It was like, it was incredibly scuffed, but it worked for a time. But yeah, you've got me curious now, Spaz, so let's go around to the dirt road and see how many zombies we have down that way. We'll have a quick rest first. Because we should be able to cut down a few more trees and push further towards that burnt village. Because there's not that much out there, but if I can clear that one out completely, I'll be able to do a bit of scouting then, along the southern side of Louisville. I'll be able to see the fence all the way across. Hello. 30 FPS. Fuck. Oh, there's not that many of you. I thought there was going to be a lot more than that. So, I saw my frame rate drop down to 30. I was like, ah, shit, here we go. Yeah, you must be some of the remnants from the mall and from Valley Station, because there's nothing else out in that direction. It's just Valley Station. But I can ignore those guys, because they can't figure out how to get around. But we'll have a look over here. Because my FPS is still shit. I am dead curious now. Yeah, like, my FPS is really low. There's gotta be a big horde around here. There has to be. To be fair, I'm grabbing my truck. We're gonna clear the outside first. My FPS has dropped so much when I've come out to this area. So there has to be a big group of zombies. Like, more than that over there. Or that might just be it, actually. But we'll have a look. But, I'll have a little run around. I'll go on foot, actually. I won't take the van. Just run there. Yeah, I appreciate the resub artist. 4 months. Happy days. God damn, my game is stuttering like fuck. Yeah, try and keep those guys there. I'll run around and get them. Almost 100% kills. Oh, 100% one-hit kills. How many kills per day playing? I mean, we can work it out really quickly. Let me grab my phone. A workout, so we should be on about like 350 average per day since we started playing. So, because we get about like 500-ish on average at the moment, like playing quite casually. So I've been alive for 492 days. And how many kills do I have? So we've been since the start, we've averaged 336 per day at the moment. From day one, that is. So we're doing pretty good. Ideally, I want to try and get that number all the way up to 500, but that's a little bit unrealistic. The longer we survive, the harder it gets to increase that number. Can I get 3 quick tips for beginners? Be incredibly patient when you're playing the game. You can't rush. It's not like a normal survival game. Patience is king. 2, when you die, 99 times out of 100, it was your fault. Don't blame the game. You fucked up. But take it as an opportunity to actually see what you did wrong, because we all make mistakes, but if you blame the game, you just never improve, so look at what mistake you made and try and avoid that next time. And then, third and finally, all the advice that you get from the subreddit and Discord, take it with a giant fucking pinch of salt, because a lot of the stuff you'll hear on the subreddit and on Discord is either biased, or they're half-truths, or they're just wrong. There's a lot of misinformation out there, so try not to take everything as gospel, because the amount of rumors you hear in the game are just surprising how many of them stay alive for multiple years. Don't let the game crash, yeah. I don't know how many there are, though. My FPS dropped quite a lot, but it didn't look like that many. Yeah, a pinch of salt, a pinch of salt and a shot of penicillin, that'll do it. Yeah, it's just... No, a lot of the advice you get in the game is incredibly biased, and a lot of it's just misinformation. Like, people will tell you things are just bad or just good, when in fact, it's not that simple. Some things are bad and good, but it depends on, you know, what playstyle is it being used with, and what are the settings and stuff like that. There's, like, a lot of variables that go into it. But, people have a very short attention span, so they won't actually give you all the information. They'll, just say, it's bad, because it fits my narrative.
None of you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you.
Y'all thinking there's a few thousand along the fence? Maybe. Yeah, they are locked in here with us now. We will see. Let me get back my stamina before I grab them all. Chop a tree with spears. Technically possible. Just not advised. But yeah, you can. I'm pretty sure these spears do tree damage. You can actually cut them down with enough of them. So you can cut down the trees with spoons, I'm sure. Yeah, it's quite the clump of you, but it doesn't look like that many. Maybe they're pulling a prison. Maybe they're just occupying the same tiles. Maybe there's far more of them down there than it looks like. My frame rate's gone back to normal now. I'm on 60 FPS. Very curious where all those zombies are now. Yeah, I reckon it was like less than 200. Spicy times. But yeah, we'll have a run around on the outskirts as well. Let's see how many zombies we find around that area. Do you play on Survivor or Apocalypse? Neither. I play on Sandbox. So Sandbox, you can tailor all the settings to your own liking. So we're on times 16 population, which is just over 10 times the amount of Apocalypse and Survivor. For reference, Apocalypse and Survivor have 1.5 pop, but we're on times 16. And then we have less loot and the expanded helicopter mod. But apart from that, we haven't changed really anything else. It's a nice chill game. So that's that little corner taken care of. Yeah, we'll have a run around now, because there's normally a few zombies that kind of lick the fence on the east side. Only 4.6 million, yeah, baby mode. I'm still learning. Please be patient. No, if you want a full list of my settings, exclamation mark settings will give you the full list. The only thing that's different on that list is the pinpoint hearing. So the zombie hearing is, on that list, I think it says normal, but it's actually pinpoint. Quite missed the 10-year run, super sweaty run. I mean, I'm a bit surprised that you can miss it, because I wasn't streaming. I wasn't on Twitch when I did the 10-year run. That was offline. That wasn't streamed. It's times 16 max, it is. You can't go any higher than times 16 at the moment. That's as high as you can get it. The corpses act differently from zombies as entities for rendering. They seem to do so because we'll have roads that have like thousands of them along the road, and I'll have like a consistent 60 FPS. But if I go to an area that has like anything even remotely close to like 500 zombies, immediately down to like less than 40 FPS. So there are rendering differences between the two, or performance differences, I should say. But anything more specific than that is beyond me. Not a game developer. I don't know the ins and outs of things behind the curtain. Yeah, imagine times 1000. Try and spawn in. Zombies physically cannot stay outside because there's too many of them. They just burst through the windows because they're just forced in. They're just forced into that empty space. The hardest setting run. Oh, that run where he died in Mulder. Yeah, the 3-year run. Yeah, we'll do another one like that. When Build 42 gets released. I'll do something similar at least, because I like playing with all the settings maxed out. But it's a much slower game. And because we didn't know if Build 42 was going to get released anytime soon, we made a very simple, casual times 16 game, instead of playing with all the mods that make everything tremendously harder, and maxing out all the settings. We just maxed out and made the loot settings hard, and added all the zombies. I should have room in my bag in a second. No, one more spear and I should have room then. Not 2 million cows. Oh, it's gonna be hilarious. Yeah, 'cause they already had issues with that. It was on one of the Thursdoid posts. They were showing it off. It's like, ah, yes, we have successfully managed to get pigs to mate with one another. Side note, they won't stop mating. The pigs are duplicating at a rate that we cannot foresee. That we did not foresee. And there's like a little screenshot. There's just fucking dozens of piglets all over the place. It was hilarious. When will Zomboid add a 3D camera? Never. No, no time soon. So the game is very misleading in terms of like how it's actually built. So if you look at the world currently, it sounds like bullshit, but it's actually true. You are a 3-dimensional being in a 2-dimensional world. So, what that means is, like, this lamppost, for example, this streetlight, this is 2-dimensional. This isn't 3D. So, if I took the camera, and I put the camera exactly where my character's headed, so it was like first person, I wouldn't be able to see this building. I wouldn't be able to see any of the trees. I wouldn't be able to see the fence or the lampposts. They're all 2-dimensional. They would look like sprites on the floor, for the most part. The only thing my character would actually be able to see are 3D models. So my character, zombies, cars, and any items on the floor. Everything else would be 2-dimensional. So that's why the camera... that's why there's no mods to, like, change with the camera positioning or anything like that. It stays isometric constantly. But, yeah, it would be cool, though, to have, like, the world fleshed out, like, fully 3D, but... because it's, like, the foundation of the game is very rocky, I don't see that ever happening unless they start from scratch on a, like, Unreal Engine or Unity or something like that. But who knows? Maybe they'll be forced into doing that at some point. Did you see the mod that changes the spear one-shot animation to be faster? Nope. And I don't know why you would need to run it. Personally. I get it, if that's what you're into, but it's not that slow. It's really fast, actually. It scales with your spear skill. I'm pretty sure. Or at the very least, it, you know, so long as you don't have any negative moodles, it's not that slow. Thank you for that response. Hey, no worries. But yeah, no, I remember looking into that myself, and I was very disappointed when I found out you can't fuck with the camera. Because I tried using... Fuck, what did I use? I was trying to use Cheat Engine to move the camera. I was trying to find the coordinates for the camera's position so I could, like, manipulate it, but to no avail. Sad days. There is another mod, though. You can't change where the camera is positioned, but you can change the zoom levels. So you can make it so you can zoom... I think it's... You can zoom far... Like, much further out and much further in than you normally can. It, like, removes the limitation. So if I wanted to zoom, like, right in on my character to get him full screen, you'd be able to do that. And, well, as such, you'd be able to zoom all the way out, supposedly, as well. I don't know if that's part of the same mod or not, though. But yeah, there are performance issues with zooming too far out. Like, the second you zoom, like, anything further out than this, your game chugs like shit. Anyone who's played Project Zomboid on their TV knows exactly what I'm referring to. If you try and play Project Zomboid in, like, 4K, you'll see, like, from here, I'd be able to see most of the military checkpoint. 10 FPS. And the game does not like it. It's not made for that type of resolution. Are you running a mod that makes your character stand up faster? No, you have to hold down shift. So if you're sat on the ground, there's no reason ever to not hold shift. So if you stand up normally, so this is me not holding shift, that's how slow my character is. It's horrible. And then if I want to stand up very quickly, so if I'm resting out in the open, I'm always holding shift, because there's no reason not to instantly stand up. It's it's something you should develop the muscle memory for. You should always be holding shift if you're sat on the ground, because there's no negatives to doing it. There's no cost. And it just means that if something happens to sneak up on you, or you accidentally tap any of the movement keys, there's no animation lock. You know, you're not stuck in place, waiting for a zombie to nibble you. You're on your feet instantly. Pan camera while driving. Oh, I can't stand that one, personally. It gives me motion sickness, of all things. Because the camera, I think I'm thinking of the right one, but it tilts the camera when you, like, based on how much speed you have, it'll put the camera further ahead, which is, like, fantastic. But if you tap any of the, if you tap the keys to steer left or right, it pans the camera that way, but it's, like, it's so sudden, and it's just, oh, I can't do it. It throws off my rhythm when I'm driving. I need the camera to be, like, steady, for the most part. Yeah, if I want to pan the camera, I normally open up the, I normally open the window so I can pan it myself manually, so I have control over the camera then. The only downside to that is if you're running a car that has a terrible engine, you know, you don't want your engine to cut out next to a bunch of zombies while you're leaning out the window. Yeah, I still have a few hours though, so I'm gonna have a quick look down that dirt road and see how busy it is, because my FPS was still like a little bit low when I was around in that area. Always hold shift for the butt cheek. Yeah, exactly.
You have introduced yourself. This is a very good conversation.
It's a very good conversation. Hello, dear. Yeah, let's have a little gander up here now. Yeah, because my FPS is a lot better now. Yeah, spicy FPS drop earlier, though. But let's see how far we get. Yeah, really quiet. Yeah. We might actually get to the burnt village today, then. The burnt village is just straight down this path. The only, spicy part is this little area here. The holes in the fence, where they can just filter into this area. I'm surprised. I am as well. I thought there were going to be, like, quite a lot of them after my frame rate started dropping. I've missed a couple of them back there. Yeah, like, there's not that many of them. It's just enough to be troublesome. But yeah, seeing as I'm here though, let me just cut down one or two more. Yeah, let's just grab anyone else who's around here. 'Cause tomorrow morning we'll just come straight here. And I'll start working on this area again. But yeah, if I do a bit of shouting now, I just drag them a little bit closer in the morning. There should be a few of them waiting for me. Yeah, good stuff. Hello, Shadow, as well. Welcome, Mick. Hello, hello. How's the grind today? Yeah, it's really good. So far, we're up about 4 or 5,000 kills. We've done a little bit of work towards our short blunt level 6. So I'm going to pop that one later. And yeah, we're going to pop level 7 sprinting any second now. Maybe on the way back. Yeah, it's been really good. We also popped our level 6 metalworking as well, which is fantastic. Yeah, it's been really chilled out. And we managed to push up further north down the highway. And we're about to push further north up through the dirt road as well towards the burnt village. Got a few more generators hooked up at the checkpoint. Got a few more street lights going as well. All the illumination. So yeah. I hope you've been good as well. Nice and chill. It's incredible how a single tree can be a death trap in this game, yeah. Yeah, never trust trees, they are the real enemy. Hello, Drunk, as well. Welcome back. Guess you're actually... Yeah, I guess we have actually broke the back of them. Yeah, I wonder how long that's gonna last, though, because there's always, like, a second wind. There's always more of them. I wonder how long we'll actually have this, breath of fresh air. Nope, that's fine. And pump killing as well. Hello, hello. Anyone know a good PZ server? No, I don't know any by name. Oh, there we go. Sprinting level 7. Very nice. Yeah, we don't see that one level up very often. Appreciate the follow as well, Meg. Happy days. Or Mega. Random question. Do you think the developers know how fast trees grow? Yeah, you gotta remember, though, it is a video game. No, I like to imagine they're all just locked in a dungeon. They haven't seen the sky in years. They've been working on the Project Zomboid for, like, over 10 years now. They haven't been, like, they're not allowed to go home and see their families until the game's finished. So, yeah, they have no concept of what a tree is anymore. They've lost touch with reality. They've been stuck in the basement too long. Just trying to work for their freedom. And we do thank them for it. Place is perfect for studying. Hey, good stuff. And gameplay. Very nice. Chill vibe is what we aim for. Nothing more therapeutic than listening to the 70s and 80s while hearing zombies die in the background. It's a strange but pleasant combination. Alright, perfect. I'll leave them in there for another day. So I'm building up a nice little stockpile of fish now, which is fantastic. Appreciate the follow as well. Sushio Phobia. Happy days. Yeah, let's get rid of you. Don't need that one anymore. And I don't need... to be... I'll take 2. I mean, I have space for it, but I don't think I'll break... don't think I'll break him. I don't imagine we'll get that far up the dirt road. You never know. But yeah, let's make our way back there, and we'll see how close, like, how far we can get closer to the burnt village. Yeah, that hole in the fence is just a pain. It's like the only awkward part to get past. So once we get past that hole in the fence, we're clear. All the way to that village, it's just that one awkward spot where they can just kind of filter through. But because there are so many zombies either side of the fence, there's quite a lot of them to thin out first, but... we seem to be okay on the west side. I just need to know if I'm clear on the east side, because the last thing I want to do is go north, cut down all the trees, and then turn around and find out there's a big group of zombies that have come through the fence, and they've cut off my way back home. Because That won't work out for me. That won't be ideal. Put those chairs to good use. I have Periwinkle. I have all my resting spots. I'm not going to put any down here, because I don't ever see us, like, coming down here too often. But no, on the main highway, I have my chairs spread out 10 tiles apart. Resting places everywhere. Yeah, let's just grab anyone and everyone who might be around here. Where are you? Oh, you're over there. Still more. From the west side of all places. I think we're okay for a minute. But those toilets to good use. I can't. Some crazy bitch broke into my house and stole my toilet. All she kept saying was ooh woo. That's actually someone's coming from the north. Fucking hell, that's a rare sight. Beautiful. Yeah, let's get rid of all these little blind spots. Another North zombie. Awesome. Yucks, look how clear that is. That is grand. Appreciate the follow as well. Raziel? Raziel? I'm hoping I'm getting that right. I'm sorry for ruining your name, but now welcome in. Valley Station sucks. I wouldn't know, you know, being a lovely Louisville resident, living the dream. Yeah, just 1,000-yard stare after thinking about Valley Station. Yeah, we don't talk about Valley Station. Just swinging like that take less. Yeah, so there's a bug that's been in the game for a while now. So if you use the cut down tree option, you're basically using... You're doing the action twice, essentially. So you're using twice the durability on your axe, and you're using twice the amount of stamina. So you can do it if you don't really care about your axes. You don't care about how much stamina you're going through. But just know that you are doing twice the work for the same result. So it is preferable to cut them down freehand. So I just use the cut down feature just to find them. Just to make sure I haven't missed any blind spots. If I had respawns on, still be stuck in Raven Creek. Oh god, you'd never get out. No, times 8, Raven Creek? No, you're done. That's it. Like, your progress would be slow, so slow. Has your character been alive for 1 year, 4 months? Yeah, so that's the survival time down there, that is accurate for my character. We are 1 year, 4 years in, and we have yet to take any zombie injuries. We're living the dream with first aid. Appreciate the follow as well. Monkey, happy days. Welcome on in. Yeah, I coded the timer. I went through the hassle of, like, fixing my survival counter as well. I have a bunch of VODs showing the start of the run, but it's all fake. It's all fabricated, because... I mean, I'm sorry, guys, I lied to you, but... Fucking hell, that internet clout got me good. This is my legacy. I won't be robbed. No, good stuff. Right, let me just set you up there. You can't get past 4 months. Oh, you'll get there. I mean, if you can get up to like 4 months in, like you're right at the start of winter. So you like, I know there is no end to the game, but you've essentially done everything if you can get up to that stage. So now all you've got to do is just practice it, getting more consistent with it. So you know, like being able to pull off that. Well, I was gonna say distance, and that time frame, confidently knowing that you can do it like without that much, like 4 without actually thinking about it too much. But No, you've pretty much done everything. Like, you've gone through... Power, water's been turned off, all of that stuff. You've probably had to get generators on your gas stations and on your base. You've done the heli event. And then you've gone all the way up to, like... I mean, 4 months, that's pretty much at the start of winter, right? Like, you'll more or less be on, like, the same date that we're on currently. Yeah, because, I mean, I'm 1 year, 4 months in. So, yeah, 4 plus months in. You'll have the winter debuff, 5 plus months, and then you're in December. So, yeah, you've pretty much done most of the game. You've just got that final little hurdle to go over. Oh, GG's. Let's grab those zombies. Zombie AI is just great. I can hardly... Yeah, see, I have never played Project Zomboid in my life. I just sit here behind a microphone and just try and commentate roughly what the AI is doing. That's the plan, at least. Hey, puppy as well. Welcome on in. A lot of zombies. It is. We're slowly getting through them. Yeah, there's not too many of them, but it's just enough to be an issue. So I'll pull up my map in a second. I'll show you guys where we're going and what we're doing. So that's clear enough. So yeah, where we're going at the moment. So we're all the way down here. We're currently living at the military checkpoint. But we want to make our way around to this little village over here. So that area is mostly burnt down. Like, there's not really any loot there. But we want to get over to that area. Because the fence is magnificent. It's on the south side. It goes all the way across the south side of Louisville, down here. But there's one little troublesome area, and that's that hole in the fence, just here. But if I can get past that, I can go all the way north, up here, and then I can follow the fence across. And there's another entrance into Louisville. I think it's about here. And I can walk around the fence over here as well then. But, yeah, I just want to clear that out so I can just see roughly how many zombies in Louisville are stuck on the south fence. Because we're running pinpoint hearing, expanded helicopters. A lot of those zombies are slowly going south. That's where we're trying to get to at the moment. 500 helis. Isn't that more than once a day? Yeah, we're just over. We're on 493 days survived, more or less. So yeah, we're averaging over 1 per day at the moment, but they're not vanilla helicopters, they're expanded helicopters, so there are far more of them, but they don't hang around nearly as long. But that's through Twitch integration. So jets get called in with follows, and subs get called in... Oh, sorry, subs call in helicopters. But yeah, it's fun to keep track of how many we've had on the entire run so far. And the same with, like, keeping track of how many spears we've made, because they are my favorite weapon. Oh, can I get you? No, you're way too far away now. Appreciate the follow sticks. Happy days. Yeah, it's a bit of a spicy area to be, because if too many of them come through at once, I've got nowhere to go. North of here. It's just why I'm hanging around this spot and trying to kill everyone who comes through. Hey, it's raw storage. How goes the grind? Yeah, it's really good. Nice and chill. I'm at that area that you got stuck at for a while. I'm trying to be a little bit more cautious, because I saw what happened to you when they flanked you from this area, and you got trapped on the north side for quite a long time, and you nearly starved to death. So, I'm being a little bit paranoid. I'm trying to clear as many of them as possible, but I'm doing as you were doing, and getting rid of all the trees as well. Yeah, it's all been going very well for the most part. Nice, steady progress. You missed the bridge. Yeah. I just realized you're kitted out in tailored clothing. Did they tweak the body temperature value working on your sleepiness? No, it's just that I can wear clothing at the moment because we're pretty much at the beginning of winter. So because the temperature's so cold at the moment, I can actually wear clothing without any consequences. But I'm not wearing all of my clothing. Like, I do still have my duffel bag in my bag that's carrying all my jackets and beanies and stuff like that, just in case the temperature plummets while I'm in the middle of nowhere. Seems to be way easier than when I was clearing this. Shut the fuck up, Storage! Yeah. Yeah, because I remember how many zombies you had north of here. Like, your game was running at, like, 5 FPS sometimes. But I was saying to Spaz earlier, it's because you spawned in Louisville. So you didn't have, like, level 10 in your weapon stats to begin with. So you couldn't really keep up with how many zombies were pouring in. But yeah, 'cause you're on the same character, right? Like, your current character that's on, like, 155, 160-ish. They're, that's the same one, right? I'm sure. But yeah, let me get you a quick shout out as well. Because if you haven't seen Raw Storage, another fantastic Zomboid player. He does more variety than myself. But when he's on Zomboid, he does very similar gameplay. So he's definitely worth having a look at. But yeah, no, good stuff. By this point, I was like 8, 9. Yeah. Yeah, 'cause I haven't had too much trouble fending them off myself, but when I came here, I was already, already 9 strength, like 8 fitness. I was already level 10 spear, like level 5 in like most other weapons. So I was pretty much set from the get-go. Even though we had level 10 and everything, I still got pushed back tons of times. Still getting pushed back now. Yeah, very spicy place to be. You're American, so you thought it was... Ah, you thought it was August 11th. Nah, no, we do, days then months. Yeah. Good stuff. 40 minutes a day. 40 minutes, X days per year. Times 3, 730 hours for your world. That sounds about right. Yeah, 'cause general rule of thumb is to, like, work out roughly how much time you've put into your game. If you're on 1 hour days, you multiply it by about 0.75. Like, roughly. It's not going to give you an exact figure, and it always depends on what type of character build you have. Because if you're sleeping half a day, you know, that's going to speed things up tremendously. But, yeah, 0.75 seems to be a good approximation for getting my playtime. But, I have a cheat code. I stream all my games, so I can just go through my VODs and just add up how much time I streamed. The ultimate big brain move. Venus is still alive, 157, exclusively Louisville. Problem was the soundbug pulling 1/3 of Louisville too. Oh, yeah, yeah, you've been on the same character for quite a long time now, haven't you? Yeah. Yeah, because we were talking about the soundbug earlier, when everyone had pinpoint hearing, because they added the random option in Sandbox, and they messed with all the numbers in the code. But yeah, funny times. Yeah, I'll probably go back to the highway tomorrow and kill some more on that side. Just to clear out this fence some more. Oh yeah, found a thing as well. If you kill zombies on the fence, like right on the end of these fences, you can do the stab animation without getting locked in place. It's such a silly little thing. But, yeah, that's a little pie trick you can do as well. It has no utility in an actual game, but it's fun. I thought it was tons more and around the whole fence line. Yeah, good times. I enjoyed it. Like, it was always fun, because you see Storage go up there and his frame rate would drop to like less than 10 FPS, because there was just half of Louisville were just licking the fences trying to get through. Yeah, it's a very, very funny place to be. But yeah, I'll do the jaw stab I'll do the stab animation on him without locking myself in place. Fun party trick. I fucked it up. I wasn't close enough to the fence. He's doing like the fence stab animation, but he's doing it like, if you do it on the end, it's quite funny. Yeah, no actual practical use though. Could you set the forest on fire? No. Fire doesn't spread from tree to tree, or from the grass. It'll spread like a little bit, but no more than a normal urban area. So imagine if it actually worked like that. The majority of the map is made up of open meadows and forests, so you'd end up burning down the entire map with a single Molotov. Only you can prevent forest fires. It doesn't sound like there's that many of them, but it's better safe than sorry. Yep, there we go. Did it that time. Let's have another quick rest as well. You're finishing up clearing, oh, Martridge. Just slightly fewer zombies. That's fair. Burn everything down. No, no dear. It's like a bioweapon. We use the spears to kill the zombies, and then we get to preserve all the infrastructure. It's perfect. Marchridge doesn't have a... yeah, it doesn't have an airstrip. Like, oh, I grabbed the wrong one, because I'm a dunce. as soon as we're like 200 tiles north of this area, we won't have to worry about the fence anymore. With gaps that narrow, they can't path through unless it's rendered in for some reason, so 200 tiles north of here, they won't come through the fence anymore. So we'll be good soon. But yeah, it's been about 2 hours, so I'm gonna have a bathroom break, stretch my legs, do some squats, make sure my the blood is still moving through my legs. So I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. Right, and I'm back. Happy days. Just make sure everything's still working on my end. Yeah, we look a-okay to me. Oh, good stuff. What was I doing? Am I going or am I staying? It's only 7 o'clock, we'll stay. I don't know if... Oh no, I was just cutting down trees, wasn't I? Yeah, we'll just kill these guys and then we'll go cut down some more. Upscale Lamp's map by Timeswell. Why like Periwinkle, you don't need to upscale it. The map is the image is literally 6,000 by 5,000 pixels. Literally just open the file properly. If you're looking at the preview, you won't be able to see anything. Like if you want to actually see the image, you literally just have to open the file properly. So that you're not looking at it like this. You actually open the file properly so you can zoom all the way in. And you can see all the details. And you can see all the numbers. And you can see the heat map properly. Like, don't try and read the map like this. You want to see all the individual numbers better? What do you mean, see the individual numbers better? They're clear as day. Like, you can't see the numbers any better. Like, having the numbers, like, pixelated, that was a artistic choice, I'll have you know. They're all pixelated. Oh, yeah, it's a font. Wow, Periwinkle is, like, disrespecting my font choice for my map. Well, that is on you. Make your own map, Periwinkle. Don't destroy my creation. You leave my baby alone. Maybe using a different color font for the numbers would make them pop. Nah, It's clear enough as it is. There's one that has all the numbers in black, and there's another file that has it all in white. But, no, if you can't read those numbers, I would suggest, you know, probably crawling around on the floor for a bit, saying the word jinkies, and asking Shaggy or, you know, Fred to help you find your glasses. Because it's, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it seems pretty clear. I didn't struggle reading any of it. He's calling us Velma. It's very astute of you. You are Velma. But not like the new reboot version, which is absolute dog shit. You're like the cool OG Velma. You know? I'm not that harsh, okay? You're the cool original Velma, the one that we all grew up with. Oh, we're finally at the corner. I think we have most of the trees done. Let's get rid of these ones. No blind spots. Yeah, you can see now that we're 200 tiles away from the entrance, like from those holes in the fence down there, they can't work out how to get through. They can't work out how to get around. It's wonderful. Yeah, that's one of the guys who was following us earlier. Yeah, we'll have a quick rest, and I'll start heading back now as well, because this is a good milestone. Oh yeah, I can't fast forward because you're too close to me. I'm gonna have plenty of wood for activities. We are. It's fantastic. I'm gonna make a cabin. Just a tiny little 2x2 cabin, that'll do. I'm a simple man with simple deeds. But yeah, we'll have a quick run past the hole in the fence now. And then tomorrow we'll go back to the highway over here. Yeah, 'cause I don't want to hang around this spot too long until I clear out the highway. But I'm happy that we got rid of most of the trees. That makes everything so much easier now. But yeah, I need to clear out the west and the east side some more before I can push further to that village. Get a nice jetty. No, I'm not doing that. Not gonna do that there. When Bill 42 comes out, you're gonna do a time 16 run. Nah, Periwinkle doesn't want to do it for 42. She wants to do it now. She's gonna start a brand new time 16 run. Yeah, to be fair. Yeah. Yeah, that had me fucked up for a second. I was looking at it, I was like, what the fuck is that? I couldn't tell what was on the end of it then. Yeah, we're pretty much back home. I need to find a new battery for that flashlight at some point, but he's fine for the time being. So let's get some food, get some sleep, and then in the morning, we'll go straight north, up the highway, towards the hospital. And we'll try and lure all those zombies out. And to be fair, we're pretty much 10 hours into the stream now, so I think it's time for me to go back to short blunts, unfortunately. I don't want to go back to the short blunts, but I did say I would pop level 6 today. And it's only just over 1,000 experience, so it shouldn't take that long. Emphasis on shouldn't. So yeah, we'll start working on that one next. Let me just find a few random short blunts. So I should have a few more bars and pipes and stuff. I'll leave the pipe wrench because I actually need that. But that's good enough to start with. And I'll grab some pipes from the river as well, 'cause there's a few of them out there. Yeah, to be fair, there's not that much of a difficulty increase, like, from 8 to times 16. It's just as she says. You're just increasing the time it takes to wipe out an area. So it's not that much of a difficulty spike. It's more of a test of patience, to be honest. And some people just aren't into that, which is understandable. But personally, I find it quite fun. And I like those big spicy kill counts. It's not harder, it's slower. Yeah, I mean, the difficulty increase isn't that grand, and it only really pertains to, like, the start of the game. Like, how long is it going to take me to get back into the town so I can start looting for basic supplies? That's really the only difficult part. You know, difficulty being put in brackets. Or quotations, I should say. It's not that demanding, honestly. And if you can do times 8, you can do times 16. Yeah, we finally hit 80 kilos again, though. Very nice. We are right in the middle of all the weights now. Not underweight, not overweight. Slap bang, right in the middle. Ideal. But to be fair, don't need those there, do I? Just don't loot. No, Storch, that's heresy. Loot all the things, clear all the buildings. You have to satisfy the inner loot goblin. Everyone has one. Look into your heart, you know it to be true. Right, I'll use up this first spear, and then we'll move on to the short blunts afterwards. We'll go up the highway today. And the temperature is getting colder, so let me grab some more clothing. It should be enough. Just gotta balance that temperature right slap bang in the middle to keep him happy. Zomboid is loot. Oh shit, it's a Spiffo. He doesn't have the helmet. Why must you fail me so often? That's the first Spiffo zombie we've seen the entire game. I need you for my collection. But yeah, he's not in perfect condition. And he doesn't have his helmet. But I'll throw that in the trailer. But yeah, it's a start at least. It's something. I can throw it on a mannequin, but I can't wear it. Very roleplay denied. But yeah, that's one more collectible item found. Although, it is a little incomplete. But there'll be more. There's always another Spiffo zombie. Alright, so things are gonna get a lot slower now, but we're on our way to level 6. And then once we get level 6 short blunt, I don't have to level any of my other weapons for a very long time. Not until that long blade hits level 7. That's the start. That's when I level everything else up. And we're almost at the point now where all the other weapon types become actually good. Slowly getting there. Spiffo... Yeah, you can't repair the Spiffo costume. The only part that can be damaged is the actual bodysuit itself, but yeah, you can't repair it. So it's gonna be like the ghillie suit that we have. We're not gonna be able to find one that's intact, most likely. But if I can find one that's mostly intact... You can call me a very happy chappy. Because I'm just gonna throw it on a mannequin. That's all I'll do with it. whatever rare costumes or clothing. There's the hazmat suit. So, same as all the other ones, you can't repair the hazmat suit, and it almost always has a hole in it. Beyond that, there's not really any others that are, like, super rare that I can think of. Like, you have the Jason Voorhees zombie, but that's just standard clothing. And the hockey mask you can find in, other stores. But yeah, you got Spiffo, the hazmat suit, the ghillie suit, some of the military uniforms, but they can spawn in the army surplus stores. And you can go to, like, the checkpoint and the military base to find most of them. There's probably a few more that I'm not remembering. But those are the ones I can think of, off the top of my head. You know, probably the hunting zombies. They're a little bit rare. They're not super rare, but finding the zombies that have the military fatigues and the high-vis vest. Don't see too many of those. Can you attack long blunt with one hand? Yeah, you can do it with every weapon. Every weapon can be fought with one hand. Jackie's outfit, that's all yellow. Jackie's outfit? Don't know that one. Hey, alive. Hello, hello. Wedding dress. Oh, yeah, that's one of the rarer ones. Yeah, and the groom's wedding jacket as well. Those are on the rarer side. But, they're not tremendously rare. But yeah, yeah. If you're playing on, like, a lower pop, yeah, you'll struggle to find those ones. So, the waistcoat that my character's currently wearing, that's on the rarer side, but you find quite a few of those by churches. Football sports gear. Pretty sure that's Authentic Z. Like, I think you can find you might be able to find a football helmet in stores, but I don't recall any zombies spawning with that type of stuff. But, you know, never say never. I might just not be remembering. Santa and elf zombies. See, I've never seen those, ever. Never seen a Santa zombie, never seen elf zombies. Never seen it. I'm skeptical. I don't 100% believe they're real. Like, I know the items are in the game, I've just never seen them spawn on zombies. And in my, like, almost 10 years, I've literally killed millions, so... I would have thought I would have seen one by now, at least. So another quick rest. Lamprey doesn't believe in Xmas confirmed. Hey, I'll believe it when I see it, okay? You take your fucking heresy and your false gods somewhere else. He's the Grinch confirmed. I hate Christmas in real life. I will happily wear that title. Your word can't hurt me. The Grinch did nothing wrong. Nope. Actually, that being said, I lie. The Grinch did do something wrong, technically. He lacks conviction. He stole all the gifts, but then he was a pussy and he gave them all back. The Grinch, like, chickened out. He lacks conviction. He doesn't follow his own word. He's not to be respected. He is weak and feeble. Better yet, he's Scrooge. I'll give you a Scrooge, but again, lacks conviction. He wasn't true to himself in the end. He let 3 random strangers talk him out of, like, being who he really was. Such weakness. Who hurt you? The zombies. Zombies stole my Christmas presents as a child and I'll never forgive them. Christmas has always been tainted. Yeah, Scrooge's real flaw, no follow through. Exactly. Give me a villain who has conviction, pride, and basic intelligence. I want him to have basic strategic planning skills and follow his word. Give me Thanos. Basically, just give me Thanos, okay? Give me the Christmas. Give me Scrooge if he had the Infinity Gauntlet and he wasn't so half-assed in his mission. Sounds like an anime protagonist backstory. Sounds about right. See, I want to see the anime where, like, the two fairies shortchanged a child and he grew up to be a villain. That's what I want to see. Well, you know. Like, there's been a surprising number of movies recently where there's, like, Santa's a badass and starts killing people. I've seen at least 2 of them in recent years, and I don't know where that came from. But there's like 2 movies that got made recently. One has Mel Gibson, and the other one had that guy from Stranger Things. And he also played the Red Guardian in that Black Widow movie. Again, it's like 2 different Santa movies, and it's basically just... he's like a trained assassin, or he like just murders people in his spare time. It's like, what? I feel like 2 different studios got sold the same script. Like, what the fuck's going on? It's very, it's too specific. Mr. Claus, I don't feel so good. Right. Highway's looking pretty good, though. I'll take the van up, because I want to continue finding all those hidden zombies. But yeah, let's make some noise down this road, and continue pushing north. It shouldn't take too long to run into another giant group. There's always more of them hiding. Swing and a miss. Get fucked. The hazmat, Santa, and elf zombies are real. Cool. That doesn't change my opinion, Periwinkle. Just because you say it with a get fucked at the start doesn't make it any more true in my mind. Show me the proof. Show me the irrefutable proof that they're real. Because the hazmat's real. I know that one's real. I've seen it for myself. But I've never seen the Santa or the elf zombies. You show me actual proof that that fat bastard and his jolly little laugh exists, and I will 100% believe you. Discord. That's not good enough. I want to see it for myself. I don't care if you can spot it in debug, or if you have an old screenshot. I want to see it in the actual game for my own eyes. No mods, no debug. I want to see them spawn naturally. Because I know the items and the outfits exist. I'm not denying that. I've seen them. But I've never seen them spawn on an actual zombie. Like, just naturally. Yeah, there's a few of you. The game has a calendar. Wonder if those were... Yeah, see, I've heard that one before. But I haven't seen anyone follow up with anything that's actual... Like, anything that's actually tangible. But, yeah... Like, the theory holds true. Like, it sounds about right. Sounds like something the devs would do as well, but yeah. I've not seen anyone actually show it. Like, anything that can be repeated. Like, that's the key point. Like, I have to be able to, like, do it in my own game. True in our hearts, is it? Wow. We've finished the whole Christmas special then, because that's normally how they end, isn't it? The power of Christmas was in your heart all along. Now, not saying yes to capitalism and go buy your dad some socks for Christmas. That's a good kid. Maybe just Santa just spawns 24th to 25th. I mean, I would humor that theory. Maybe he spawns on a specific date in a specific location. That would explain why I've never seen him. Either that or the RNG gods just really don't like me, which is 100% plausible. But, I've had so many games that have gone beyond 4 and 5 months, so like past December. I would have seen him at least once by now. That's my only thing with it. It's like, either I'm so astronomically, statistically unlikely that I should never gamble or buy lottery tickets, or it's just not real. But given those two options, I know which one I'd put my money on. But I do hope I'm wrong, and I do hope you're right, and it is actually real. I just don't believe you. Until I can see it for myself. You spend time in the malls? Yeah, that's like the thing. I don't go to the mall specifically on Christmas. So, yeah. So, like, that could be a thing. Maybe you're right. But yeah, that would explain it as well. Like a specific time and location. That would make sense. I know you can find the Santa hat spawns in personal storage units. But yeah, just not seen it ever on a zombie. That's my only little gripe with it. It's not on a zombie. Appreciate the follow as well, Tiger Plays. Happy days. And the resub from Sab Rad. Happy days indeed. Did you put out milk and cookies? Nah, I never did that. That's probably it. No milk and cookies. I don't know. Maybe he's just afraid that my character is just very violent, so... He won't ever visit my character, he'll just throw the coal from a distance. No one's feeling festive. You know, the Authentic Z mod that has Santa? Yeah, like, that's my big thing with it. People have a tendency to say that things spawn on zombies, but then they'll leave out the fact that they're playing with Authentic Z half the time. So, yeah, Authentic Z has, like, a ton of, like, hilarious costumes. But in vanilla, I'm not 100%. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll see it one day if it actually does exist. So, I mean, it's in vanilla. It's in the files. I've just never seen them spawn. Just run back and get a little cheeky rest. If you kill Santa, will he carry a picture of Cade? There's only one way to find out. We must track down the fat man. You didn't find Santa in any mode. But you didn't find? Well, you did or didn't find? It's spawned in Rosewood outside your garage. Body's still there. Crew a screenshot. No, I won't believe you. No, I need to see it for myself in my own game. I don't believe people with stuff like that. I've had people try and fuck with me too much for screenshots. No, I need to see it for myself from that one. There is no God. I have to see something and touch it for it to be real. I'm going full atheist with this one now. Santa isn't real unless I can sock him in the jaw with a metal bar. I'm just noticing you have a small zombie infestation problem. It's only a minor one. A bit of rat poison. It'll be fine. Jeremy is our only god. Jeremy's the only one who matters. Jeremy's inferior to Rebecca. Shit, I don't know. Clash of Titans right there. I don't know who would win that fight. Something telling you first house he got. Oh, Yeah, we'll get into Louisville. First house I get into. Bathroom zombie. Single zombie in the corner. Yeah, this is how I died. Fuck's just camping. He's playing the long game. Like, I think I'm patient? No. That zombie's just chilling, biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When do you think you're gonna catch up with... Oh, with the looting? I don't know, because I will do it at some point. But, I'm invested in my killing at the moment. And normally at the start of the stream, that's when I do, like, my miscellaneous boring tasks. So things like looting. But because we've been leveling our miscellaneous weapons up a little bit, the first part of every stream has just been taken up with more killing, but with the lesser weapons. You know, Kyle Zombie, suffering from monster energy withdrawal. An honorable death it shall be, then. Yeah, good stuff. Appreciate the gifted as well, Noif. Happy days. Alright, let me go have another rest. Yeah, no first aid progress. I know, he's beautiful and untainted. As soon as I finish killing all the zombies, my modeling career can begin. Not a single scar on my body. Baby smooth. And he's gonna be jacked as well. 10 fitness, 10 strength. Yeah. First aid is useless, just don't get injured, exactly. Yeah. Like, first aid in the game is really basic. Do you have a hole in your body where you shouldn't? Cool. Throw a rag on it, forget about it. That's pretty much it. And do you have a broken limb of some kind? Cool. Put a splint on it, forget about it. That's literally it. That's all of first aid summarized. Is this modded? Yes. Vanilla Plus, so... The only mod that I'm running that affects gameplay are the helicopters like that. So we have far more helicopters in our game. But that's the only thing that relates to gameplay. Yeah, everything else is vanilla. Gotta make sure you don't get to Louisville sooner. Joke's on you. I'm into that. Oh, the zombies. This is probably gonna be the last of the juice from my flashlight before it dies. And I'll have to just have a look around and get a radio from a zombie. Just so I can get a battery. Oh, to be fair, there's a radio there. Can I not take, Oh, never mind. I was gonna say. Can I not take the batteries without picking you up? Yeah. Almost 10 o'clock though, so let's head on home. And we'll come back out in the morning. And on the way back out, I'll get a radio from a zombie. Replace the battery for this one. Yeah, appreciate the follow as well. Mummified as well. Happy days. Would you ever do the permanent darkness mod with your settings? Permanent? What, is it just nighttime 24/7, is it? I mean, I could. I mean, is it pitch black nights, or is it normal nights? And is it just, like, are there moon cycles as well? Or is it just literally just pitch black constantly without flashlights? That sounds like it'd be a fun challenge. That's something different. 24/7 nighttime. You could set it to pitch black. That'd be quite fun. You know, you'd have a reason to actually hunt down batteries then. But, yeah. That's one for the list. I wouldn't be playing it anytime soon, but it does sound interesting. How much in real life time was your record? No idea. It's somewhere between like 1 and 2,000 hours, more or less. Somewhere in that ballpark. Like, it could potentially be up to 3,000, but I don't think it was anywhere near that, personally. Like, closer to 1 or 2,000, somewhere in that ballpark. But, yeah, there's no way to really know. So it'd be nice if, like, the devs want at some point in the future do what they do with, like, Bethesda games. I'm pretty sure it's Bethesda games, where you can see how much time you've actually spent on the save itself. Like, that would be cool. I don't know how hard something like that is to implement into the game, but that would be spicy. Because that question comes up all the time, like, in regards to, like, the current game we're playing, but it's like, we only have, like, rough guesses. I'd love to know the exact amount of time. That'd be awesome. It is Bethesda games I'm thinking of, yeah. So I was thinking of, like, Fallout games and Skyrim and such. Pretty sure those have the playtime on the save file when you load in. Yeah, it's pitch black city zombies. Well, at least you'll spawn in with fire all around you, so you'll have a light source to begin with. Like, that's something. Hey, Boris. Welcome on back. But yeah, once my weight gets up to 84, I won't have to fish as often then. I can start taking, like, fishing one day, take the second off. I can spend a few more hours in the morning killing then. Because anything over 84, when I become overweight, so we're, like, almost at the ideal weight, personally. 84 is my perfect number. Oh shit, that's the wrong one. Let me just grab all my food from the trash, dust it off, throw it in the freezer. Appreciate the follow as well, Backwoods. Happy days. What's the best meal to cook fish with? Any, honestly. Like, there's probably, like, minor differences between them, but personally, I don't notice them. Stews, soups, you know, using frying pans, roast pans, grill pans, all of that stuff, honestly doesn't really make a difference, as far as I can see. It's, as long as you use the ingredients and you put it in a recipe, you get the cooking bonus, so you get more calories. So I just grab whatever I have at hand. And as long as my character's gaining weight, or it's easy to maintain his body weight, I am very happy. Alright, let's grab some more metal bars. And I'll dismantle some more of this as well, because I need a few more short blunts. Well, I'll dismantle it if I can't get enough. I say that, there's plenty of them, actually. There's more metal bars over here than I thought there would be. Yeah, that's plenty for the entire day. Maggots are extra protein. Delicious. Trash adds extra seasoning. Yep, fog. Sad. Very sad. Yeah, well. Seeing as we're using short blunts, we're not, like, trying to speed through kills today. Just doing a nice steady pace, so... The fog's not great, but it's not too bad. And we're just trying to pop that last little bit. So... Just over 700 more experience, and then we're done, so... Two days minimum, 3 days at most, and then we're done with short blunts then. We can go back to using spears. Yeah, seeing as overrated it is. It's still very quiet. Because I think we broke the back of the hospital. It's just finding all of those strays now. There's probably more zombies coming from north of the hospital as well. They're just being very slow about making their way down here. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, more blood, all the kills. Yeah, I'm looking forward to going back to spears again. But we are on a mission. Just over 600 experience now. Slowly getting there. And then we can take a big old break. And the last 4 levels of the weapons, they aren't too bad, honestly. Like, level 7 and 8 is where they start to really shine, but, you know, level 6 is okay. You know, starting to be able to, like, consistently 1 and 2 tap zombies is, just makes everything go so much faster. That's fine, you can play catch up. I'm in no rush. True, yes. Just respect Jeremy and his presence. Jeremy is a kind and merciful god. But, you know, he is a god though, so he is immortal. And inevitably that means he'll get bored and he'll destroy everything. For shits and giggles. So try and stay on his good side. Alright, hopefully the fog disappears soon. Thanks. I can't tell how many there are. Really annoying. I know there's a few, I just can't see any exact numbers. I'm amazed that you're overheating though. At 2 degrees, well, almost 3 degrees Celsius. How are you sweating, my man? Alright, well, we're not technically in winter yet, so I'm hoping the fog isn't going to be one of those ones that sticks around until the evening. You know, towards the end of the day. Hopefully it'll disappear within the next couple of hours. We're all done around here. Yeah, that's pretty much empty. And this isn't your regular fog, this is advanced fog. Still overheating. Hilarious. Yeah, nearly 3 o'clock though and the fog's still here. That's a bad sign, but normally it can... Outside of winter, it normally only stays until, at the very latest, 1600. So, fingers crossed. Otherwise, it might stay all the way up until about 11 or 10. And that's, it's not the end of the world, but it's not ideal. Swing and a miss. On my end. Missed him like an inch. Hey, all the way to the end. And I'm pretty sure I left my... van on overnight, but I don't really see any zombies out there, so it looks fine to me. Just see if anyone else turns up. Swing and a miss. Yeah, it's gone 4 o'clock now and the fog's still here, so... Shit. Looks like we're gonna have a full day of fog then. That's not good. Hey, ants. Welcome on back. Wow. Fucking skill issue. It's right in front of me and I still missed. My aim is dog shit. Ah, good stuff. Indeed, premium. All the pain. This fog is tearing up my soul. I don't want to be Daredevil. I'm quite fond of my eyesight. Please allow me to see again. Yeah, good stuff. Fully rested again. Yeah, hopefully there's no fog tomorrow so we can actually see how many zombies are on the highways. It looks like there's a few, but it's just a placebo effect. It's just because we're using short blunts. If we were using spears, we wouldn't be getting pushed back as much. So when we're done with this, we should be able to push pretty far down the highway, I think. A few zombies, yeah. The guy's been stuck on the same part of the road for the entire day. Been stuck in the military checkpoint for like God knows how many months now in game time. Yeah, there's only a couple of them. There's a handful in my way. Yeah, to be fair, I think the fog is finally lifting. Maybe. Yeah, holy fog, Batman. Indeed, Robin. Living the dream. Yeah, the fog is slowly going. And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you pesky fog. It's not a good time. But ah well. Hopefully it's not one of those cases where we have the fog linger around for 3 days straight. That's the worst possible outcome. Do the weather effects impede zombie hearing and sight? No, that's another myth made up by Reddit. The nighttime, daylight, tropical storms, blizzards, fog, nothing affects their hearing or their eyesight. They can see you exactly the same, anytime, any day, any weather, and their hearing is exactly the same as well. They don't lose hearing or, you know, anything like that. Your cat listens to me. Glorious. Feeling like Dr. Dolittle. Works super hard at making biscuits the soothing bonks. Glorious. Yes. I need to rebrand my channel. It's ASMR for sociopaths. Good stuff. The only thing that affects zombies is the settings you use for them. Pretty much, yeah. The bonks are like metronome. Just keeping the beat, you know. Just doing what I can. Gotta put ASMR in the gotta put it in the tags, yeah, definitely. Alright, we should have crossed the 2,500 mark easily. Well, actually, to be fair, we started on 1,800, didn't we? 2,300 then. No, we were on 2,300 earlier, weren't we? I'll go with my first answer. Say 2,500 experience. Less than 500 to go. And then we can swap back to spears. That's my guess. Oh, I'm way fucking off. Way off. I'm like 300 experience under. Not good stuff. So we'll definitely get short blunt to level 6 tomorrow game time. And then we can go back to spears about halfway through the day. Thank fucking Christ. Because this is very slow. He mostly naps too. Like an unemployed little champ. Just don't know how good they have it. Like, subconsciously going to turn him into an insane zombie hunting god. When the world ends, you'll find out for sure. Who knows? Maybe he'll be like really min-maxed. Maybe he'll target all the living humans first, just because he knows that inevitably they'll turn into zombies. He's got that foresight. Your cat is going to become a zombie-killing tactician. Little Jeremy riding on his back. Based cat. Alright, still got a couple of hours left, so let's kill a few more. Because the closer I can get to level 6 short blunt today, the less I have to do tomorrow. And the sooner I can go back to using my spears. Because to be fair, it hasn't taken that long actually. We've only been using short blunts again for about an hour. And we're pretty much done. So that's not too bad. Overall, it'll take us probably about an hour and a half. Hour and 20. That's not too bad. First individual both cats in Discord. They both 100% look like Lamprey listeners. Glorious. Finally. The demographic and target audience I was always aiming for. Domesticated house cats. Perfect. There's no one over there. That's all cool. We'll come back in the morning then, so we're all caught up with ourselves. Alright, what was the final tally then? 28.59. That's not too bad then. Less than 150 experience. And then we're done. And then we can go back to spears again. Glorious. And I think I was right with my initial guess at the start of the stream. I think we will get pretty close to 175,000. So it'll be about 9,000 kills overall throughout the entire stream. That's a pretty good kill count. Yeah, good stuff. And I got 50 minutes left as well. Right. But before I go to sleep... Oh, you got drowsy at the perfect time. But yeah, before I go to sleep, I'm going to go grab myself another very quick drink. So I'll be back in less than 60 seconds. Right, I'm back. Pics in Discord. Oh, let's have a gander. Let's have a look at the viewers. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. I saw that, and initially, it all makes sense. It's like, why? Why, yes. That does look like the face of someone who watches and listens to my stream. Yes, another. Very, very accurate. Hilarious. Right. Let me get some sleep for my character, then we'll do some more fishing in the morning. And then, yeah, short blunt 6, and then back onto spears, because that is going to look fantastic when we're finally level 6 and everything. Slow and steady progress towards level 10. And... yeah, I got plenty of metal bars as well, so I don't need to grab any more today. They will share the same brain, so you say. They look like my last 2 brain cells fighting for 3rd place. I think that's a quote that fits that picture, well, those pictures, pretty accurately. Yeah, let's go drop all of this off. Well, that audio clip, my child is perfectly fine. So there's probably that clip of the mother He turns back and screams at the kid in the back seat, "Why can't you be normal?" And the kid just fucking screeches. Oh, fuck's sake. Right, let's get rid of these. I'm not gonna... Oh, yeah, I was gonna say I'm not gonna cook them, but I literally don't even have any room. I'll leave them on the floor for now. As long as I don't slice them into fillets, they won't go rotten very quickly. They'll last for quite a long time. And it'll give me a chance to use up all of these ones first. Well, to be fair, I do have room in my fridge, don't I? Yeah, just put all of you in there. And I'll put you in the freezer another time. Yeah, good stuff. So let's go get the last little bit of this short blend done, so I can go back to using my favorite weapon. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember what the movie's called, but yeah, it's an Australian film, isn't it? Pretty sure I'm pretty sure the actress was Australia. Why can't you be normal? Fucking re. Yeah. Like, I've never seen that movie, I've just seen clips of it. It looks incredibly weird. Because it was supposed to be a horror movie, isn't it? But yeah, 8 o'clock, no fog, so we should be good for the entire day. Magnificent. Let's get some stamina before I go any further. Yeah, it's an old one. Yeah. Yeah, before I go any further, 'cause I haven't checked my generators for a while. Just curious. Yeah, 93, 97, they'll be fine. They're not going to run out of juice anytime soon. And all the others are more or less powering similar, so we don't have to worry about any of them. Like this, yeah, that little fox. Exactly the same. Alright. But I think we can push further down the highway today. And that is as far as we made it. Slow and steady progress. Yeah, well, it won't be as bad when we switch back to our spears. We should be back on the spears by about midday game time. At the very least, like 1400. Couldn't take that long. Yeah, let's drag all of you down here. And how the fuck did you get around me? They must have come from over here. Sneaky little bastards. Yeah, that's fine. You can catch up to me. And Jeremy doesn't read, though. You can pick him up if he opens his mouth. See, I imagine, like, Jeremy doesn't sound like any of those little frogs that do the little war cry. The little high-pitched re. I imagine he probably sounds more like, oh, what's his name? I've forgotten the actor's name now, so shame on me. The actor who plays Count Dooku. I imagine he sounds very upper class, very formal and well-spoken. Chris Lee. That sounds... Yeah, Christopher Lee, that's the one, yeah. Special Forces in World War II. Had to scold and educate George Lucas on what the sound of a man who's been stabbed. What sound do they make? Comes in, acts in two of the greatest franchises of all time. Dips. Fucking absolute based man. Yeah, I can't imagine Jeremy would sound far different. He's actually knighted. Yeah, he's been knighted, yeah. He passed away not too many years ago, didn't he? Can't remember which year it was. I'm sure he passed away sometime in recent years. But yeah, he has such an aura about him. 2015. Oh god, that's a lot longer ago. That's a lot longer than I thought. I was thinking like 2019-ish. That's a lot longer. Hey, Hydro. Hope the run's going well. Yeah, it's all nice. Nice and chill. Does the game stop the fast forward on its own? Yeah, so it's when the zombies get within a certain distance of the character, and you have visibility of them, so you have line of sight. So if I, like, just sit down here randomly, and I just fast forward, the second they get within range of my character, and I can see them, time goes back to normal. And I can show you from this angle as well. Just easier to see it then. Yeah. It's about 3 tiles, more or less. But that's why keen hearing is absolutely goated. So keen hearing increases the perception radius around your character. And it allows you to see a lot further behind you than what you normally would be able to. So, sitting down in the open like that and fast-forwarding time, completely safe. If you have keen hearing. It's why you see me do it so frequently. Because there's, so long as you're holding down shift so you can stand up quickly, there's no risk of dying. No worries. Petition to get Lamprey knighted in service to the king. No, please no. I have spoken ill of the royal family far too much in my lifetime ever to get knighted by them with a straight face. I would do it for shits and giggles, but I have spoken so much shit about them. I definitely wouldn't be able to do it without giggling. British people make me feel like by default it's easy for them to get knighted. I have no idea. I've never looked into it. You usually have to be like a public figure, don't you? Like someone of note. But being knighted doesn't come with any benefits beyond being able to refer to yourself as Sir. That's pretty much it. You get to put Sir in front of your name. It's a bit like, you know, putting Doctor before your surname. Provided you have the education for it. It's just like that. It means literally nothing. It's just a title. But to be fair, as much as I have no interest in the royal family, I wouldn't mind being knighted just for the bragging rights. It's like, oh yes, I am Sir Lamprey, first of my name, respects my authority, of which I have none. Appreciate the gift as well, Red. Happy days. Oh, a fucking idiot. I'm sat by the generator. Clearly, my brain is turning off. To even be considered knighted, you have to have no history of being critical of the monarchy. So, yeah, I would never get knighted. Yeah. I have no love and no interest. I don't have any hatred towards them. I just think the whole idea of a monarchy in the 21st century is a bit ridiculous. It's literally just a tourist attraction. That's all it is. So it's just silly in my mind. Based, goddamn right. No, it just seems a bit ridiculous at this point. Like, I wouldn't take the piss out of it so much if it didn't come out of taxpayers' money. Like, if it was funded by them solely, oh yeah, no, you do whatever you want. If you're paying for it, you call yourself whatever you want. God save the Queen. But, no, because they take a small amount out of everyone's paycheck to finance their, well, just the fact that they exist. I'm gonna ridicule them until the day I die, because the mere presence of them existing, or the mere thought of them existing, is silly. Although it is given some mighty good memes. Rest in peace, old Elizabeth, you will be missed. The immortal one has fallen. They won't accept you in the royal palace with your long hair and beard. Fucking, I'm picturing all the Marines outside now. The royal guard. There's a homeless man in the West Wing. He's on the loose. And I'm just scurrying around like a fucking rat. It's like, you don't understand. Buckingham Palace will make a goated PZ base. Please, you can't kick me out. Look at the gates they have. Look at the fences. What's the opposite of knighted? Fuck, I don't know. What is the opposite of knighted? Exiled? I guess. Excommunicated? Banished? Prison? Probably. Yeah, we're finally back on the spheres. So we'll actually be able to make progress up the road now, because we won't be slowed down by multi-tap killing and a slow attack speed. Ascended. Based. Hated by the royal family. I am the ascended one. Cadade. You may have been knighted, but I've been cadade. Oh, funny stuff. Porn, dear. Lamprey's finding out. The rare foraging spiffer item can only be found in Buckingham Palace. Long live the king. See, I need that clip of, I need like a green screen of Sandor Clegane from Game of Thrones. Fuck the king's guard. Fuck the city. Fuck the king. Fuck the water. Bring me wine. Ah, Simon, this week, let's make Lamprey's coat of arms for his unknighting spear ceremony. See, I want it to be, like, a giant middle finger to, like, traditional coat of arms. I want it to be bordering on abstract. Bare minimum. One color, monotone, no shading, no fancy shapes, literally just a stick with a tiny point. That's it. Because fuck their over-the-top coat of arms. This is the way. We will do the opposite of everything they do. We will be the anti-royals. Pretty sure that makes us barbarians. You made a mini King Jeremy to hype it up for you. Long live the God Emperor Jeremy. What's your PC config? Oh, what have I got? I can't remember what it is, but I got a 1TB SSD. GeForce RTX 2060. 32 gigs of DDR4 RAM. No idea what brand. And... what am I missing? Fuck, I got a glass, like, fucking glass case. Let me have a gander. No, I can't see anything I've missed. Well, I can't remember what the motherboard is, but yeah. That's pretty much it. And then my microphone is an Audio-Technica 2020. My interface is an Audio Box 96. And yeah, that's pretty much it, really. And then mouse and keyboard, no fucking idea. I'm using my spares, so they are very flimsy and very cheap. Yeah, internet's where we went cheap. I bought a hamster, a wheel, and a little Ethernet cable from the 90s. It'll do. Yeah, let's have a little further drive down the highway. It's nice and slow. Hey, it's another Canano. Let me leave you for later. Lamprey already has a coat of arms website. Houseofnames.com. Do I have a coat of arms? Let's have a look at my coat of arms. Let's have a gander. How pretentious is it? Last name search. Oh, let's have a gander. Let's have a look for the name Lamprey. What have I got? That is very yellow. Let me pull this up on screen. Yeah, that is a very yellow coat of arms. It looks like my bloody my skills on Project Zomboid. Yes, the ancient arms of Lamprey. It sounds really anticlimactic. Yes, early history of the Lamprey family. Yes, yes, let's learn about my family origins. William was registered in Devon. Oh shit, I grew up in Devon. Shit, I was actually born here. Oh no. Oh no, my ancestor. My ancestor. No, this isn't how I wanted to find you. That's funny. Yeah, I grew up in North Devon, so on the north side on the coast by the Bristol Channel, on the ass end of it by the Atlantic Ocean. Hilarious. But yes, I will research you, my man. I will find out what type of horrible person you were. Glorious. Yes, my lore expands. I'm learning about my history today. Let me kill you here. This is a nice empty spot. I'll be able to find that body easily then. All lies, I see no spear, exactly. Looking back at my ancestors, finding out they didn't actually fight any wars or use any spears. Pathetic. The village of Lamprey. You have your own village, goddamn right. The foundation for my new empire. Yeah, for the urination you cause in your enemies. Glorious. See, I'm respecting my ancestors by getting at the color of our coat of arms, like, embedded in all of my skills. They must be full yellow. The Lamprey name will be honored. I will do my ancestors proud. I'm sure this is what they had in mind. You know, almost 800 years down the line. This is what they envisioned for our house. Glorious. Yeah, appreciate the follow, Sir Sean. Ah yes, a fellow knighted man has joined us. He was probably a warrior and his favorite weapon was a spear. I mean, to be fair, if he was born in the 1300s and his favorite weapon was a spear, he was probably a peasant. Not a warrior. But regardless, as long as his favorite weapon was a spear, he is goated in my eyes. I'd rather have an ancestor who was a peasant who used spears than an ancestor who was a knight and used a longsword. A village of zombie survivalists. This is the way. Yeah, welcome into chat as well, Sean. Happy days. Oh, that's a nice little number. Glorious. The pike is one of the longest used weapons in history. It is. It's because somewhere thousands of years ago, someone had the epiphany that I want to stab some fucker, but I don't want to be in range of him when I do it. So they came up with the brilliant idea of putting a knife on a stick. And to be fair, it was a pretty fucking good idea. It caught on pretty fast. It's like, I want to stab you, but I don't want to be in stabbing distance myself. How about an axe-wielding peasant? No, if he was an axe-wielder, no. I will forego my name. I will disown my family. I will assign myself a new name and a new coat of arms. I will rebuild my house from scratch. I can't have my house built on the rocky foundation of an axe user, okay? It's a miracle that we've lasted this long. Yeah, that's not that many. Let's finish you. And have a rest. Mr. Spearbury UK. Oh, that's a thing as well. I might actually be getting my old username back. Potentially. It has been a 2-year endeavor, but I might actually be getting my original Mr. Lamprey name back. Potentially. But yeah, it's taken years to get that shit back. You found someone who had a brain. So, I had to kind of cheat. So, I've been sending support tickets in every now and then, trying to get back that account so I could change the details and actually, you know, be able to log in with two-way verification and such. But I don't know what the email address is. Because it was made, like, that account was made years ago. So, every time I would send a support ticket in, to disable two-way verification, they would ask, what is the email address associated with the account? But I don't know what the email address is. So I've got this giant fucking list of about, I think it's like 170 potential emails on Word, and I've been going through one by one and just giving them the wrong answer constantly. But I managed to get the right one. But yeah, it's just, like, fucking dozens of different variations of, like, potential accounts I might have had in the past. But I finally struck gold, and I just happened to come across the one that was the correct email address for that account, and they took off two-way verification, so I got my old account back. So now I'm just in the process of changing my name from Mr. Lamprey, UK, back to Mr. Lamprey. But yeah, play the system. Yeah, it's taken fucking ages to get this done. Appreciate the follow as well, 4-1. Happy days. I prefer the real Mr. Lamprey. He used a face cam. Oh no, back in the day. Back in the day. Elon, I know, I should give email, I'll email, like, Bezos first. I'll try my luck with him. See if he'll, you know, oil the cogs at Amazon and trickle it down into Twitch, and maybe they'll give me back my username. And if not, then I'll send an email to Elon Musk telling him to buy Amazon. Like, please, Big Daddy Musk, buy Amazon so you can get access to Twitch. Like, don't just buy Twitch itself, just buy the entirety of Amazon. Put my username. Why would someone need that many email addresses? Oh no, they weren't all real email addresses. It was just every potential variation. Because I usually stick to, like, the same few names and numbers in my accounts. Like, there you go. Any hackers who want to get into my stuff, that's a little hint for you, by the way. For my usernames. But, for my email address, because there's so many different ways, like, so many different variations that you can type it out, and so many different potential accounts. It's like, fuck. I had to go through, logging in through, like, Outlook and all of that stuff first. To, like, find out which accounts were real and which ones weren't real. And then I had to go through Twitch and start sending them the accounts that were real. And just hope for the best, and hopefully one of them would be associated with that account. But yeah. It was hilarious. Good work, yes, I'm something of a hacker myself. It's not very good at it. Yeah, that lone guy at Twitch every day, for fuck's sake, he sent me another email. Just leave me alone, goddammit. Can you show your build, please? I can indeed. The only thing you have to change for that, for the starting build, was we were weak, unfit, and very underweight. But everything else there would be as it was. So we start at 0 fitness, 0 strength, and very underweight. So we could get extra points. Which window are you? Oh, you're on the other side. Okay. I'm just gonna ignore you. It is what it is. Alright, but yeah, there's not that many more left up here, so let's grab all of you. And then tomorrow we should have a nice clean area to push forward from, a little bit further. Does it make sense to choose Repairman instead of... Oh, for the spear build? Yeah, Repairman fits in well with spears. Like, if you're gonna use a weapon that is on the lower end for durability, so things like stone axes and spears, typically, anything that gives you a bonus towards your maintenance is fantastic. You know, like any weapon is fantastic with a maintenance bonus, but yeah, those ones with lower durability, they are like, even better, they are fantastic. Personally, if I'm doing spears, I like the handy traits, personally. Just because if I take unemployed and I take handy, the points, like, even out, so I don't have any points at the end of it. But it means I get a bonus towards carpentry as well, which also ties into the spear crafting. It just makes getting that initial level 3 carpentry a little bit speedier. So I can get perfect mint condition spears very early on. I'll have to grab some floodlights and put some over here as well. Maybe another one over there, just to light this area up some more. It's tad dark. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Not a fan of them when they don't turn around. Not loving that. Appreciate the follow as well, Mad Fisher. Happy days. But yeah, it's about 10 o'clock, so let's head back. And we can go get some rest. But I have a little bit of time, so I'll do some metal working when we get back as well. I'll take apart a few more fences. Although, seeing as I have a little bit of spare time, let me grab that floodlight, and I'll put it over there. I'll put it by the entrance to the checkpoint. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do that much else with 2 hours. Yeah, normally I don't like fighting while I'm so over-encumbered, but there's only a handful of you. And you're pretty well spread out. Yeah, that's a little bit better. A little bit brighter. But yeah, I'll leave them. And we'll come back here in the morning. Yeah, we got a good chunk of the checkpoint lit up now, though. It's very bright. Appreciate the follow as well, Cage. Happy days.
I have introduced myself. You have introduced yourself. This is
Curious what the
good
first thing you're
conversation.
doing when you spawn in is. I mean, what, you mean you're watching the VOD or you want to see the VOD? Because, yeah, exclamation mark VOD will take you to the playlist for the start of this run. It'll take you to the VOD channel, but yeah, it's the Blood Bank Challenge Extra Lite. That's the playlist. There's only 2 of them on there anyway, so it's not hard to find. Yeah, that's the start for this run. Just gonna leave those 2 there for the time being as well, because we're not using them at the moment. And I've been carrying them for a while. And the first thing I did, escape. Yeah, literally just spawn into West Point and make a big old beeline west and just run out of town. That's pretty much it, really. You could probably feed a campfire for years before they close off those bodies. Probably. We shall never know, though. But I still have plenty of food left in my fridge and lots of fish that are uncooked, so I'm not going to do any... No fishing today. Just straight out, straight into the killing. You're at day 10. Oh, does the electricity go out at some time? Yeah, so it's purely random. So within, well, from day 0 to day 30, it's either 30 or 28. But the power and the water can turn off randomly, but they're independent of one another. So you can lose the power immediately, or you might lose the water immediately, but you might not lose the other one until the end of the month. But they can go out at any point. There's no rhyme or reason to it. They just get turned off randomly. So if you're really unlucky, you'll start a new game and you'll lose the power and water almost immediately. And if you're on the opposite end, you might get extremely lucky and they might last almost the entire 30 days. But, yeah, you can't go beyond that. 30 days is the limit. Right. Let's use up this katana next. Yeah, let me make my way back to my truck. And within the next hour, I'll have proper daylight again, so I'll actually be able to see where my zombies are. A little bit hard to see them on the dead bodies when it's this dark. You lack the patience to get fitness 2 to 3. Yeah, via exercise. It is a bit tedious, because I don't know how many hours it took, but it's not like a quick fix. It does take a few hours in real time. Have you tried using animation cancelling? Oh, we've showcased it, but I wouldn't try and use it. It wouldn't be useful to me. I wouldn't be able to pull it off consistently enough for it to actually save me any time. Like, I could make a macro for it to automate it so it's perfect every time, but that's a lot of effort. No, I'll just play the game normally. Fake gamer. I am what I am. You're winning with them. Have to honk the horn a few more times in a moment. Yeah, all clear again. And watch us ruin it now. Does this place keep spawning zombies? No, it's just the sheer quantity of Louisville. So, on the map itself, Louisville is incredibly spicy. So currently, we are chilling and killing over by the military checkpoint currently. So we're over here. That's where we're currently chilling. Our exact spot is pretty much right here. But everything south of here is pretty much dead. We've already wiped out everyone around this area. But if you look at the numbers north of where we are and east, it's like, oh, how many are ahead of us? 7,000, 16,000, 2,000, 9,000, 8,000, 8,000, 5,000, 11,000. And because we're running pinpoint hearing, anytime a helicopter or a jet comes from like the northwest or northeast side, everything up to about this mark here, or a little bit below, they can all hear the helicopter, and they're all slowly making their way down to the checkpoint. So we're not just fighting zombies in this area, we're fighting everything around here as well. So it's pretty spicy. But inevitably, it's the same as Valley Station. Like, those numbers look really bad as well. Everything there's dead. And Valley Station, Louisville won't be any different. It's just far more zombies. But inevitably, everything there will die as well. So, that's all fun and games. Oh, what am I doing? Is the rough plan to use the katanas as they're required? Yeah, so a second I find a katana, use it up. Use it, break it, get some experience. And then when my long blade goes up another level, so once I get to level 7, then I'll level all the other weapons to level 7 then as well. So as this one levels up, I'll level everything else up afterwards. Just to eventually get everything to level 10 without having to do it all in one big burst. Is there a mod for the heat map levels? No, it's just a PNG file. If you want to have access to it so you can use it in your own game, or look at it while you're playing, so you get like a rough idea of where the zombies are, that's the link to it. I am inevitable. Indeed. It's quiet so far. It's not looking too bad over there. Let's make sure they're not outmaneuvering me. Yeah, quite a little wave coming through there. Yeah, Nice. Exactly. What can you say to a little group like that? Nice. Tidy. That's another little chunk taken care of. Yeah, it's not a huge amount, but they're still coming in, so who knows? There might be a few more. Fully rested. Grab all of you. He's actually panicking for once. That's hilarious. Very rarely get to see him panic. And it's gone. Brave is S tier. Goodbye, Katana. You will be missed. Damn right, Premium. All the spear kills now. Speedy. Home sweet home. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, Ojorando? Ojorando? I'm hoping I'm getting that right. No, welcome on. Amazing how he doesn't trip walking backwards over all those bodies. He's got reflexes like a cat. Would have thought he'd be immune to panic by now. Yeah, it'd be funny if you could get, like, full immunity. Like, fully desensitized, just passively, by killing X amount of zombies, or surviving for X amount of time. But, there are mods for that, and if you do run those mods, you'll see how incredibly busted it is. Because it lets you choose exactly how many zombies you have to kill before you become desensitized. So if you set it too low, you just remove one of the, like, core game mechanics for free. But it's an interesting idea, though. Like, who knows? Maybe they'll take it a bit further in the future. On default settings, on default, they respawn quite quickly, actually, on the default. It's 10% every 3 days. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's actually quite a lot of zombies all at once. In certain areas, that is. Like, in the middle of nowhere, it's not going to make a difference, but, yeah, like in Louisville and West Point and places like that, it's quite a lot of zombies coming back at once. But yeah, it's 10% max population for that area every 72 hours. But they'll only respawn in the areas that you haven't been to for 16 hours. So you won't have, like, if I'm in this area, for example, and if I had respawns turned on, I wouldn't